Chapter 1. I had to be selected as a healer. My brother's life depended on it. It's not that he was sick or dying, not yet, anyway, but I'd been sensing something shifting within him for several weeks, feeling his discontentment grow, and I needed to provide a way for us to get closer to the center before the outside pulled him away forever. The ground vibrated beneath me before the rumble of his oversized engine reached my ears. Closing my eyes, I took in a deep lungful of the fresh air surrounding me and stood to brush the dirt and grass from my backside. With one final glance at the pond, the only place I was really able to clear my mind, I turned toward the sanitation headquarters to greet my older sibling. The enormous, dirty green and white truck pulled slowly through the chain-link gates, blowing up dust from the gravel lot as it rolled through. Cato's buddies clung to the rear handles, taking the bumps in stride as they hollered across the back of the truck at each other with grins and chuckles. I couldn't help but feel a small sense of pride as I watched him navigate the giant vehicle through the parking lot. Cato may have been selected as a worker, but he was one of the few citizens of New America who had been taught to drive. There was something to be said for that. The pond was about 2 blocks away from his parking lot. Ever since the weather warmed up again after our brutal winter, I had been coming down to my spot after school each day. The number of free afternoons I had was dwindling, and I was determined to spend as many of them at the pond as I could, thinking and praying about the future as I looked out over the gentle ripples moving across the water's otherwise glassy surface. Tomorrow those afternoons would come to an end. I'd sit to take the aptitude test and discover where my natural skills and talents would place me in society. The Department of Career Development would make their selections, and I would officially complete my primary education. My free afternoons would be replaced with my new job, or if I was lucky, with an additional 2 years of specialized training. All healers had to begin with an additional 2 years of education, and I just had to be selected as a healer. I made my way up the worn asphalt road, away from the pond and toward my brother. He and his crew said their goodbyes as they each headed home for the evening. One by one, Cato's co-workers exited the gravel lot and turned the corner back toward their homes in the borough. I waited by the road until Cato was the only person left. My nerves were on edge about the exam tomorrow, and I really didn't have it in me to make small talk with any of the other guys. But instead of locking up the gate and meeting me on the road as I expected, Cato jogged back to the truck and climbed up inside the cab. My stroll picked up into a trot as I hurried to meet up with my brother. Maybe they had missed a house on the way back, and he was driving out again to take care of it before sundown. If that was the case, he may need my help since his co-workers had already gone. "Cato!" I called out. "Hang on!" His head popped out over the top of the truck, his eyebrows furrowed into an exaggerated look of irritation. He waved me down with his hands as I finally reached the gate and whisper-yelled back at me, "Keep your voice down. Wait there. I'll be right out." The expression on his face twisted my stomach into a knot. What on earth was he doing over there? I didn't plan on waiting to find out. Ignoring his instructions, I quickly made my way past the other trucks in the lot over to where he was parked. Through the windshield, I could see him bottom up, reaching for something on the floor in the back of the cab. He returned to an upright position right as I reached the driver's side door and almost jumped right out of his skin when he saw me. "Claren, what are you doing here?" he asked quietly. He was angry, and anxiety coursed through my body. Something wasn't right. "I told you to wait outside." "I know, but I thought you might need some help," I said. That was my original intention after all. He didn't need to know that I was now just really curious to find out what he was doing in the back of the cab. "Well, I don't," he snapped. "So go back out there. I'll be finished up in a second." I gave him a look that let him know I wasn't going anywhere, and he let out an exasperated sigh. "Fine. But if you're going to stand there, do me a favor. Look around the backside of the truck and let me know if you see anyone." Whatever he was up to, it wasn't anything good. I always knew when Cato was on edge, and it seemed to be pretty constant lately. I nodded and tiptoed around the side of the truck. Not that it mattered. The sound of my shoes crunching on the gravel couldn't be any louder than my shouting had been. There wasn't a person in sight. The sanitation headquarters was right on the edge of Morton Borough, and people tried to stay as far away from the edge as possible. It was much too close to the outside for comfort. But I'd been coming down to the pond off and on every day since Dad left 2 years ago, and I had never seen an outsider. I figured there wasn't much they would be interested in on this side of the borough. I turned back to Cato. "All clear." He disappeared back into the truck and reemerged holding a black trash bag about half full. Ew, why was that in the cab instead of the back of the truck? Cato glanced around nervously as he made his way to the chain-link fence on the north edge of the parking lot. His sanitation truck was perfectly blocking his view from the main road, and he crept down to an area where the trees thickened on the other side of the fence. With a swing of his strong arms, he threw the bag up and over the fence into the thick brush on the other side. He turned and jogged back toward the entrance, calling, "Let's go," over his shoulder as he passed me. I caught up quickly and didn't say a word as he locked the gate behind us and we turned the corner back to our house. His trepidation was palpable as we moved along, and I instinctively took in our surroundings, hoping with everything I had that no one saw that little incident. Cato didn't exactly have a clean rap sheet. It's not that he was some violent criminal, but he had a bad habit of acting without considering the consequences. Like the time he punched Sully Bryant for pushing me into Durkham Creek, or when he stole back and returned the lunch money Mag Thompson bullied away from my best friend Selah when we were 10, for example. I was still a little bitter about the Sully thing. I'm pretty sure he was just flirting with me, and I was looking forward to taking a dip with him in that creek. But either way, I think Cato's heart was usually in the right place. Regardless, I'd been to the juvenile courts with him several times over the years. He was basically an expert in community service at this point. I expected that's how he wound up getting selected for sanitation services as a worker last year after his aptitude test. Thankfully, he'd been on his best behavior after his placement. The adult courts were much harsher. We walked together in silence for about 20 yards before I finally spoke. "So, care to tell me what that was all about?" Cato looked at me, his hazel eyes filled with mystery. Our eyes were one feature we shared. We had our mother to thank for that. But Cato's hair was a shade lighter than mine, more like wheat than my darker shade of honey. He was short for a man, about the same height as me, and very stout, but his body was all muscle. He wore his straight hair long on top, sticking up in the front, and his face was scruffy, giving him a much less refined appearance than what I typically attempted for myself. "Nah, I'm good," he said, returning his gaze to the road ahead. "Are you, though? Because I'm pretty sure throwing trash into the forest isn't something most people would consider good." "It's not trash." "Oh, yeah?" My curiosity piqued. "Well, whether it's trash or treasure in that bag, you're not supposed to litter. You know you could get into big trouble if anyone saw you." Cato looked at me again, searching my eyes. I sensed sadness mixed with anger, and I couldn't help but wonder what was running through his mind. "I'll get it later," he said. "After dark." My heart skipped a beat. I had never seen any outsiders in the area during the day, but I wouldn't dare to walk around that forest at night. "That's a terrible idea. Let's just go back and grab it now. I can—" "No, I'm not letting you anywhere near that bag," Cato said firmly. "Promise me you'll stay away from it." His tone left me no doubt about the seriousness of the matter. I didn't know what was in the bag, but I knew it wasn't something meant for me. I was certain it wasn't meant for Cato either. I stared my brother down, trying to determine if I had any wiggle room. His jaw was set and his shoulders tense. Normally, I could read his emotions fairly well, but he wouldn't make eye contact with me. All I could feel was a thick tension in the air between us. It didn't seem as though he would relent. "I'll stay away," I said, But only if you promise you won't go back after dark. It's way too dangerous." Cato's shoulder relaxed ever so slightly. "I can't promise that. Some things can only happen after dark. I can't let anyone see me with that bag. Just trust me on this." Cato had a tendency to be overly dramatic at times, but I believed him on this. A million thoughts ran through my mind about the contents of the bag. There's no way it was just trash. They took that to the recycling center every day before returning to headquarters with the trucks. Surely he hadn't stolen something. My brother may be reckless, but he was no thief. Whatever it was, Cato needed it to stay hidden, and things wouldn't be good for him if he was sent back to the courts as an adult. With a juvenile record and our family's history with the law, I feared the judges wouldn't hesitate to exile him to the outside. The thought made me shiver. "Okay," I finally responded. "But please be careful, Cato. I don't know what I would do if you—" My voice trailed off as memories of Dad came rushing through my mind. Pushing them back down, I swallowed the lump in my throat and tried to finish my thought. "I just need you to be careful, okay? I need you." Cato's expression softened. The thick air between us felt physically lighter, and I knew my brother was still on my side. The streetlights kicked on as we were walking, and as though that was his cue, Cato's somber expression broke into his enormous, goofy, trademark grin. "Well, you know what I need," he said. "Pizza, and the first one there gets to pick the toppings." He sprinted away before I could object. Luckily, Sofio's Pizzeria was only a couple more blocks ahead. Cato's endurance was impressive, but my speed over short distances could take him any day. I lay in bed that night with a belly full of my favorite veggie lover's pizza, but it may as well have been a pretzel with the way my nerves twisted tighter and tighter inside. The walls of our small home were thin, so of course I heard when Cato slipped out the back door, about half an hour after I went to bed. There was no way I'd be able to get to sleep, knowing he was stomping through the forest so close to the outside at this time of night. It was too easy to get carried away with horrible what-ifs, so I tried to direct my thoughts to the aptitude test instead. In 9 hours, I would be sitting in the gymnasium with the other 250 seniors in my class. We would all take the same test, one that is impossible to study and prepare for. And within a week, we would learn what the rest of our lives would look like. Many of us would step directly into our new careers. Some of us would be selected to go into additional training. I prayed that I would be in the latter group. When I was a young girl, my mom would sit and describe the lives she touched as a healer with such passion. She would say, "Listen to me, Claren. Understanding what it is that people are feeling and really needing, instead of just listening to what they think they need, makes all the difference." She would place her fingers on my heart and look at me with such understanding and wisdom. I knew then that I wanted to be a healer just like my mom. Now that she was gone, I wanted it even more. I craved that connection to her, as though somehow it would bring her back. But nothing would bring her back. The outsiders made sure of that. I might just be able to save Cato, though. As a healer, I would be offered housing closer to the center of the city. Our family name would move back into society's good graces, and I may be able to get my brother away from the edge. I knew that he struggled with Dad's exile, and working so close to the edge every day was torture for him. The outside almost seemed to be calling to him. If I moved closer to the center, I may be able to request that my brother, the last remaining member of my family, be moved closer to me as well. And with Cato away from all of the memories and influences that haunted him near our home, he might be able to move forward with his life. I hoped he could at least stay out of trouble. But first, he would have to return home from that awful forest near the sanitation headquarters. Some rustling in the bushes outside interrupted my thoughts. I rushed over to the window and breathed a sigh of relief when I saw my brother standing from the boxwood at the edge of our back patio. It must have broken his fall from jumping the fence. And when he pulled that stupid black trash bag out from the bush, I realized why he'd returned through the back rather than the front. He should not have brought it home. I scurried quickly back to my bed as he unlocked the back door and lightly stepped his way back to his room. The mystery contents of that bag would have to wait for another day. I had to get some rest for my test in the morning. Chapter 2. I awoke to an erratic symphony of clanging dishes coming from the kitchen. Groggily rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I stepped out into an unlikely scene. Cato stood at the stove, broken eggshells littering the only 2 square feet of empty counter space we had in our tiny kitchen. He looked up with that huge smile of his, obviously proud of the work he was doing. "Hey, sis, want some eggs?" He scooped a fluffy yellow pile onto an empty plate for me. I had to admit, they looked much better than I expected, coming from a guy who struggled even to make his daily peanut butter sandwiches. "What's all this about?" I asked, pushing the food around on my plate in search of stray eggshells. "You've got a big day ahead of you. Besides, you're always stepping up for me. I thought I'd do something nice for you for a change." He met my eyes, and I understood this was his way of thanking me for not putting up a fight about the bag yesterday. I hadn't forgotten. He definitely had some questions to answer, but it would have to wait until after my test. "Thanks." I took a small bite of the eggs. They were a little bland, but he nailed the texture. "Nicely done, Cato." "So, are you ready for the test?" he asked, sliding into the seat across from me at our table. "I'm as ready as I can be, I guess. There's really not much I can do. Just show up and show them what I know." "Basically, yeah," Cato said through a giant mouthful of eggs. "But it's less about what you know and more about how you think. Be prepared to answer lots of questions about yourself. You know, would you rather read a book or take a walk? That kind of stuff." Cato rolled his eyes and shoveled another forkful of eggs into his mouth. He never cared much for this process. We all knew Cato was going to be selected as a worker last year when he took the test. He was too much of a free spirit to specialize in anything, and I wasn't sure if he had enough focus to stick with any single occupation anyway. "You know it's about more than that," I said. "It's a big deal. This test will determine how I spend the rest of my life. I might be able to change things for us." I, on the other hand, probably cared about the test a little too much. But maybe if I made my case, Cato and I could meet somewhere in a healthy middle. "Nothing is going to change. We know how you're going to spend the rest of your life. You're going to get a job, like all the rest of us. Maybe you'll move a mile or 2 closer to the center, but it really won't make a difference. You'll make the standard wage, live in a standard house, get matched with some standard dude, so you can have 2 standard kids and continue the circle." There it was. That was the kind of behavior I had seen in Cato lately. He seemed so angry. Life wasn't perfect, but it was a whole lot better than life before the Great War. I was glad we didn't have to worry about paying for school or finding a high-paying job. The standard wage put all citizens on the same playing field. Even as a sanitation worker, Cato was living the same quality of life as everyone else. I just wished I could move him further away from the edge of the burrow. "It will make a difference. If I get selected as a healer, I could probably get you closer to the center, too," I said. "Who cares? Whether you live just outside the center walls or across from the pond, picking up other people's trash or working in the medical center, it's all the same." Cato scooted his chair back and walked his plate over to the sink, slamming it down with a little too much force. I jumped at the loud clang of the metal on metal. Seeing him so upset was like a punch in the gut. I ached for him, wishing I could find some way to boost his spirits. It reminded me of Dad in the weeks leading up to his exile. He was so bitter and unwilling to look at the blessings surrounding us. "I'm sorry," I said. I hated it when people were upset with me. It was as though their pain and anger brought physical sickness upon my body. I pushed away my plate, no longer hungry. Cato returned and rested his weight on his hands, propped up by the table in front of me. "Don't apologize, Claren. You didn't do anything wrong." He was searching my eyes again, but I wasn't sure what he expected to find. I didn't have any answers. "I didn't mean to raise my voice," he continued. "Just go and do your best today, and don't worry about the results. I know you'll be selected for something amazing." The corner of his mouth turned up into a slight smile, and I felt 100 times better. "Claren!" I turned to see my best friend, Selah, running awkwardly down the sidewalk toward me. Her long, lanky arm waved to me as her unruly red curls bounced behind her. Her cheeks and the tip of her nose were pink from the chilly morning air. "I was starting to wonder if you forgot," I said, as she joined me on the cement stairs leading into the school building. "Have you been waiting long?" "Not too long," I lied. After my tense breakfast with Cato, I decided to head out early, taking a leisurely walk rather than the bus to school. I arrived about 30 minutes early, resting on the stairs and watching my classmates enter the building in a flurry of excitement and nerves. I knew what it was like to be surrounded by anxious classmates before a test, and I didn't think my stomach could handle it today. "Well, I tried to meet you here early like we planned, but my mom decided this morning would be a good time to rattle off every single detail she could remember about her aptitude test 22 years ago. She was full of all kinds of useless tips and hints for me this morning." "How do you know they were useless? Maybe she gave you exactly what you need to be selected as a leader. You could be on the inside next week." "Ha!" Selah said sarcastically. "Could you imagine?" I couldn't. Selah's parents were both workers, like Cato. Most people in this part of the borough were. Her dad was a butcher. He processed meat brought in from the government's farms. Her mom worked in a clothing store in the main business district, about halfway between the center of Claren City and the edge of our borough. Workers were easy to come by. Most citizens could be trained to do those jobs, and so the housing for workers was furthest from the city center. If any outsiders were to come in at night, it's the workers who would be most in danger. The next section of housing belonged to the protectors, the men and women who fought crime and fires and worked to keep the people of our city safe. Then there were the healers. I always wondered why my mom didn't move our family closer to the center with her career. As the wife of a worker, they stayed in my dad's home instead. I supposed they had their reasons, but my dad's regret over that decision may have been what drove him to darkness a few years ago. The outsiders probably wouldn't have gotten her if she'd lived further from the edge. Beyond the healers were the teachers and entertainers, the people loved by both the lowest of workers and the highest of leaders. And just outside of the center's walls lived the peacemakers. The peacemakers were the judges of right and wrong, and the officials who carried out the laws and regulations made by the leaders in the city's center. Only the leaders lived within the walls of the center. They were well protected, surrounded on all sides by the boroughs that made up Claren City. No one had any hope of becoming a leader unless he or she was born into it. Those aptitudes were rare, and with leaders almost always getting matched to other leaders or peacemakers, the aptitudes remained within a small number of families. But aside from the added protection provided by the center's walls, the leaders lived just like the rest of us. "Ready?" Selah asked, snapping me out of my daydream. "We need to get in there before it starts." I took a deep breath. "Let's do this." As soon as we entered the gym, I could feel the cumulative anxiety in the room squeezing me like a vice. I hated tests for this reason. If I was alone, I may be fine, but all the emotion in the room from hundreds of nervous 18-year-olds was overwhelming. I closed my eyes and tried to recall the scene at the pond from earlier. The cool breeze blowing tiny green buds just beginning to emerge from the branches of the trees. A fish coming to the surface of the water, sending circle after circle out from where it devoured its tiny breakfast bug. I could do this. I just needed to keep my mind grounded in calm. "Over there!" Selah gestured to a couple of open seats at a table near the left wall. There were about 30 or 35 tables set up in careful rows through the gymnasium. Each table had 8 chairs for students, with 1 chair at the head of each table for a proctor. We walked through a low buzz of student chatter and took our seats. Our proctor was a neatly dressed brunette woman in her 40s. She looked bored, checking her watch and looking back at the doors. They would be closing soon, so we could begin. Everything looked as I imagined it would, but there were many more proctors than I expected. Not only did each table have someone designated to it, but they also lined the walls of the gymnasium, with one proctor every 6 feet or so. It wasn't possible to cheat on an aptitude test, so I wasn't sure why there were so many adults watching over us. Welcome, students of Morton Borough. My name is Emmeline Fraser, and I am the Director of Career Development for Claren City. The doors closed, and the chatter came to an immediate stop. All eyes were on a woman at the front of the gym. She wore a smart blue suit, and her blonde hair was pulled back into a perfect bun, framing her petite porcelain face. Her lips were more pink than any real person's lips could be, and her eyes sparkled as she leaned toward a microphone attached to her podium. I knew she was a leader before she introduced herself. They were all unnaturally attractive like that. It must have been another trait that only got passed between them through their matches. She flashed her bright white smile, turning from left to right to take in everyone in the room, and continued. Today marks the beginning of your futures. Testing for aptitudes is a tradition that began almost a century ago when North America rose from the ashes of the Great War. She spoke dramatically, with great pride for our country. By utilizing our individual strengths, we have become a great nation once again. Today, you will learn of your own strengths and the roles you are destined for in our society. You each serve a purpose, and your futures will be selected for you based on your highest aptitudes and the greatest needs in our society. As individuals, we are strong, but together, we are unstoppable. She placed her right hand near her forehead in a salute. For the greater good, she called out. For the greater good, we all called back in unison. You may begin. Chapter 3. The proctor at our table pulled out 8 pale blue folders and passed one to each of us. This folder contains everything you'll need to complete your assessment. The instructions are self-explanatory, but I will give you a quick summary before you begin. Her instructions were low and monotonous. I wondered how many times she had repeated these same words over the years, and whether she wished she could retake the test herself. She certainly didn't seem to be too thrilled with her career placement. The contents of each folder at this table are varied, so it will do you no good to examine your neighbor's work. There are no right or wrong answers, so please respond with what seems most appropriate to you. Students at the other tables were all receiving similar instructions. Collectively, they all seemed to be a bit more relaxed, and I was also able to breathe more easily with the folder in my hands. The results of the test seemed like a distant worry, one I didn't have to concern myself with right then. All I had to do at that moment was shuffle through this unintimidating stack of papers. Section 1 contains sets of images and various tasks associated with them. Section 2 contains patterns and word associations. Section 3 will assess your spatial reasoning, and the final section is a personality assessment. Answer the questions as honestly as you can. Does anyone have any questions? We exchanged silent glances around the table. Very well then, you may begin. I pulled the stack of papers from my folder and caught the eye of a man lined up along the wall beside our table. Surprisingly, he did not avert his gaze when I looked in his direction. I turned back to the papers on the table before me, suddenly very self-conscious as I picked up my pen and tried to focus on the words on the page. I filled out my personal information on the first page and sneaked a glance from the corner of my eye. He was still watching. Breathing faster, I scanned the other proctors along the walls. They all kept their eyes moving across the crowd as a whole. So what was this guy's problem? Why was he zeroed in on me? I wiped my sweaty palms on my pants and forged ahead. Section 1. Review the following images and write what you see in the blank provided. I paused, staring at the first image on the page. The abstract splatters of ink reminded me of a flock of geese flying south in a V. The second image was muddled with blues and greens. I thought of Summers swimming in the creek with Selah. I smiled and looked over to see how my friend was doing. Her nose was down and her pen was scratching furiously across the page. I looked back to my own test, wondering if I should be writing more for each image as well. Focus, Claren. The third image gave me pause. At first, I saw nothing. Then, without warning, my mind processed it into an image I never wanted to see again. It was an uneven splatter of blackness, and memories flooded my mind, threatening to pull me under. It was the blood I saw on our kitchen floor the night Mom was killed. My throat constricted as I unsuccessfully tried to push the memory away. Cato and I had walked through the front door, still panting and breathless from the race we'd just run. Dad was sitting at the table, pale as a sheet, staring silently into nothingness. Cato asked him what was wrong, and then we saw it. Blood so thick it was almost black, puddled on the floor. We never found her body. I couldn't bear to think what the outsiders may have done with it. My stomach rolled, threatening to reveal the eggs I'd eaten for breakfast. I looked straight up, allowing the fluorescent lights above to blur my vision. Maybe if I stared long enough, they would burn that memory for me, too. Using the back of my sleeve, I wiped the tears pooling around my lids and allowed the green silhouette of the lights that had burned into my field of vision slowly fade away. Once my sight was fully intact again, I saw him. The man against the wall had completely turned his body toward me. He wasn't even trying to hide his gaze anymore. No one else seemed to notice or care, and I tried not to panic. Maybe he had seen my strange behavior after that last question, and he was simply concerned. Either way, I wanted to finish the test as quickly as possible so I could get far away. I hastily wrote "ink" by the third image and moved on, turning the page so I wouldn't have to see it anymore. The next handful of images seemed innocent. I filled in short, light-hearted descriptions and turned to the next section. Section 2. There are 7 differences between each of the following sets of images. Circle only the first difference you spot in each set. Simple enough. The first page contained 2 drawings of a boy with his cat. The cat was in a tree, while the boy stood down below. In the first image, they appeared to be playing a game. Both the boy and the cat were enjoying themselves. In the second image, the cat appeared to be stuck in the tree, and the boy was distressed. The differences were subtle, but I felt the emotion jump off at the page through their eyes. How could I circle an emotion? I saw all of it at once, and I wasn't sure how to circle just one thing. I settled on the boy's eyebrows and continued to the next image. As I worked my way through the section, I felt more and more of the distress in the photos. After the last image, I set my pen on the table and readjusted in my seat. My shoulders were tense, and I twisted and turned to loosen them up. Everyone else in the gym was at ease now, each settled into their own rhythm as they worked through the pages of the test. The man on the wall was still looking in my direction, but even he seemed more relaxed. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, trying to slow my pulse as well, but it only quickened. I scanned the room, wondering why my heart wouldn't slow down. A sharp movement caught my attention. A boy 2 tables away moved his hand to the bag draped over the back of his chair. The rest of his body remained facing forward, and his right hand continued to work his exam, but his left hand was gripping the bag so hard his knuckles were white. My heartbeat was almost deafening in my ears. I saw the boy's muscles flex as his body tensed, and I could feel his adrenaline as though it was coursing through my veins instead of his. His left hand fumbled with the closure of his bag, and as he worked to get it open, I saw the handle of a knife fall to the edge. He dropped his pen, placing his right hand on the table, and time seemed to shift into slow motion. I scooted my chair out as I saw him push his body away from the table. My feet were moving before he could turn to fish the blade from his bag, and I heard the yell escape my lips before I could process how my body was in motion. "Stop!" I shouted. Every eye in the room turned towards us as he pushed me away with his forearm. I didn't recognize him from school, and the faint creases on his face told me he wasn't an 18-year-old here for his aptitude test. But he couldn't have been much older than us. Those lines were the results of heartache and stress and battles I would never know. The knife was in his hand, but he didn't move to hurt me. Instead, he pleaded with his eyes for me to get out of his way. This was not a bad man, but he was certainly about to do a bad thing. "Get back," he said through his teeth. His arms moved forward defensively, the knife a clear sign to the proctors surrounding us now that he wasn't going to leave without a fight. He began to edge forward slowly to the podium, speaking in a loud, clear voice. "I don't want to hurt anyone, but I have something to say." He continued to the front of the gym, the circle of proctors shifting with him as he made his way forward. Students along the path ran to the walls of the gym or cowered in their seats, too stunned to move. He turned back and forth slowly as he walked, light glinting off the blade in his hand. His breathing was heavy, but his body moved gracefully ahead. At last, he reached his destination and took the microphone into his free hand. "Next week, you will all be assigned to jobs you may or may not want." His eyes danced frantically as he scanned the room. His speech was quick and rough. "But I want you to know you have another option. You don't have to live the lives they assign you. You can be free." He smiled wildly at the podium, but his audience didn't follow suit. Muffled sobs came from among the walls, and most students were too afraid to look forward. "We can show you the way. Tomorrow night at—" Screams filled the air as the man's body collapsed to the ground. A single shot had been fired from the doors leading into the gym. Emmeline Fraser stood there in her suit, a gun in her hand, and not a hair out of place on her blonde head. I choked down the vomit in my mouth. This couldn't be real. Guns were outlawed after the Great War. Even the protectors only carried stun guns. Chaos broke out around the edges of the room. The entire gym rang out with a mixture of cries and screams as the students reacted to the impossible scene they'd just witnessed. Emmeline turned and spoke to two of the proctors near the exit. They stepped in front of the doors, and she walked forward to the podium. Stepping over the man's legs, she grabbed the microphone from the floor where he fell. "Please remain calm," she said to the crowd. "What we just witnessed was a tragic example of what the outside can do to a man. I can't bring myself to think about what kind of horrible things that he may have done if we hadn't have stopped him. I wish from the bottom of my heart that it didn't have to come to this." The noise in the room quieted from almost deafening to a light buzz as everyone tried to breathe and listen to Miss Fraser. Reflections of the overhead lights glinted off of tear-streaked cheeks from every angle. "I have alerted the protectors, and they will be escorting you all home. We have counselors on standby if any of you need to process what just took place. Otherwise, please go home and rest. We will resume the tests tomorrow at 9 a.m. She hesitated, looking down briefly at the body on the floor. "I'm glad you're all safe. Now, let's focus on the future and forget the past. For the greater good." "For the greater good." Our response was much less enthusiastic this time. My feet remained still, cemented to the ground as the scene unraveled around me. Groups of students huddled in corners and around the tables, comforting one another. There were both whispers and shouts, tears and excitement, as the students recounted their unique viewpoints of the situation. Several protectors had arrived, and they placed a large tarp over the body on the floor. My heart ached as I remembered his eyes urging me to stay back. Seela was sitting against the wall near our table, face red and cheeks wet with tears. Finally able to move, I turned to rush toward her, but a hand grabbed my arm and stopped me. It was the same man who had been watching me during my test. "I'm afraid I can't let you go," he said. "Come with me." Chapter 4. I never knew silence could be so loud. I sat alone in the security office. The four walls surrounding me were a sickly greenish shade of white. A simple fixture with a single bulb of flickering light hung from the ceiling over a table and two chairs in the center of the room. The rest of the room was completely empty. I had been sitting alone in there for probably 20 minutes. The previous 3 hours played on repeat in my mind. Cato's grumpy breakfast, Sela's smile, the test, the outsider, his body on the floor. The man who never looked away from me, his firm grip on my arm as he dragged me out of the gym like a criminal. He never told me why I was being taken away. He'd simply guided me into the back of a sleek black car parked in front of the school and locked the doors. It was both exhilarating and terrifying. Like most citizens of New America, I had never been in a car before. They were generally reserved for the leaders. The rest of us used buses and trains designed for public transportation, though Cato did let me ride around the block in the sanitation truck once last fall. But this car was different. The tiny back seat left me feeling claustrophobic, especially since I didn't know where I was going or why I was being taken away. Emmeline and the man had spoken outside my window. Her expression had been serious as he waved his arms with great animation. Finally she nodded, and they climbed wordlessly into the car. They ignored my questions during our ride. The only words spoken from the front seat had come from Emmeline. "You're not in trouble," she'd said. "We just need to ask you a few questions." But it sure felt like I was in trouble as I sat alone in an interrogation room at the security office for our borough. After several more minutes ticked by, the door moved, and I sat up taller in my chair. Emmeline walked in, followed by the mystery man who brought me there and an officer of the protectors. "Hello, Claren," she said with a syrupy, sweet smile. Up close, her appearance was even more flawless. Her eyes were large and round, crystal blue, and framed by long, dark lashes. Her skin was blemish-free, a stark contrast to the freckles that dotted my nose. Emmeline took the seat across from me, while the men stood on either side of her. My heart rate picked up again with her so close to me. She'd shot a man in cold blood, and now she was smiling across the table from me. "You needn't be afraid," she said with a genuine expression. "In fact, I want to thank you. If you hadn't gone after the criminal when you did, I'm afraid he might have done much more damage." I looked down at the table, unsure of how to accept her gratitude. She didn't wait for me to respond. "But what I want to understand is how you knew who he was and what he was planning." I met Emmeline's eyes, and they were soft and curious. She wasn't angry or accusing at all. "I didn't." No one responded, but I didn't want to elaborate. There wasn't much to say. How do you explain to someone that you just felt nervous? I didn't know what he was planning. I just knew he was the source of my sudden anxiety. With the anxiety stirring up again inside me now, I tried to distract myself, picking at my nails, waiting for the questioning to be over. After a long pause, Emmeline spoke again. "Then why did you go after him?" "I don't know," I answered honestly. My feet moved before I knew what was happening. It's not like I was trying to be a hero. My body just reacted. Again, no one spoke, and I grew less comfortable in the silence with each passing second. My right leg started bouncing on the ball of my foot, and I shoved my hands tightly between my knees in an effort to stop fidgeting. I scanned the walls again for a clock that I knew I wouldn't find. It had to be past lunchtime. "What did you see?" Emmeline finally asked. "Before you stood, what did you see the man do?" "He was reaching for the knife in his bag." "And how did you know the knife was there?" "I saw the handle when he was trying to get the bag open behind him." "Why were you watching him open his bag?" "I don't know. I guess he caught my attention when I saw his arm move." My frustration was rising. These questions were pointless. She already knew he had a knife. Who cared about how he got it out of the bag? And why was she so interested in me? I didn't do anything. But why were you looking around at all? Why weren't you looking at your exam?" "I don't know!" She was quiet again after my outburst, but I didn't care. I'd had enough of her interrogation. I just wanted to get out of there so I could breathe freely again. Please let me go home. The mystery man tilted his head toward Emmeline and returned his eyes to me. Emmeline sat back in her chair. "Dante, Officer Wharton, would you please give us a moment?" Both men nodded and moved swiftly toward the exit. "I know you're frustrated, but this is important," she said, placing her hand in the center of the table. If she expected me to reach out and take it, she was wrong. "Claren, please look at me." I lifted my head to meet her gaze. She held her lips in a thin line, appraising me. Her eyes were searching mine like Cato's had earlier. But she seemed to be reading me, gathering information and assessing it, where Cato's search had been fruitless. Uncomfortable with what she might discover, I turned away. It was foolish to think this woman was reading my thoughts, yet I couldn't bring myself to look back to her eyes. "I'm not a mind reader," she said. Well, that did it. My face snapped back to her like a rubber band on a newspaper. She smiled. "I don't know exactly what you're thinking," she continued, "but I do know what you're feeling. I can read your emotions quite well, actually." My pulse quickened again, and I willed it to slow down. I didn't want Emmeline to have the satisfaction of toying with my emotions and knowing she had succeeded, but I was curious to learn more. "And I think you have a knack for it as well." I paused to consider her words. Looking at Emmeline, it was impossible to know how she was feeling. Maybe she was emotionless, or maybe she was flat wrong in her assessment. I didn't know what reading someone's emotions would entail, but I was pretty sure it wasn't something I could do. I shook my head. "I don't think so, Miss Fraser." She reached further across the table and took my hand. I started to pull away, but something stopped me. I felt a sense of calmness and an urge to linger a little longer and take it all in. She held my hand in the middle of the table, and I delighted in the peace that had washed over me. "How do you feel right now?" she asked. I sighed. "I feel fine." She let go, and my shoulders immediately tensed. Maybe that was the wrong answer. I hoped she wasn't upset. "I want you to close your eyes and remember. I know it sounds silly, but humor me. How did you feel before you saw the outsider reach for that knife?" Not wanting to upset her any further, I obeyed. "I had just finished the second section of my exam. I was still a little flustered by that man you were with. He was staring at me." I opened one eye, but Emmeline's face remained blank. "Dante," she said, "go on." Anyway, my shoulders were tight, so I took a minute to stretch, but it just got worse. I felt, I don't know, nervous, I guess. And then I saw the outsider, but I didn't know he was an outsider. Honestly, I didn't. I added the last part quickly. Emmeline didn't seem concerned about my involvement, but then she was also incredibly difficult to figure out. I didn't want to leave any kind of doubt in her mind about my innocence in this matter. And I felt a surge of adrenaline when I looked at him. I knew something wasn't right. Then I saw the knife, and I reacted before I even knew what was happening. I opened my eyes quickly. I didn't want the memory to continue. We both knew what had happened next. Emmeline pursed her lips, choosing her next words carefully. "Did you consider that surge of emotion you felt may have come from him?" My brows turned up in confusion. "No, ma'am. I wouldn't have thought that was possible." "Do you feel strong emotions a lot? If you're speaking with someone who is angry or sad, for example, do you experience those same feelings?" "Well, sure," I said. "Doesn't everyone?" Emmeline smiled widely and placed her hands back on the table. "No, Claren, everyone does not. not as strongly as I think you do anyway. Dante was watching you closely through the exam because he noticed the fluctuations in your emotions and thought you may be an empath. I apologize if he made you uncomfortable with his stares. I'll need to speak with him about his subtlety, but he was correct in his assessment. There was nothing subtle about his stares, and I had no idea what an empath was, but I knew I wasn't one. I'm sorry, Miss Fraser, but there's been some kind of misunderstanding. I'm just a normal girl. You're anything but normal, Claren. Think of your empathy as an aptitude of sorts, and a rare one at that. Your ability to understand what people are feeling is very valuable. This was crazy. There was no way my ability to feel extra sad or nervous was valuable in any way. What she was saying couldn't have been true, and even if it was, which it wasn't, it would be more of a hindrance than a help. I put my face down into my hands and mumbled. Hopefully this empath thing wouldn't get in the way of my career selection. Then again, maybe it could help. Would empathy be useful as a healer? I couldn't feel their physical pain, but maybe I could treat patients better if I understood how they were feeling emotionally. It would certainly be more useful as a healer than a worker. Maybe I could use that to my advantage. Emmeline was in charge of career development after all. Does the exam screen for empathy? I was hopeful. Because if so, I think I could be really useful as a healer. Emmeline tilted her head, a sad smile playing at the corners of her mouth. It does. It did. That's what Dante and some of the others were watching for. And you passed. But empaths are not selected as healers. But I didn't finish my test, I protested. I can go back tomorrow and finish with the rest of my class. That won't be necessary. We've already identified your greatest aptitude. Emmeline sat tall with a straight face. Any evidence of our casual communication from the previous few minutes was gone. She'd put her invisible leader hat back on. Claren Greenwood, you have been selected for further training as a peacemaker. Your official letter will arrive next week with the others, but I would like you to begin preparing now. The training is rigorous and will therefore begin before the other specializations. You have 2 weeks. A peacemaker. Just when I thought the day couldn't get any crazier, I was selected for a career placement closer to the center than I could have possibly dreamed. Cato was going to be thrilled. Being selected for this program is a great honor, as you must know. But with it comes certain responsibilities. The first and most important duty you have in this moment is to guard your identity as an empath with your life. No one must know. That was fine. I didn't really want anyone fussing over me about it anyway. And second, you must realize that space near the center walls is extremely limited. As such, you will go alone. Your family must remain in their current housing while you move into a group house with fellow trainees. I allowed her words to soak in, and the color drained from my face. I couldn't leave Cato behind, not in his current state of mind. He was so unhappy with our circumstances. More than once, I'd heard him wonder aloud about life in the outside. He spoke often of Dad, but the thought of him chasing our father out into a world full of chaos and criminals was enough to make me stay. He needed me. I had to keep him grounded. "Can I think about it?" I asked. Emmeline was taken aback, her professional expression giving way to a brief look of concern, but she quickly regained her composure. "As I mentioned, you have 2 weeks, but you will not retake the exam. If you choose to forego the peacemaker training, you will be assigned to whatever position remains among the workers after the others have been assigned." Silent understanding passed between us. The most coveted worker positions in offices or upscale establishments were filled first by the brightest and most qualified of the workers. The last positions to be filled were often the least desirable. Turning down the peacemaker position would leave me digging ditches or pumping sewage. But if that's what it took to keep Cato safe, Am I clear? I nodded. Very well, then. You will receive your letter next week, and your response will be greatly anticipated. I hope we can talk again soon. Emmeline stood and extended her hand. I followed suit, and with a quick handshake, she was gone. Chapter 5. Our kitchen was small, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Without ever moving my feet, I could grab carrots from the refrigerator, rinse them in the sink, and chop them on our butcher block countertop. It was very efficient. I wished I had some bacon I could prepare to add some protein to our soup, but it had been 12 days since Cato's last paycheck. Money was always tight towards the end of a pay period. Yes, the standard wage was designed to cover food and basic needs for every member in each household, but when we did things like splurge on pizza, we had to be careful with what little money we had remaining. So we would have to enjoy our baked potato soup sans bacon that night. Cato entered the living room with a slam of the door. Anxious to tell him about the craziness of my day, I quickly wiped my hands on my apron and turned to greet him. But Cato wasn't in the mood to chat. He didn't even comment on the scent of the vegetables simmering in chicken stock on the stovetop, and potato soup was his favorite. "Hey!" "I'm going to hop in the shower," Cato said, storming past me. What was his problem? If anyone had a reason to be upset today, it was me. Word about the outsider sneaking into the aptitude test must have made its way through the entire borough by now. Surely he'd heard. If nothing else, he could have at least asked how the test went. If I would have known Cato was going to be such a grump, I would have gone over to Sela's house for dinner. I was anxious to see how she was doing after this afternoon anyway. She looked so upset when I was dragged out after the test. But since I was home, I figured I'd better make the best of it. I grabbed some scissors and stepped out the back door onto the small patio behind our kitchen. The evening sky was clear, and I could see stars beginning to sparkle in the east, while purple and pink light still danced across the sky on the western horizon. The cool air on my face was a welcome change from the hot stovetop inside. 4 small pots lined neatly along the wall of the patio brought a smile to my face. We may not have bacon, but at least we'd have some fresh herbs for our soup. Gardening was frowned upon in New America. The government operated large farms for us that could produce food much more economically than the small operations that farmers ran long ago. Most people in the cities had no idea how to grow food of any kind, and there wasn't room for it in our little yards, even if they did. But my mom knew how, and she always said the best way to make an ordinary meal extraordinary was to add some fresh herbs. I clipped some parsley from a small plant, grateful that she taught me how to overwinter and reseed them each year. Cato reemerged as I was rinsing the leaves back inside. He rubbed a thin gray towel back and forth over his wet hair and left it to rest on his shoulders around the back of his neck. Then he set his sights on me, his expression grave. "I heard about the exam," he said. "I figured you would have. It was a pretty eventful morning." Cato scoffed and sat down at the table. I set the parsley on the counter and joined him. Something was obviously on his mind, and I wasn't going to let him keep brushing me off. Maybe if I kept talking, he'd shake it off and get back to fun Cato. I really needed fun Cato. "No one even noticed the outsider at first," I continued. "He was a younger guy, maybe a couple of years older than you, and I think everyone was so stressed about the exam that they didn't realize he wasn't a student. He was clean and dressed like any of the rest of us." Cato occupied himself with his towel, refusing to make eye contact with me. Sometimes he reminded me of a stubborn toddler when he didn't get his way. That was exactly why I needed to stay close to him. Whatever he was pouting about was enough to make him forget that his only sister was almost killed earlier. What else would he forget without me around to help him? Everyone was terrified when he pulled out that knife. I decided not to mention the part about me trying to stop him. But thankfully no one got hurt. "No one got hurt?" Cato asked incredulously. "They killed him!" He stood, pacing back and forth in the small space between the kitchen and the table, separating it from the living room. "I meant none of the students got hurt," I said. But the guy had a knife. What were they supposed to do? How about anything other than kill him? You said yourself he wasn't hurting anyone. Well, he didn't hurt anyone yet. But when a crazy outsider comes in waving a knife around, what are we supposed to expect? That he's trying to make friends? What makes you think he was crazy? Dad's an outsider now, too. Does that make him crazy? If Dad came into a gym full of high schoolers waving a knife around, then yeah, I'd say he was crazy, too. Cato threw his towel across the room, groaning loudly. I returned to my spot at the counter to chop the parsley. This conversation obviously wasn't getting me anywhere, and I was starving. Other than a couple of veggies I sneaked while prepping the soup, I hadn't eaten since breakfast. The interrogation took up most of my afternoon. Besides, I didn't need Cato constantly reminding me of our father. Dad broke the rules. That was his choice. He knew he was all we had after Mom died, and he still tried to climb that wall, knowing he'd be exiled for his actions. There was no logical explanation for what he did. Ouch! I grabbed my left hand, watching the red ooze out of my thumb and spill down into my palm. The knife hit the floor, and Cato was at my side in half a second. "Claren, are you all right?" "I'm fine. The knife just slipped while I was chopping." "That's a lot of blood." He helped me rinse my hand and fetched a clean bandage to wrap it in. The cut was deep, but it wouldn't require stitches. "Thanks," I said. "Of course." Cato grinned. "I couldn't let you get your blood all over our dinner." I playfully punched him in the shoulder with my good hand. "Go grab us some bowls." Cato had his flaws, but he was still family, and family sticks together. Which is exactly why I couldn't accept the peacemaker training. I needed my brother just as much as he needed me. My feet dangled from the brick wall that lined the staircase leading into the school gym. I watched them swing back and forth, ignoring the tingling in my toes caused by leaving them hanging for so long. It was better than watching the expressions of my classmates as they exited the aptitude test. They passed me by, wide-eyed and whispering to one another, "There she is. Why is she here?" Some stared with open mouths, while others smiled and even clapped me on the back as they walked past. "Great work, Claren! Thanks for saving us yesterday." I didn't deserve any accolades, and I tried my best to look inconspicuous, but it was no use. One by one, they congratulated me on saving everyone from the outsider. At first I laughed, thinking they must be kidding. I didn't do anything to protect anyone. One look at that man would have told anyone that he wasn't really planning on causing any harm, and even if he did intend to hurt someone, my yelling did nothing to stop him. But the congratulations continued. I thought about hopping down and hiding around the corner, but I didn't want to risk missing Selah. I hadn't seen her since the day before, and I couldn't wait to fill her in on everything. Finally, she stepped through the double doors, her forehead wrinkled in concern. "Hey now, no need to frown. I'm sure you did great." "Claren!" Selah dropped her bag and threw her arms around my neck. She never was one to hold her emotions back. "I'm so happy to see you!" My cheeks flushed. I was equal parts happy to see my friend and mortified by the extra attention she was drawing toward me. I grabbed her bag the moment she released me and started walking. We couldn't get away from that place fast enough. "Okay, tell me everything. Wanda said she saw you in the back of a car. Is it true? I can't believe you got to ride in a car. I'm so jealous." I laughed. "Yeah, it's true. But don't be jealous. Cars are pretty small and not that great. I'd rather ride the bus." "Where did they take you?" Selah's face grew more serious. "You got escorted out of the test, and then I didn't hear from you. What happened?" I sighed. "We went down to the security office. They just wanted to ask a few questions about the outsider." "It was pretty weird." Selah kicked a rock out of our path and slung her bag back over her right shoulder. "How did you know he was going to attack?" I deliberated before answering. My plan this morning was to catch Selah after the test and tell her everything. Well, almost everything. Emmeline asked me to keep the empath bit a secret, and I didn't want to go back on my word, even though I decided to go a different direction with my career. I'd have to keep my answers vague. I didn't know. I was stretching between sections of the exam and saw him reach for a knife in his bag. I stood up when he did, but I don't think I could have actually stopped him from doing anything. Selah watched me as we walked, the light dancing in her eyes, and I knew she was hungry for more details. She lived on excitement like this. But thankfully, she didn't press me for any more information. "Well, you sure looked like a hero from where I sat. I was so proud of you up there." "Thanks," I said sheepishly. "I just wish it could have ended a little better. But tell me about today. How did your exam go? I assume there weren't any more surprises this morning." "It was fine." Selah waved my question away with her hand, obviously not ready to change the conversation back to herself. "I was surprised that you weren't in there, though. I got to the steps early today and everything. Where were you?" Shoot. I needed to find a way to answer without giving her the details of my meeting. "After yesterday's test, Emmeline thought I should stay home today. She thought I could use some time to recover from everything." It was half true, but the words felt dirty coming out of my mouth. I hated lying to my friend. "Who's Emmeline?" "She's the director of career development who spoke to us before the exam yesterday." "Oh yeah, the blonde lady, right? She wasn't in there today. It was some man instead. How cool that you got to sit and talk to a leader, though. Was she as regal and beautiful up close as they are on television?" Selah always loved television. Evening programming was usually just news, but during the summers we could watch during the afternoon, and we could spend hours mindlessly watching the footage they played from leaders in other cities. Most of our borough had never left Clawson City, so it was always a treat to see what other cities were like. There was no television after the Great War, a fact my grandfather reminded me of often when he was still with us. When his parents were children, there were hundreds of different programs to watch. He said there was more to watch than any one person could consume in his lifetime. But I was grateful for the public programming our government provided us now. We were always up to date with the latest news, and we had plenty of programs featuring the other cities and parts of our country I may never get to see. And it was true that Emmeline looked just like one of those beautiful faces that graced our television screens. "She was lovely," I answered Selah, "and very kind." That seemed like enough detail. I wanted to confide in my friend, but decided it wouldn't make much difference in the end. I wasn't going to specialize as a peacemaker, so there was no need to get her excited about talking to leaders and living in group houses near the center of the city. And I couldn't say anything about being selected as an empath anyway. Selah was a dreamer, and her dreams would be better suited for other people and realistic careers. I didn't need her to get carried away on a fantasy life that would never happen for me. I grilled her about her test instead and let Selah gush over her own possibilities the rest of the way to her house. It felt good to taste a moment of normalcy after the whirlwind of the last 24 hours. Chapter 6. I woke with a start, sweaty and tangled in my sheets. It was a dream I'd had before. It always started with my family of 4 playing a game of cards around the table. We'd all laugh as Mom would splay her perfect hand in front of Cato, gloating not because she won, but because my brother was so competitive. But as she stood to revel in her glory, something or someone would always take her down. In tonight's dream, it was a single bullet like the one Emmeline fired on test day. Mom's body hit the floor with a thud. The sound came from outside. I rushed to the window just in time to see Cato closing up behind him. He must have hit the ground a little too hard when he jumped out of his bedroom window. Beside him on the ground lay a black trash bag. I'd almost forgotten about that bag with everything else that had happened over the last couple of days. I quickly threw on some jeans and a sweatshirt, slipped on my boots without stopping to find socks, and pulled open my window. Cato was already gone. I threw a leg over the windowsill and carefully dropped down to the patio below, then rushed over to the boxwood bush where I'd seen him land the night he brought the bag home. An old tree stump was hidden behind the bush. I stepped up and peeked over the tall wooden fence to find Cato walking quickly but silently toward the business district. The bag was tucked under his arm, and if I didn't already know what it was, it wouldn't have looked suspicious at all. Using the stump, I pushed myself up and over the fence, wincing as the wooden post pushed against a bandaged cut on my thumb. Oof! My landing could have been a little more graceful, but at least I wasn't hurt, and I didn't think I was loud enough to have been heard. It wasn't technically a crime to be out after dark. It just wasn't very wise, especially in the back alleys behind the living quarters. I rushed along the back fences as quickly as I could, and only stopped to pause once I'd reached the main street. Most of the lights were dark in the homes around me, but there was a street light about a block ahead on the left. Cato was just beyond it, still moving straight ahead. I scurried to catch up, staying on the right side of the street, close to trees and shrubs that lined the road. As I ran past the streetlight, I saw Cato take a turn off of the main roadway up ahead. My adrenaline picked up as I unsuccessfully tried to think of anything familiar in that direction. Where was he going? I saw them just after I turned the corner. Fear gripped my body, and I stood frozen to the sidewalk. Two shadowy figures stepped out from between an abandoned storefront and a line of old houses that backed up to the same forest that ran past the sanitation headquarters. I knew they were outsiders from the way they walked before they even stepped into the light. The shorter man had a slight limp, but the taller man was menacing as he stalked over toward my brother. Cato was on the stoop of a boarded-up old church building. I searched for somewhere he could run, somewhere safe, but I wasn't able to see much from my spot on the corner. If I went any further, they'd spot me in the light on the road up ahead. But I was quick. If I could just get their attention away from my brother. He turned around before I could act. I inched back behind a tree near the road and watched with my mouth open as Cato reached out and pulled the shorter man into a brief hug. He turned and did the same to the taller man. They spoke in whispers for just a moment as Cato held out the bag before opening the front door of the church and ducking inside under a wide board. The night was quiet and still again, with no one else in sight. Cato didn't seem worried, but there was no way I was going to leave my brother here with those men. I knew what the outsiders were capable of, but I'd have to find a different way inside so they wouldn't know I was there. I dashed over to the church building and made my way around the perimeter. I'd never been up close to a church before. After the Great War, officials decided we would all have more peace if everyone kept their spiritual beliefs private. When public displays of worship or prayer became illegal, churches, temples, and mosques were shut down and boarded up across the country. Some had been repurposed for public use, while others, like this one, sat abandoned for decades. I imagined if it had been located closer to the center, they may have cleaned it up and made it useful again. My boot crunched on a pile of broken green and blue glass behind the building. I paused, making sure no one was around who might have heard. Up above was an elaborate window about 6 feet above the ground. I could make out what used to be a picture of a dove radiating rays of golden light over trees and water below. Several of the stained glass panels were broken or missing, and beneath it was a hole where a second, smaller window had been entirely removed. A board that used to cover the hole was hanging loosely by one nail. I could possibly squeeze through the opening if I went head first and pulled my body through on my stomach, but first I'd have to see what was on the other side. Nothing was behind the church except a pile of dried leaves, so I walked back around to where the old houses sat. An empty metal trash can lay on its side, next to a run-down-looking shack that I supposed was probably also empty. It was lightweight enough that I could carry it back to the window without dragging it on the ground. Turning it upside down, I climbed on top and peeked through the hole beneath the stained glass. The window opening was at the end of a dusty auditorium. A few pews remained scattered along the edges, but the room was mostly empty and very dark along the interior walls. In the middle sat a circle of 5 men and 2 women gathered around a lantern. Dim light danced across their faces, but they looked to be at ease. Cato sat with his back to me, and I spotted the trash bag sitting neatly in his lap. I watched in silence for just a moment before pushing myself up and through the window. A giant table overflowing with ripped hymnals sat about 2 or 3 feet in front of the window, next to an old podium. Getting inside was tricky, but I reached out with my arms while my legs still dangled outside the window, and somehow got myself into a bridge position with the front half of my body gripping the large table and my feet perched on the windowsill. The books were stacked high enough to block my view from the group in the auditorium. Slowly, I let down one leg, then the other, and slid behind the podium to ensure I was completely out of sight. Once inside, I could hear the group more clearly. A small sigh of relief escaped my lips. They didn't see me come in. I carefully peered around the edge of the podium to see what I was up against. "See anyone yet?" The woman who spoke was looking toward the front door. I couldn't see him from the window, but the tall man who walked up on Cato outside was now standing guard inside the church. So that made 6 men and 2 women. The group's ages seemed to skew on the younger side. Cato was 19, and the 2 boys to his left looked to be about the same. But on his right sat an older man. I'd say he was close to 60 if I had to guess, but he was definitely the most physically fit old man I'd ever seen. I wasn't counting his age against him. He would still be a challenge to contend with if I needed to get Cato out of there. The women were slightly older than Cato, as were the last 2 men, the ones I saw outside earlier. I didn't want to get on the wrong side of a group like this. "No one yet," the man at the door called back. The door was slightly cracked, and he was watching from the narrow opening. "I told you no one would come," said a short man who looked to be in his 30s. I recognized him as the man with the limp. "It was a death wish from the start. We were fools to think it would work. What a waste." He scowled, and a young woman beside him placed her hand on his knee. "It was not a waste," she said. "Sam planted the seed, and seeds take time to grow. We won't let his sacrifice be a waste." The circle was silent for a beat before Cato spoke up. He sounded excited, and though I couldn't see his face from my angle, I could hear his goofy grin in his voice. I almost smiled right along with him, but then I remembered we were still in an abandoned old church surrounded by outsiders. I craned my neck a little further past the edge of the podium to try and catch a glimpse of him speaking. "Well, I've got something for you all to see, even if it is just the 8 of us. Get over here, Dave. You're going to want to check this out." The tall man at the door, Dave, left his post and sat next to one of the teenage boys opposite Cato. Dave was clearly an outsider. The bare skin of his knees poked through the tattered holes in his jeans as he lowered himself to the floor. The boy beside him looked a little more put together, though. There was something familiar about him. "What you got?" Dave asked. My heart picked up speed as Cato lifted the black trash bag from his lap. This secret was too dangerous for me, the person he supposedly trusted most in the world, but he was fine showing it to this ragged bunch. It was insulting. And yet I couldn't pull my eyes away. I had to know what was in there. Everyone else had similar looks of excitement and wonder as they focused on my brother. Everyone but the boy directly to Cato's left. He looked around the room instead. His dark eyes were alert, searching. He turned slightly to scan the area where I sat, and I quickly pulled my head back behind the podium. I was instantly annoyed at him for forcing me out of sight as I heard the crinkling of the plastic bag Cato opened in his lap. I'd been waiting 2 days to find out what was inside, and now I risked missing my only shot. The group began to murmur quietly, and I hoped the boy beside Cato had turned his attention back to the bag as well. But to be safe, I decided to peek around from the other side of the podium this time. I didn't see the rat, and I don't think the rat saw me. If it did, it paid no mind as it scampered across the back of my hand. But I minded. I minded a lot. I flung my hand out the moment I felt its disgusting little feet touch my skin. Its warm, furry belly made contact with my skin for a fraction of a second before it went flying across the church, squealing through the air. In any other circumstances, I probably would have been proud of my reflexes, nudging Cato, asking him if he saw how quickly I reacted. But this was not the time or the place to brag to my brother. I heard the group jump to their feet as I pulled myself into a tight ball behind the podium. Maybe they didn't suspect any foul play. Maybe rats went flying through their secret church meetings often. Maybe I'd survived this whole night unscathed. Or maybe not. "Who's there?" Whoever shouted did not sound afraid. His voice was strong and clear, ready to fight. I suspected it was the old man. "Check behind the podium. I thought I heard something back there a minute ago." The second voice was deep and smooth, and I pictured the dark eyes that were searching for me moments earlier. I'd rather have the furry rat back. 2 sets of footsteps made their way toward me, and I debated whether I'd be safer if I made a leap for the window. The hair on my arm stood on edge as they neared, and my legs were like springs ready to pounce. But a click of metal told me I wouldn't make it very far. Of course they had weapons. Why wouldn't they? I was defenseless, but my brother sat just 20 feet away. They seemed to like him. Without a second thought, I came out from behind the podium, both arms in the air. "I'm with Cato," I said quickly. The breathless sound of my own voice was a little unnerving. The old man and Dave were blocking my view of the group, and Dave held a gun. "Please don't hurt me," I said. "I mean no harm. I was just looking after my brother." "Claren?" Cato said. The men parted slightly, giving me a view of my brother's pale face. He was wide-eyed, and his mouth remained slightly ajar. "Get her!" yelled the boy farthest from me. I knew now why he looked familiar earlier. This boy wasn't an outsider. He was one of my classmates. "That's the girl who got Sam killed." Chapter 7. The old man dragged me back to the group standing in the center of the church auditorium. His grip on my arm was unnecessarily firm. I wouldn't dare try to run, especially not with that gun Dave was wielding. He was a shifty-looking guy, even without a weapon. "Cato, do you know this girl?" My brother slowly nodded as he processed the scene before him. It took a minute before he was able to snap back to reality. "Yeah, that's my sister. I'm just not sure what she's doing here." His eyes widened and his brows lifted. He was trying to communicate something to me, but all I could process was fear. "I know what she's doing here." Dax O'Neill, the boy I recognized from school, was glaring at me. "She's working for the government. I saw her get in the car with some officials after she got Sam killed." Sam. That must have been his name. I blinked away the tears that sprang to my eyes as I recalled the young man at the aptitude test. Suddenly, Cato's broody temperament after the exam made a world of sense. I wondered how close they had been. Was I spared because of Cato? Guilt covered me up like a heavy blanket. I knew Sam wouldn't have succeeded either way, but I truly hoped I didn't play a part in getting him killed. Maybe if I hadn't drawn attention to the knife. "Did the government send you here?" Dax took another step towards me and another, one with each sentence he spoke, drawing my attention back to the current situation. "Are you supposed to bring them some intel so they can come back and wipe us out? Well, you can tell them we won't go down easily. We're ready to fight." He stopped just a foot away from my face, and I felt his saliva hit my cheek as he spat out the last word. His cheeks were red, and his breathing was fast and heavy. I needed some space between us, but I was stuck in the grips of Dave and the old man. "Shut up, Dax. Let her speak," said one of the women. Dax quit shouting, but he didn't step back. "No," I said. "I told you. I'm here with Cato." "That's funny, because we met Cato out front, and he was alone," said the short man with the limp. He stepped up beside Dax, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't intimidated. I knew he wasn't quick with that bad leg, but his broad shoulders and wide chest told me he was hiding lots of strength under his black coat. I shook my head. "He didn't know I was following him." I shifted my gaze to the floor, embarrassed to admit that I had been watching my brother. I didn't want him to be disappointed in me. "See?" said Dax. "She's admitting it. She came to spy on us." I looked back up to see an infuriated Dax with his head cocked to one side. His mouth was held in a tight line as he stared me down. "Admit it." "No, it's not true." The accusations were crushing. The lantern's light dancing across the faces that encircled me added to the eerie ambiance, and I didn't know how much of the chill in the air could be contributed to the weather. "Why are you here, Claren?" Cato's eyes were glossy and his voice gentle, full of concern. Beside him stood the boy with the dark eyes, looking equally concerned. At least they weren't all out to get me. "I heard you leave, and I saw the black bag in your hands. I know you said it was dangerous, but I was worried." Cato winced when I mentioned the bag. He never wanted me to see it in the first place. Judging by the looks of the rest of the group, they didn't like me knowing about it either. "I couldn't stand the thought of you getting caught in a dangerous situation, so I followed you. And when I saw strangers take you inside the church, I had to make sure you were okay." I didn't want to call them outsiders. We all knew that's what they were, but it somehow felt disrespectful to say it in front of them. Not that they were showing me any respect. Cato was contemplative, staring at the bag sitting off to his left. The dark-eyed boy beside him was staring right at me, however. No, he wasn't just staring at me, he was staring into me. I met his eyes and felt the same searching sensation I'd experienced with Emmeline. He was looking for information, and I had a sense he was finding more than he let on. The corner of his mouth turned up just a touch. His lower lip was full, and his mouth was surrounded by a 5 o'clock shadow, his scruff the same shade as the espresso-colored muss of hair on his head. The smile was barely perceptible, yet it made my heart pound. "So we're supposed to believe that you're some kind of bodyguard for Cato?" The man with the limp laughed, looking me up and down. "He doesn't need you." After being accused of murder, lying, and spying for the government, I'm not sure why that was a comment that set me off, but it definitely did. I wasn't as big or strong as my brother, but he was underestimating my abilities. My burst of energy surprised my captors, and I was able to wiggle out of Dave's grip with a drop of my body and an upward swing of my arms. The old man acted faster, though, and he grabbed my arm with his opposite hand when I dropped down. I swung my body around behind him, hoping to knock him off of his feet and get loose again, but the dark-eyed boy was already there to catch me. He wrapped his arms tightly around me, trapping my arms down against my sides. I considered slamming my head backwards into his face, but something about his touch calmed me. My anger was soothed in an instant, and I knew he was an empath. Emmeline had the same power over me in the interrogation room. His grip loosened around me, and for half a second I wished he wouldn't let go, but he did. Dax looked around at the others, his smug face just begging to get hit. "See," he said, "she already took out Sam. Now she's trying to get Dave and Frank, too. Anyone else want to argue with me about getting rid of her?" "I didn't kill Sam," I yelled, and a tear finally escaped my lower lid. "Look, I told you I came here to look after my brother. I'm not some kind of spy, and I'm not a killer." Cato's face glowed in the low light. I turned and spoke only to him, as if we were the only two people in the room. "I'm so sorry for your loss." My heart ached along with his. I didn't know him, but he was obviously a really special guy. It was clear even in just the brief moment I saw him. I turned to address everyone, another tear warming the wet streak trailing down my cheek. "I would bring him back if I could, I swear. I didn't want him to get hurt. I didn't want anyone to get hurt." Cato pulled me into an embrace, and I allowed myself to melt into his arms. "It's okay," he whispered. "It's okay." I was overwhelmed by the grief of the room, and Cato always had a way of helping me to recenter my thoughts. I found my strength again after a few deep breaths. The hug seemed to have recharged my brother as well. He released me and stood a little taller as he turned to address the others. "I can assure you my sister isn't here for any nefarious reasons. We look out for each other." He gave me a small wink. "So we can ask her to leave if you want, but there is no one I trust more in this world." He leaned down and picked up the black trash bag, turning to me. "I meant it when I said the contents of this bag were dangerous. This is your last chance, sis. Once I open this up, there's no going back. You're one of us." I surveyed the room with my eyes. Cato and the two women looked hopeful. The dark-eyed boy showed no emotion. His expression was flat and empty. Frank, the older man, looked genuinely curious, and the other three, Dax, Dave, and Mr. Limp, were exchanging looks of disgust. I didn't really want to be one of them, but I couldn't leave my brother behind. My suspicions of him entertaining rebellious thoughts had been confirmed in this meeting. He was socializing with outsiders. With his record, just one mistake, a single slip-up would have him exiled. "So, what do you say? Are you ready and willing to break a few rules?" I forced a small smile. "I'm ready, if you'll have me." One of the women gave me a huge grin and turned to Frank, looking for his approval. The old man nodded. "She's honest and loyal, and strong," he added with a chuckle. "If Cato says she's trustworthy, then I don't mind if she stays." Dax rolled his eyes and let out a groan. Frank gestured to Dave, who put away his gun, and then we all took a seat in the slightly larger circle on the floor. I sat between Cato and Frank. "All righty then," Cato said with his signature grin. "Now that that's settled, maybe we should begin with a more civilized introduction. Ladies and gents, meet my sister, Claren Greenwood." "Hi," I said, looking nervously at the mixed emotions around the circle. My gaze stopped once again on the dark-eyed boy. His eyes looked amused, but his face remained expressionless. I wondered if he was still reading me like a book. "This is Rafe," Cato said, gesturing towards the dark-eyed boy. "He was a year ahead of me in school. Now he works in the office at the sanitation headquarters." Rafe. Funny, I didn't ever recall seeing Rafe around Cato and his buddies growing up. I definitely would have remembered him, and I'd never seen him at Cato's work either. Then again, I had never actually been inside the headquarters. "That's Elizabeth beside him. Dax, I think you know from school." I smirked at him and struggled to hold in a giggle at his frustration. He looked like he was about to throw another temper tantrum. "Then we have Dave, Sarah, Tim, and Frank. Frank is kind of like the leader of the pack here, so don't get on his bad side again." Frank smiled kindly toward me. "We're wiping the slate clean. It's nice to meet you, Claren." "It's nice to meet you, too." He was so gentle for an outsider. His clothes were ragged, and his salt and pepper hair was a little too shaggy, but he had a refined strength. I'd never seen anyone quite like him. "So, you're probably wondering why we're all gathered here," Cato continued. I shot him a glance from the sides of my eyes. I didn't actually wonder. It was fairly obvious that these were a bunch of rebels planning attacks like the one Sam tried to pull off a couple of days earlier. He ignored my look. "We call ourselves the Ember Society." Elizabeth cackled and Dax rolled his eyes. Dave shook his head with a smirk. "We don't call ourselves anything," said Sarah. She was the girl who soothed Tim at the start of the meeting. She looked to be in her mid to late 20s, and her fiery red hair was smoothed back into a ponytail at the nape of her neck. Tim looked at her with affection in his eyes as she spoke. "Come on, guys. You know that's an awesome name." Cato grinned again, waving his hands in the air before him as though he was presenting something dramatic. "From the embers they rose, their fire burned on. Things are really heating up." Even Dax cracked a smile at the last one. "Actually," said Frank, "we're just ordinary people. There's no secret group or team name. Sorry, Cato's just doing some wishful thinking. Most of us grew up on the outside, as I'm sure you've guessed, but we've made some good lives for ourselves out there. Many people have, and now that we're finding a community of our own, I thought it would be nice to educate some of you in the cities about the freedom that exists outside." Freedom outside? That was preposterous. The only people who lived outside were criminals who had been exiled from the cities, the worst of the worst. In the cities, we received food, shelter, careers, a standard wage, and even suitable matches for our life partners. We had everything we needed. Why would anyone choose to go live outside? They had nothing. I pictured Frank living in a cave, feasting on grubs, and shuddered. But who was I to judge what made them happy? I smiled politely and nodded. After all, I wasn't in the meeting for myself. My only goal was to keep Cato out of trouble, out of the outside. I couldn't let these people get into his head. Rafe's eyes were practically burning a hole in the side of my face, but I refused to turn and meet his gaze. I didn't want to make his mind reading any easier. He didn't need to know I didn't support Frank's mission to educate the city dwellers. He just needed to know that I supported Cato. "Right," my brother said. "So I've got some really interesting proof for us." He dumped the contents of the bag into the middle of the circle. A few glass bottles clanked across the floor, followed by some sort of small screen, a handbag, and some small metal and plastic objects I didn't recognize. It was a bunch of trash. Frank leaned in close to examine some of the small objects, turning them over in his hands. Several eyebrows raised around the circle, and Elizabeth looked downright giddy. I sneaked a glimpse in Rafe's direction to see if he was finally showing any form of emotion, but he immediately met my gaze. I quickly turned away, cheeks flushing. Our looks back and forth felt like some kind of mental cat-and-mouse game, and I refused to get caught. "You were right!" Dak shouted gleefully. "I can't believe it! Look at this stuff!" I was so confused. These people really loved trash. The excitement in the room was palpable. Elizabeth was rubbing her hands across a handbag, examining its details. She lifted it to her nose and inhaled deeply. "Real leather," she said, before passing it to Dax. "What do you think?" Cato asked Frank. The look on his face reminded me of old times. It was the kind of look he would give Dad after sweeping the patio or mending the leak under our sink. It was a look of hopeful respect. He was seeking Frank's approval. Frank gave a small nod, his eyes twinkling with excitement. "You did it. This is exactly what we thought. They've got advanced technology." Sarah must have noticed the confusion on my face. "This stuff is from inside the walls," she said to me. "We've suspected for a while now that the leaders within the city walls live differently from the rest of you. They preach equality, but there's a whole different world inside the center, a better world." I shook my head. "We see scenes from the center all the time on television. They live just like we do. I've seen their houses and their storefronts. We all earn the standard wage, even the leaders. There's no way they can afford to live any differently than we do." "You only see what they want you to see." "But Cato's been inside the walls," I argued. "He goes in there every day to collect their waste. Tell them, Cato, it's just like where we live, only better protected." I inhaled sharply. The walls protected them from the outsiders, the very people I was sitting with. I hoped they weren't offended by the truth. No one seemed to notice my words, or maybe they just didn't care. "It's true that everything inside looks the same from the streets," Cato said, "but we think maybe they're hiding the truth underground." I laughed. He was being ridiculous. I knew my brother had a tendency to get carried away with crazy ideas, but this was too much. "Cato is in a unique position," Sarah continued. "There aren't many people allowed to enter the center walls. They think nothing of him as a trash collector, but he knows more than he lets on. So we've asked him to keep an eye on things. As he collects their waste, he watches for anything that looks different, anything that might prove the leaders within the walls have more, live a higher quality of life than the rest of us." The way she included herself in the rest of us struck me. I would never lump myself into the same category as outsiders, but where I drew the line at the edge of the city, she drew it at the center walls. We were on the same level in her mind. I gestured to the pile of garbage in the middle of our circle. So what does this prove exactly? Several people began to explain, but they quickly quieted when Frank spoke. The glass bottles are for wine. We have wine outside the walls too, I argued. You get wine for weddings. They drink wine whenever they want, he said. Cato piped in. I only got a couple of bottles, but you'd be amazed by how much they drink, Claren. It's like everyone in there drinks a bottle every day. The handbag is made from real leather, Frank spoke again. You know leather is outlawed. We use the limited resources we have for food. It's wasteful to slaughter a cow for its hide. The screen is for entertainment. It's like a miniature television, but it also contains games and other programs for the leaders to access whenever they want. Many people use these before the war, but as you know, television was limited with the new American standards. They claim it's to help our minds better develop, but really, it's to prevent your free access to information. And these are accessories for their technology. He held out a handful of the small metal objects encased in plastic. They store information on these. I took one of the items from Frank and examined it. There was nothing special about it, and I saw no way to extract anything from it. It seemed pretty useless to me. And the food, Cato said. Whew, you should see how much food they throw out. Tons of meat and milk and cheese. They even throw out desserts. Desserts were a rare delicacy for us. The standard wage kept us adequately fed, but there wasn't much room for extras. Sweets were usually only enjoyed at birthday parties and other special occasions. It was a lot to take in. I didn't understand everything, but there had to be a better explanation than secret underground lives for the leaders. If what Cato said was true, then it certainly would seem as though they may be working with more than the standard wage. But how? Wow! It was all I could think to say. Around me, the excitement picked up again as everyone passed the objects around our circle. The items meant a lot to the group. But even if they were right, even if the leaders lived more luxurious lives than the rest of us, I didn't see how life outside could be a better option. There, Dax said with a sneer. Now you can go back and tell all your government friends that we're on to them. We know they're hiding things. Chapter 8. I nearly fell out of my chair when I heard the banging on my front door. I had been lost in thought, though lost didn't seem like the right word for a place I had become so familiar with that week. I was in my head most of the time. School was finished, the aptitude test capping off my primary education, and Cato was at work during the days. So I puttered around the house, tidying up, preparing meals, but mostly just sitting and thinking. There was a lot to think about. Bang, bang, bang. Claren, open the door! They're here! A pang of guilt shot through me when I heard Sela's voice at the door. I'd been avoiding her all week. I didn't trust myself to act normal after meeting with the outsiders. Then there was Sam's murder, and being an empath, and there was just too much in my head, too much that couldn't be discussed with my best friend. Coming! I opened the door to reveal a very energetic Sela, squealing with excitement as she waved an envelope through the air. The letters came today. Did you already open yours? I saved mine. I was hoping we could open them together. I'd forgotten all about the letters. They held no excitement for me. I had already received my placement, and since I planned to reject the peacemaker training, I knew any other career placement I received wouldn't be worth getting excited about, but I needed to make it believable for Sela. Good idea, but I haven't received mine yet. What? I'm sure you have. They all came today. Have you checked the mail yet? Sela grabbed my hand and walked me to the door. Let's go see. She squealed again as she practically skipped down to the curb with me. My letter sat in the mailbox, taunting me. I told you it would be here. Let's go see what we got. I bet you're gonna be a healer, Claire. I can just feel it. I debated my next moves as we walked back to the house. Getting selected as a peacemaker was noteworthy. Seela would want to tell everyone we knew. It was a very rare placement, made even rarer by the fact that I was the child of a worker and a healer. There was no way she or anyone else would understand my decision to reject the offer, and I couldn't exactly tell her about Cato's activities with the outsiders. One slip and he'd be gone forever. "You ready?" Seela asked. She settled herself into a cozy chair tucked into the corner of my small living room, practically trembling with anticipation. She slid one shaky thumb under the edge of the flap on the back of her envelope. "On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. My thumb slid under the flap of my letter, mimicking Seela's actions across from me. We pulled out our letters, and I watched my friend skim hers silently. Her shoulders deflated a touch, and I knew she was a worker. But then her eyes widened, and I anxiously waited to hear her final results. "What did you get?" she asked after a smile. "You go first. Miss Seela Ward, we are pleased to inform you that you have been selected as a worker. Workers make up the backbone of our society, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. We would like to offer you the position of administrative assistant. If you accept, you will work on the 3rd floor of the Morton Borough Medical Center." Her happiness was contagious. I was genuinely thrilled for her. "The medical center, Claren! Can you believe it? I may get to move a little deeper into the city, and if you're a healer— Are you a healer? Read yours. What'd you get?" I recalled Seela's face after the exam. I knew that she wasn't feeling great about her performance, but administrative assistant was actually a really wonderful placement for her. I wondered what I would have gotten if I'd been allowed to finish the exam in its entirety. That was when an idea occurred to me. "I'm a worker, too," I said, "but I don't have a position listed yet. I wasn't able to retake the test with the rest of you, remember? So unfortunately I'll have to wait until everyone returns their letters of intent and see what's remaining." It wasn't a lie. It was just omitting part of the truth. I'd have to get used to that. Seela was crushed. She knew what that meant as well as I did. I wouldn't be at the medical center or anywhere near it. I wouldn't even get a position as good as Cato, picking up garbage. I was going to be the lowest of the low. "Oh, Claren." "It's fine, really." I forced a smile. "Now I can stay close to my knucklehead brother." I stood to make us some tea, eager to change the subject. The next day I thought I had déjà vu. This time the knocking was lighter, but it still startled me. I groaned inside and took my time going to answer the door. Seela stayed through dinner the night before. She made it her personal mission to keep my mind off of the career placements and spent most of the evening laughing over old memories. She must have filled Cato in at some point because he never asked about the letter. Instead, he hung out in the living room with us after work, sharing memories and chuckling right along with her. I was exhausted by the time she left. Maintaining my cheerful facade for so long was physically painful. She must have returned for more fun today. The knock came again, soft but insistent. "I'm coming!" I was barely able to mask my irritation. I turned the knob and was immediately pushed out of the way. Rafe barreled through the opening and quickly turned to lock the door behind him. "You are not a worker," he said, pointing his finger at me. I must have looked like a ghost, mouth hanging open, eyes wide. There couldn't have been a drop of color left in my face. "You also need to be more careful about who you let into your home." He dropped his hand to his side. "Sit down." I obeyed. My mind wasn't operating well enough to do anything but follow commands. I could barely hear him over the heartbeat pounding in my ears. "Why did you lie to Cato?" Rafe's dark eyes were storming. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Yes, you do. You told Cato you were selected as a worker. Why?" "I never said a word about my selection to Cato. You must be mistaken." I looked anywhere but directly at Rafe. He could throw all the accusations at me he wanted, but I wasn't going to give him any more fuel for his fire. I could not let him get a clear read of how I was feeling, because how I was feeling was terrified. How could he possibly know about my placement? No one was around when Emmeline made me the peacemaker offer, and no one had seen the letter. I made sure of that when I tucked it under the corner of my mattress the night before, which meant he was just taking a guess. He didn't actually know whether I was a worker or not. I exhaled, slowly regaining my composure. Rafe huffed, crossing his arms on the couch beside me. I saw his stare from the corner of my eye, but I stayed strong. I would not look in his direction, no matter how tempting he was to look at. Rafe was tall, maybe a couple of inches over 6 feet, which sent him towering over my 5'6" frame. He wasn't huge with bulging muscles. Instead, he was lean and strong, and his muscles were a result of hard work rather than time spent lifting weights. His olive complexion complemented his dark hair and eyes, and his face was chiseled, but not sharp, under what seemed like permanent scruff across his cheeks and chin. And his touch... Ugh, I was too distracted to notice he had reached over to touch me, and I couldn't fight the overwhelming urge to relax. He had a way of making me feel safe and cared for. I knew I was being manipulated, but I didn't want to resist. It felt so comfortable, so easy, and his hand looked so strong resting on mine. But I flung his hand off before I could change my mind again. "Don't touch me! I know what you're doing, and I do not appreciate being manipulated." Rafe grinned, his straight white teeth sparkling. I wondered if he had some leaders in his bloodline. I wasn't used to being around people who looked as perfect as he did. "I'm impressed," he said. "You know a lot more than you let on." "Well, I know that you're an empath." His grin widened. "But I don't know what you're doing here, or who exactly you are." "I'm Rafe," he said playfully. "Remember, the guy who ratted you out at our little party the other night?" "What do you want, Rafe?" He grew serious again. "I want to know the truth. I know that you're an empath, too. I sensed it immediately, and I can't be the only one who knows." I tried my best to remain calm as he continued. I didn't want to confirm or deny his claim, not until I knew what he was after. "They don't let empaths run around the burrows selling rice and beans. I know they offered you a specialized career. Why are you hiding it?" Rafe finally let his emotional guard down, and I knew he was being sincere. I couldn't pinpoint his motive, but I knew it wasn't malicious. Yet I still couldn't bring myself to admit the truth. Emmeline's words rang through my ears. No one must know. I stared at him blankly, allowing the silence to weigh down the space between us. After another moment, he grew frustrated. "Look, I know you're not a bad guy. I don't believe you're working for the government or for anyone else. Not yet, anyway. But I need to know why you're choosing a life as a worker. It's important, Claren. Cato's life could depend on it." My body tensed from head to toe. He had a lot of gall bringing my brother into this conversation. "Don't act like you know anything about Cato's life." "So that's it, then." Rafe relaxed a little, leaning back into the sofa. "You're worried about Cato. Is that why you're staying behind? You think you can protect him?" I cursed under my breath. Trying to hide your thoughts from an empath was like trying to bottle up the moon. "What difference does it make? I'm going to be a worker, and that's all anyone needs to know." "You don't understand," Rafe pleaded. "Empaths are valuable, and they're just as valuable to the outsiders as they are to the government. They probably told you not to tell anyone about your gift, didn't they?" I didn't respond, but the sympathetic tilt of his head said it all. He knew. I looked down at my hands, fiddling with the hem of my shirt. His hands cupped my cheek, bringing my gaze back to him. "It's okay. You're safe with me." The skin on his fingers was rough, but his touch was light. He only lingered for a moment, but my heart was ignited. It felt good to be seen, to be known. "How can I be sure? How do I know who I'm safe with? I've lived my whole life believing everyone outside of the cities was dangerous. And then I stumble into a meeting where it feels like you're all a part of a big family. Cato, too. Where does that leave me?" Tears threatened to spill over, but I choked the emotion back down. I needed to keep control. "That's the problem. You're special, and the more people who know it, the more dangerous your life becomes. We'll discuss blocking your affect soon, But first, I need you to promise me you'll go along with whatever career they offered you. I can't. Cato needs me. Cato will be fine. He's got us. No, you're exactly why he's not fine. Cato has a record, and our family has a history, not a good one. If he gets caught with you all, he's gone forever, and I can't lose him. If you stay behind for your brother, they're going to assume that you're working with the outsiders as well. One mistake, and you're both gone forever. And now that they know what you are, they're going to be watching you even more closely. I'm sorry. I can't. It's not like you're losing all communication with him by accepting. They didn't make you a leader, did they? I shook my head. Peacemaker. I thought as much. This could be a good thing. You'll be on the government's good side, but you'll have to really try. You'll need to be the best student in the training, give them no reason to suspect any foul play, and if things ever do get sticky for Cato, you'll be the first to know. You can actually help him more from the inside than you can as a worker. I don't know. Just promise me you'll think about it. I'll think about it. It was a lie, and Rafe knew it. Chapter 9. The office of the sanitation headquarters closed at 5 o'clock, but the drivers and their crews didn't return until after 6. That gave Rafe and me approximately 1 hour each day after he got off work to fine-tune my skills as an empath before Cato got home. I learned that there was a way to prevent other empaths from reading my emotions. He called it blocking my affect, and he seemed to think this was particularly important for my peacemaker training. I also learned the thing he and Emmeline did to make me feel calm was called projecting. There was a lot more to being an empath than just reading the emotions of others, and he was adamant that I learn as much as possible before I went off to the peacemaker training. Of course, I never confessed that my letter of intent still sat untouched under my mattress, and he never asked. We sat on my living room floor just shy of 1 week after his first visit to my house. He seemed particularly on edge, but we continued with our training the same as every day before. Try again. He was gentle in his critiques, but firm. Pretend you're frozen, made completely of ice. Your eyebrows are frozen, your lips are frozen, and your hands are frozen. No fidgeting. Inside your blood is cold, and your heartbeat is slow and steady. Keep your pulse under control. Deep breaths. Clear your mind. I know you can do this. I sat cross-legged on the thin rug that covered the old hardwood planks of my living room floor. I inhaled and tried to clear my head of all the thoughts weaving through the back roads of my brain. My hands stilled in my lap, and I froze my facial features the best I could. I allowed my heart to beat a steady rhythm, and I timed each breath with the beats. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Rafe nodded across from me. Good. I took his praise and mentally filed it away, flat, expressionless. He smiled. Seriously, I think this is your best attempt yet. I felt like a puppy wagging its tail when he complimented me, but I couldn't let him see that. I had to block my emotions. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions. The same kind of questions you may be asked in training. Stay cold. Try to answer without revealing too much. Bring it on. Tell me about your mother. I swallowed and took a moment to control my heart before answering. Rafe wasn't joking around. He went straight for the jugular with that one. Ouch. She was murdered by outsiders. He already knew the answer, of course, but this was a test. He wanted to see if I could answer hard questions without getting emotional. It wasn't easy. I'm sorry. That must have been difficult. I sensed his sympathy, and it was genuine, but there was something else there that I couldn't place. And your father? Double whammy. He was hitting me hard. He was exiled 2 years ago. That fact was a little easier to accept after meeting some of the outsiders. They weren't all horrible murderers. It was a small chance that my father found a group as solid as Cato's friends, but at least there was some hope. I see. Rafe continued. So, tell me why you want to work for the government, the same people who sent your father away. I swallowed again. That question might have been the most difficult because my answer was a lie. I didn't want to work for the government. I cleared every other thought from my head and spoke as though I was reading lines from a piece of paper. I believe our laws are designed for the greater good of our people. My father was found breaking those laws, and any crime against New America or Claren City is a crime against me and all of our people. I believe our government and its officials are just, and I would be honored to serve our people as a peacemaker. Rafe clapped. You're amazing. I can't believe you've made such great progress in just a week. I remained emotionless, curious to see how long I could keep it going. But my hypothetical puppy dog tail was wagging so hard my feet couldn't stay on the ground. Maybe it was wrong to keep training with Rafe when I knew I wasn't going to specialize, but I really enjoyed our time together, and he said it would help me either way. Thank you. Want to have a little fun with it? He asked, scooting closer to me. Whatever you think will help is fine by me. I tried to sound cold, bored even, but he was close enough that I caught his scent. It was a mix of mint and lemongrass, fresh and clean, and I wanted to lean in and take a deep drag of it. All right, you're getting really good at blocking out the negative emotions. Let's try some positive ones. What's your best friend's name? Sela. This was too easy. He scooted an inch closer. If I wanted to make you a cake for your birthday, which flavor would you want? I paused, closing my eyes, as I remembered the few cakes I'd sampled over the years. Vanilla was always a classic, but chocolate was so rich. Then I recalled Sela's 10th birthday. Her mom baked a yellow cake with the creamiest chocolate frosting I'd ever tasted. It was the perfect combination. The corner of my mouth threatened to turn up at the memory, but I caught myself. Rafe was grinning wildly across from me. I almost got you there. You must have a sweet tooth. I shook my head and calmly responded, my voice steady. Yellow cake with chocolate frosting, heavy on the frosting. Rafe chuckled. Interesting choice. I like it. He scooted closer again, so that our knees were touching. I tried to ignore the warmth of his body creeping into mine. My pulse picked up, and I concentrated on deep, slow breaths to steady it. Rafe had a crooked half grin as he leaned forward and brushed a stray wisp of hair from my face. Inhale, exhale. Last question, he said. I steadied myself, quite certain he already knew exactly how I was feeling in that moment. But our lesson was cut short. A very frantic Cato came panting through the front door. Rafe pushed himself backward faster than I'd ever seen him move. I didn't have time to be embarrassed, though. My brother was in danger. Cato's wide eyes looked from me to Rafe. What's going on? Actually, no, you could explain later. I need your help. His face was shiny with sweat, cheeks red from the cool air, and he still hadn't caught his breath. I wondered how far he had run. My brother's endurance was incredible, so I knew it had to have been a really long distance, or at least really fast, for him to get this winded. I felt his fear in my very core, and I had to lean over to rest my hands on my knees. Anything, Cato. What can we do? Rafe's shaky voice told me he was feeling it too. They found out about the stuff I took from the center. The trash? I asked. Cato nodded. Dax met me at the curb in front of his house. He heard there was an accusation made against me for theft. Protectors are waiting for me to return to headquarters. I've got to get out of here. Where are you going to go? I knew he was right. He had to get out. If the protectors caught him, he would be exiled by tomorrow. But I didn't see any other option. If he ran, he'd just be running to the outside anyway. I've got to go underground for a while. Rafe nodded and walked to the kitchen. He rummaged through our cabinets, pulling out bread and peanut butter. I don't understand. We can tell you everything you need to know, just not right now. I only have a few minutes before they send someone here to look for me. My truck will be getting back to headquarters any minute now, and they're gonna be pissed when they see Johnson driving. He's telling them I got sick and had to take off early." Rafe was filling empty jars with water from the tap. Cato grabbed a flashlight and a blanket from his closet and began shoving everything into a backpack. There was a method to their madness that told me this wasn't the first time they'd sent someone underground. Cato pulled the zipper on his bag and joined Rafe in the hallway. They opened a closet door and pushed the coats hanging there over to one side. Rafe pulled out a couple of boxes sitting on the floor, and Cato dropped to his hands and knees. He slid his fingertips across the floor, looking for something. Stopping at a knot in the wood, he moved his fingers back and over to the corner of the plank. It took just a few seconds for him to find a gap big enough to slide his thumbnail under. He lifted the board just enough to get a hand underneath, and I watched in amazement as he pulled up a square section of our floor measuring about 3 feet long by 3 feet wide. He flicked on the flashlight and descended onto a secret staircase under our floor. My skin was clammy all over, and I was shaking, but Cato was so brave. His courage was awe-inspiring. When his head was at floor level, he turned to look back with a nervous grin. "See you soon." He gave us a salute before disappearing into the darkness below. "Help me get everything back in place," Rafe spoke with urgency. "But wait, I didn't even get to say goodbye. Where was Cato going, and when would I see him again?" "Come on!" Rafe dropped the floorboards back into their spots, nudging them slightly to hide any evidence of a gap. His speed told me now was not the time for questions. I rushed over to his side, spreading the coats out evenly over the hanging bar as he pushed the boxes back inside. He closed the door and placed his hands on my shoulders. "Remember to stay frozen, no matter what happens. Do not let them get a read on your emotions." I nodded, and a pounding on the front door seemed to shake the entire room. Rafe gestured toward the door with his head, and I took a deep breath. He propped himself up on my kitchen counter with his elbow and examined his fingernails. He was really a master with the blank face. I made my way slowly to the door, trying to steady my shaking hands. I could do it. I could stay frozen. I've got this. The pounding sounded again, this time with a gruff voice on the other side of the door. "Protectors, open up!" I turned the knob, feigning a look of surprise. "Hi, officers. Can I help you?" "Claren Greenwood?" I nodded. "Officer Patton, this is Officer Sims." The two men walked in without an invitation. Officer Patton, who I assumed was in charge, was a huge man, almost as wide as he was tall. He had a thick orange beard, and his teeth were barely any wider. His breath reeked of stale coffee as he barked out his words. Officer Sims was young, probably in his early 20s. He was searching every inch of my house, stun gun at the ready. I focused my attention on him, feeling his hesitation as he rounded the corners. He didn't have much experience with this, and I suspected he'd never fired that stun gun at a real human being. The novelty had worn off for Officer Patton, however. This was routine procedure for him. "We're looking for your brother, Cato. Have you seen him?" He studied my eyes, and I concentrated on stuffing my fear deep into my belly before I responded. "I saw him this morning," I answered innocently. "He probably won't be home from work for a few more minutes. Is there something I can help you with instead?" "I'm afraid your brother is wanted for theft. We've received multiple reports from the center. This is a very serious crime, Miss Greenwood." Officer Patton scanned the room, noticing Rafe for the first time since his arrival. "Who are you?" "Rafe Miller, sir." He extended his hand to greet the protector. Officer Patton warily shook his hand. "What are you doing here?" the officer asked him, before eyeing me suspiciously. Rafe looked upset. He wasn't doing a very good job of blocking his own affect, and I wondered what had made him so angry. "I was trying to get here before Cato got home, so I could finally get my jacket back. If Claren will grab it for me real quick, I'll get out of your way." Both men turned to look at me, and I couldn't hide my surprise. My eyes widened at Rafe, and I shook my head. "I don't know what you're talking about." Rafe looked at the ceiling and groaned loudly. "Ugh, I know he took it. He was the last person at the headquarters yesterday. I swear, if he doesn't give me back— Do you have reason to believe Cato Greenwood stole your personal property, Mr. Miller? I don't know who else could have done it. Did you hear that, Sims? Write that down. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Rafe was such a liar. He acted like he cared about us, but here he was adding to my brother's criminal accusations. You got it, sir, Officer Sims scribbled into his notebook before exchanging it again for the stun gun. He approached the hallway closet, and my heart lurched into my chest. I hope you catch him. Rafe was seething in the kitchen. And if he's wearing a navy blue jacket with a red zipper, please hold it for me. It's mine. We'll see to it that you get your jacket back, Mr. Miller. I exhaled as Officer Sims pushed some coats around and then shut the door, satisfied that the closet was empty. He's not here, sir. Officer Patton frowned. Well, he won't be long now. I'll station myself in the house across the street to keep an eye out for him. Sims, you take the back alley. We won't let him get away. He turned to face me and Rafe again. And I'm afraid you'll both have to stay here until he returns. We can't risk him trying to contact anyone. Of course, sir. I understand, Rafe said. I stormed off to the couch as the officers let the door slam behind them on their way out. Chapter 10. Don't even look at me right now. I wanted to punch Rafe in his stupid, beautiful face. Instead, I slapped his hand away as it reached out to rest on my knee. He could save his projections for the protectors. There was no way I was going to be manipulated anymore. I had to say something. No, you didn't. I had everything under control. How else was I supposed to explain my presence in your house? I don't know, but I can think of 1,000 different ideas that wouldn't further incriminate my brother. My glare was sharp, cutting through him like 100 angry knives. He was lucky I hadn't learned to project my emotions yet, or he'd have been in severe pain. You've come a long way in a short time, Rafe said. But if either of them were empaths, you'd have been caught in an instant. Your pulse was racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Empaths? Those two? Patton couldn't think of anything but getting home for dinner, and Sims was too scared to think at all. He probably just couldn't think over the sound of your heart pounding. I huffed and walked over to the window. Officer Patton shook the hand of Mr. Rivas, our elderly neighbor across the street, and they disappeared into the house together. He'd be setting up in Mr. Rivas's front window, watching the streets to catch a glimpse of Cato if he returned home. Keep an eye out for me. I'm going to see if Cato's okay. Rafe stood. Oh, no, you're not. Cato's long gone by now. Gone? Where could he have gone? Rafe took my hand and led me to the kitchen table. We don't have much time, so I'll have to be brief. But Cato is safe. I shook my head. That's not good enough. I want to know where he is. I can't say for sure. There's a whole network of underground tunnels beneath the city, decommissioned sewer lines from long ago. There are a few families who have tapped into them around the city, like you guys, but I imagine he's probably gone outside for a bit, at least until the hunt for him cools off. My brother was gone, and I didn't even get to say goodbye. There was sadness in Rafe's eyes, but it couldn't compare to the torture I was feeling inside. I was all alone, and it was Rafe's fault. I stood and paced the worn wood floors. Rafe stood as well. He moved to comfort me, but I pushed him away, shoving my hands hard into his solid chest. I need you to stay away, I said, choking down a sob. I'll leave you alone if that's what you want, but I need to say something first. Like I said, there's not a lot of time. His shoulders sagged with rejection, but I felt his hope bubbling inside. Say it then. I remained cool, forcing my grief into the shadows for a little longer. My tears would have to wait until he was gone. You need to go to the peacemaker training. That was it. I was done talking to him. Why would he attempt to lecture me about the training after helping my brother leave me behind? I turned down the hall to my room, but he grabbed my arm, swinging me back toward him. Please, hear me out. By accusing Cato of theft, I separated myself from him, at least in the government's eyes. Now you need to do the same. It's going to look extremely suspicious if you turn down the peacemaker opportunity to stay here in this empty house. They will watch you like a hawk, hoping to prove that you're harboring a fugitive, and they will find a way. But what if he comes back and I'm gone? He'll understand, Claren. Trust me. This is the safest option for both of you. I didn't want to go. I wanted to curl up into a ball on the floor and cry until my brother came home. Rafe sensed my grief and pulled me a little closer, holding me against his chest. My breathing slowed, and I basked in the safety of his arms. But he wasn't projecting that feeling into me. I knew it, because for once he allowed me to sense what he was feeling as well. His nerves were heavy in the pit of my stomach, and I heard his heart pounding away against my cheek. It was good to know that I wasn't alone. The safety and the comfort he brought me were real. They were my feelings. I'll be right back. I hated to cut the moment short, but I had to retrieve my letter. I pulled the wrinkled envelope from under the corner of my mattress and pulled out the letter as I made my way back to the kitchen table where he'd resumed his seat. Laying the paper flat, I finally read the words I'd been avoiding. Miss Claren Greenwood, we are pleased to inform you that you have been selected as a peacemaker. Peacemakers keep the fabric of New America pure and true. Only the noblest of individuals can successfully ensure that each of our great cities is operating to the highest of standards. Based on your aptitudes, we believe that you are exactly the right kind of person for this job. We would like to offer you the opportunity to join a specialized training program to prepare you for the work of a peacemaker. The training is rigorous, so only the best and brightest such as yourself will succeed. If you accept, you will report to the 23rd Street bus station at 8 p.m. on Wednesday, May 27th, for your transportation to the training facility. Please pack lightly. Space is limited in the trainee living quarters. You have 1 week to respond to our offer. For your convenience, we have included a reply card with your statement of intent. Please return this card to us at your earliest convenience, so that we may prepare for the new trainees accordingly. We look forward to your reply and hope very much to meet you soon. For the greater good, Emmeline S. Fraser. Emmeline S. Fraser, Director of Career Development for Classen City. I pulled the reply card out of the envelope and passed it to Rafe. I never sent this in. I probably don't even have a spot in the program anymore. When is it due? It was due today. I glanced at the clock hanging above the kitchen sink. The bus leaves in 30 minutes. I told you we didn't have much time. Go. What are you waiting for? I wanted to go. Truly I did. But I was so overwhelmed in that moment, processing all the ways my life was changing in an instant, that I couldn't even move my feet. I stood in the kitchen dumbstruck while Rafe took off in a flurry of activity around me. He marched straight back to my bedroom and pulled a backpack from my closet shelf, throwing in a sweater and a pair of pants. You'll need to step outside and wait for Officer Patton to meet you. He'll be angry and probably accuse you of trying to escape. Don't give him any more reason to be suspicious. Just hand him your letter. He'll have to let you go. Where do you keep your underwear? Top drawer, next to my bed. Normally, the thought of an insanely attractive man handling my personal items in my bedroom would send me into a tizzy, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I slipped into my boots sitting by the door and reached for my jacket. Rafe emerged from the bathroom, shoving my toothbrush and a bottle of shampoo into the bag. Remember what we worked on. You're going to be surrounded by people who are trying to read your every emotion. Don't reveal your fear. Keep your concern for Cato hidden. Be agreeable and do your best. The more they trust you, the better off you'll be. I took my bag from him and slung it over my shoulder. And don't tell them you know anything about blocking or projecting. If they try to teach you, act as though you've never heard of it. They can't know that I am an empath. In fact, please try to keep any ties between us a secret as well. Got it. With the letter in my hands, I was ready to go. Thank you for your help, Rafe. And please take care of Cato. Let him know that I love him." Rafe nodded sadly. Then there was an electric silence between us as we stared at each other before saying goodbye. I wasn't ready to go just yet, and I knew he wasn't quite ready either. I wanted to touch him, give him a hug or a kiss on the cheek, but it didn't seem appropriate. So instead, I gave him the same awkward salute Cato had given earlier. "See you soon," I said. Rafe smiled and returned the salute. "See you soon." Officer Patton burst from Mr. Revis's door and came galloping across the street before I made it halfway to the curb. I held my letter in the air, waving it like a white flag. "Where do you think you're going? Are you trying to compromise the whole operation?" Patton's face was bright red, and he coughed, gasping in giant lungfuls of the chilly spring air. "Officer Patton, I'm so sorry to bother you, but I forgot in all the commotion earlier. I'm supposed to catch the bus for my career selection tonight." He snatched the letter from my trembling hands, and I hoped he didn't notice. "Peacemaker?" He ran his eyes up and down my body with a look of disgust. I sensed his distrust in me, but he couldn't argue with the letter. It was signed and sealed by a leader of the city. "This says the bus leaves at 8 o'clock. You'll never make it in time." "I might if I leave right now, sir." He gave me one more look over with his beady little eyes, then blew air through his lips like a horse as he shoved the letter back at me. "Good luck," he said. He waved me off with his hand and made his way back to Mr. Revis's door, hacking into the crook of his arm every few steps. I stuffed the letter into the front pocket of my bag and turned toward the business district, walking quickly to the edge of the block. Once I turned the corner, I broke out into a full sprint, pumping my legs harder than I ever had before. There was more than my choice of pizza on the line this time. I was running for my brother's life, and possibly mine. I ran until my legs were burning, the muscles crying out in agony as I forced them to keep working. Any other day I'd have caught a bus near my house and rode to the 23rd Street station, but there wasn't time. The world passed me by in a blur of deep blues and purples as the sun set over the rooftops on my left. I pushed myself forward, begging my legs to stay strong, to keep working for just a few more blocks. Finally, the lights of the bus station came into view. A bus was parked near the entrance, its taillights glowing red through a smoky cloud of exhaust. I sprinted through the cloud and onto the sidewalk just in time to see the doors close. Barely able to breathe, I tapped rapidly on the door with the palm of my hand. My legs felt like gelatin, and I didn't know how long I'd be able to stand. The door opened, and I waved my letter at the driver, unable to speak through my panting. Behind him sat a small blonde woman, her pink lips pursed into a tight little smirk. "Claren Greenwood," said Emmeline. "So nice of you to join us." Chapter 11. A leaf blew across my foot, riding the wind pushed out from under my backpack as it hit the sidewalk beside me. A 3-story brick building stood towering before us. There were 6 of us on the bus with Emmeline, but I only recognized one other. His name was Edgar. We'd gone to school together for years, but I had never really spoken to him. His mom was a worker in the bakery, and sometimes she would send him to school with leftover cookies and muffins in his lunch. The other students envied his extra sweets, but only from a distance. He was painfully shy and difficult to talk to. The others were all from different boroughs, 3 other girls and 1 more boy. Edgar held a large suitcase, but the others held more modest bags, small enough to fit on their laps. I was the only one wearing a backpack. All of us stared up at the building before us with similar looks of awe. After the Great War, all the large cities in New America redistricted. The centers of each city housed the leaders, and walls were built to protect them. If there was anything the war taught our people, it was that keeping the leadership of our government safe took top priority, or else the nation would crumble again. From the center, cities were divided into boroughs. The boroughs swirled outward from the center, with more skilled citizens living closer to the center and the more dispensable citizens living closer to the edge. Morton Borough, where I lived, was right on the southern edge, and the 23rd Street bus stop was in the South Side Business District. I assumed the other students on the bus arrived from southern boroughs as well. I had never been this close to the center, and judging by the faces next to me, most of them had never been here either. Classen City was large, with almost 700,000 residents, according to the leadership reports on television. With our only means of transportation consisting of the public buses or a protector's vehicle if you were unlucky, most residents never ventured very far from home. There was no need to, since our boroughs were designed to be self-contained, with business districts placed evenly on the north, south, east, and west of the center. The Peacemaker Training Center was located in Noble Borough, directly adjacent to the center. We even saw the center walls from the corner of the block as we rode in. "This is incredible!" The blonde girl next to me looked so happy she could cry. Everyone was downright giddy. If I allowed myself to lean into their feelings too much, I'd be jumping up and down, clapping my hands from the excitement. I wondered what they could sense from me. Dread? The grief of losing my last remaining family member? Inhale, exhale. Don't let them in. I understood their excitement, of course. If I'd been from a normal family, I'd have been thrilled too. The trainee living headquarters were comprised of 3 massive group homes, each one 3 stories tall and joined together along the sides. After the war, we used as much of the remaining infrastructure in the cities as possible, which meant the housing near the center naturally looked different from the housing closer to the edge. I suspected this was once a bunch of condominiums converted into a few larger group homes. "Does everyone have their belongings?" Emmeline stepped in front of our group, clasping her hands together in front of her bubblegum pink skirt suit. It was crisp and clean, freshly pressed, and I remembered Cato's words about the leaders having more than the rest of us. How much did that suit cost? Emmeline glanced in my direction, and I quickly restored my mental wall of ice. Get it together. "You will be staying in the first building on the left, Unit 501. Emmeline walked up 3 concrete stairs toward an enormous wooden door. The door was stained with a beautiful shade of walnut, and it had 8 window panels that sparkled like they were made of crystal. Most impressive, however, was the shiny brass knocker in the shape of a lion's head, or maybe it was a gargoyle. It reflected the light of the street lamps like a beacon drawing us inside. Emmeline pulled a key from her handbag, which looked suspiciously like the real leather bag I'd held a week before, and unlocked the massive door, allowing it to swing open into an entryway the size of my living room. We moved into the entryway, gathering into a huddle because none of us were sure what to do next. "Come in, come in. This is your home now. I'm sure it's quite different from what you were used to back in your old boroughs, so I'll show you around." We followed Emmeline into a large living area, complete with a fireplace, bookshelves, and a couch that wrapped itself all the way around the space in the shape of a U. All 6 of us would fit at once, even with our feet sprawled out beside us. Beyond the living room was a dining room with a table large enough to comfortably seat 12. But the kitchen stopped me in my tracks. There was an island of polished stone in the center of the room, bigger than my bed at home. 6 burners topped the stove, and 2 ovens were built into the wall. The refrigerator was at least double the size of what I grew up with, and my mind raced with ideas of the delicacies it could hold. To the side of the kitchen was another den and more bookshelves, with 2 desks. "I know this seems like a lot," Emmeline said as she led us up a wooden staircase, "but it's really much more economical to accommodate you all in one large group home than it would be to find a standard house for each of you. And your work in the city is so important. We want you to be comfortable as you learn and train for your futures. It really is for the greater good of our city to treat you well during your training. You'll spend the rest of your lives guiding the hands of our citizens after all." A small sitting area at the top of the stairs held 2 armchairs, separated by a small table and a tall lamp. Emmeline pointed down a hall. This is where the girls will stay. There are 2 bedrooms to the left and 2 bedrooms to the right with a bathroom on each side. You may choose your own rooms. Boys, you will be on the top floor." We followed Emmeline up another flight of stairs and into a 3rd living area. This space had 2 long couches and a game table against the back wall. From the living area, we saw 2 bedroom doors and a bathroom. But lights shining through the 4th door drew me away from the group. "Ah, yes, it looks like Claren found the outdoor patio. Let's go have a look." A small patio with iron railings curved around the corner of the building to a set of iron stairs that led us onto a rooftop deck. We all took spots along the railing of the deck, and the sense of wonder that washed over me was felt by every member of our group. We were all awestruck at the sight of the lights of the city spread out before us. I'd never seen anything like this place, and I couldn't believe I was going to get to call it home for the next 2 years. "Not too shabby, huh?" The blonde girl was grinning from ear to ear. "Not shabby at all," I said. Gazing off into the distance, I wondered where Cato was and if he was okay. He would have loved to see this place. Spots of light danced across the lush green duvet covering my bed. I pretended for a moment that I was with Cato and Dad, that we'd all run away to the outside together, and the light was dancing through a canopy of trees overhead, rather than the lace curtains hanging over my window. But nothing could be further from the truth. Dad was probably dead by now, Cato was sleeping in old sewer lines, and I was lying on the most comfortable mattress in the largest room of the most magnificent house I'd ever seen. It hardly seemed fair. I walked into the bathroom attached to my room, noting the intricate blue and white tiles and the fluffy blue towels stacked on a shelf beside the shower. It was freshly cleaned, a hint of bleach still lingering in the air. A door on the other side of the room opened, and I jumped along with the blonde walking through it. "Oh my, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were in here," she said. "You're fine. I was just going to brush my teeth before heading down for breakfast." "Mind if I do the same?" she asked, gesturing to the second sink built into the oversized marble vanity. "Not at all. I'm Claren, by the way." I extended my hand to the friendly blonde girl. There hadn't been time to talk the night before. We were all so exhausted by the end of the tour that everyone just settled into a bedroom and called it a day. But if I had to share a bathroom with a stranger, I was glad it was her. She seemed genuinely excited to be here, and it didn't take an empath to feel the kindness she radiated. "Margot," she said, returning the handshake. "Nice to meet you." We dressed and met again in the hallway, the aroma of bacon luring us to the stairs. Margot's eyes were the size of walnuts, and her childlike glee was overflowing from every pore. "I take it you're a fan of bacon?" I chuckled. "We never get bacon at home. This is like Christmas morning. Come on." She grabbed my hand, and we skipped down the hall to the stairs, our feet moving to the erratic beat of the sizzles and pops down below. Strangers in the kitchen greeted us with a smile and directed us into the dining room, where an assortment of food was beautifully displayed across a gigantic mahogany table. There were fruits cut into bite-sized squares and spheres, spread into a rainbow of color across one large silver platter. Another contained fluffy yellow clouds of eggs and piles of bacon, separated by a wall of sausage links. There was a basket of biscuits and a bowl full of oatmeal. But I was most excited to see the tray full of muffins and scones, a light drizzle of frosting crisscrossing over the tops of each one. Margot and I exchanged looks of bewilderment and happily settled into our seats. "This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen," Margot said, and I had to agree. Leaning forward, I could see around the wall of the kitchen where 2 chefs stood finishing another round of the breakfast feast. They were obviously workers, but this couldn't be their regular line of work, cooking in private homes. Perhaps they would leave for their normal jobs after their shift in our kitchen. The boys were already seated, enjoying the food before them. Edgar's plate was surprisingly filled with meat and eggs. I expected to see him eating some of the scones that I was about to enjoy, seeing as how sweets were kind of his standard. He met my gaze and turned a bright shade of pink, quickly averting his eyes. Poor Edgar. I didn't intend to embarrass him. A few minutes later, the other two girls joined us, just as amazed at the display of food as we were. We all ate until we couldn't eat any more, making small talk and introductions. "So you're really from Petersboro?" I was shocked at what the short brunette across the table had just said. I'd learned a few minutes before that her name was Nita, and she grew up on the opposite side of the city from me. "I am," Nita replied. "I was the first person they picked up yesterday. We drove all over the city, stopping for each of you before coming back here last night. It was pretty crazy. I'd never been further than Arcadia before last night." Petersboro was on the northernmost edge of Claren City. I thought our group house would be full of students from the southern boroughs, but it looked like we were from all over the edges of the city. "So, if we're from all the outer edges of the city," I began, "then the other two houses are full of students from the inner boroughs," she finished. I knew there would be a higher concentration of trainees from the inner part of the city, where the peacemakers lived. It's part of the reason the government worked so hard to find us great matches for our spouses. We were helping the process of natural selection in a sense, but I didn't think they would outnumber us 2-1. I guess we'll just have to show them what the outer boroughs are made of. Chapter 12. The training facility was a short distance across the street, and our group from Unit 501 walked together. We seemed to form a bond of sorts over breakfast, knowing that we were all from similar backgrounds. Most of us came from working families, scattered along the outer edges of Claren City, and none of us expected to be here today. Margot led the way, pulling open a large glass door on the front of the multipurpose building that housed the Peacemaker training facility. Its modern steel and glass exterior was quite different from the traditional brick living quarters across the street. Whatever was there before the war must not have been in good enough condition to be restored, so it was demolished, and the new multipurpose building built in its place. A dark-haired administrative assistant sat at the front desk, sorting and filing paperwork. She smiled kindly as we entered. "Good morning. Are you here for the Peacemaker training?" "We are," said Nita, "but we're not sure where to go next." The woman stood and leaned over just enough to see around the wall behind her. She pointed to a set of double doors. "Your orientation will be in Conference Room A. The others are already in there." A clock hanging behind her desk showed that we had 5 minutes before the orientation was scheduled to begin. I was impressed with our group's punctuality. It wasn't easy to get 6 people moving quickly when we were all so full of bacon. The conference room was slightly larger than our classrooms back home, but it had much finer furnishings. The wooden tables lined up in rows across the room had glass tops that reflected light from the steel fixtures hanging from the tall ceiling above. The blue and black cushioned chairs rolled silently on casters, like those you might find in office buildings near the business districts. Most of the 20 or so students in the room were standing in small groups of 3 or 4 around the perimeter. They spoke quietly, but there was a sense of familiarity throughout the space. These were not strangers to one another, but as our small group of 6 were noticed, the energy in the room shifted. Not one to be deterred by negativity, Margot marched right through the crowds, smiling and saying hello as she went. I admired her courage. Walking into a room full of empaths was like jumping into a pool of sharks, but she handled it with grace and dignity. And because every person in the room could read her emotions, they knew she meant it. Margot wasn't judgmental or trying to prove a point to anyone. She was just genuinely happy and honored to be in the room, ready to learn. I took her cue and tried to improve my attitude. Being happy had to be easier than constantly blocking my true emotions. I could only stay frozen for so long. "Claren, meet Georgia and Trudy." Margot had already made some friends. "They grew up just around the corner from here, and they've been best friends since they were 7. Isn't that awesome? It must be so fun to start your career with your best friend." "Yeah, fun," Georgia said flatly, tossing her long, straight, chestnut-colored hair over her shoulder. Trudy dropped her gaze to the floor. "So what was your best friend selected for?" she asked Margot. I didn't like the tone of her voice. "She's a worker. She got a great position in the market near our school." Margot's smile never wavered, though she had to feel the tension building. Several students around us had stopped to see what was going to happen as well. It was weird to be in a place where everyone knew how everyone else was feeling at all times. George's mouth curled up into a sneer. "That's sweet. I'm sure it takes real talent to put all those groceries into bags." She paused, taking a moment to grin at some of the students standing near us, as though they were a crowd of adoring fans. Trudy grinned back at her, and they turned to face Margot again. "And you're right. You probably would be better suited in a career with your best friend. You seem like you'd really know how to sling those bags, too. It would be so fun." Georgia rolled her eyes as she walked away, and the small audience she'd garnered turned their attention back to other conversations. "Well, isn't she a ray of sunshine?" I said. "It's all right," Margot replied. "We're all nervous today, and people get weird when they're jittery." She was being way too generous in her assessment of Georgia, but I didn't have the heart to tell her. She was right about one thing, though. The room was alive, bouncing with nervous energy. We made our way over to a table in the second row. Behind us sat a couple of boys whispering excitedly. They stopped when we got closer, and I could feel their eyes on my back. "Ask her." Margot gave me a reassuring nod. It was nice to have a friend on my side. I could feel the boy's suspicion washing over me, resting on my shoulders like a black cape, shrouding me in mystery. But rather than hiding in the shadows, I decided to wear my cape with pride. It was my turn to have a little fun. I turned around to face them. One was grinning at the other, his eyes prodding the other boy, daring him to speak. The friend was shorter, with curly black hair resting neatly on top of his head. He wasn't afraid, but there was something I couldn't quite read from him. Doubt? Skepticism, maybe? "Do you have a question for me?" I asked, blinking innocently. Margot's shoulders bounced with a silent laugh beside me. The shorter boy shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Yeah. Are you Claren Greenwood?" It was surprising to hear him use my name, but I didn't let him know it. "Who wants to know?" His friend's grin widened, and I turned my attention to him instead. "Is it you? Are you curious about something?" The grin disappeared, and I could feel his heart rate pick up. Meanwhile, the curly-haired boy was now the one chuckling. "We heard you weren't coming. You didn't turn in your letter." "Did you? How interesting that you've heard of me at all." The boy's cheeks reddened. "We heard about the outsider at your test, and that you stopped him. They've been whispering about you around here for 2 weeks, but we heard you weren't coming to train." Margot looked at me from the side of her eyes, her curiosity brimming over. This was new information to her. "Why wouldn't I?" I shoved my own emotions down into the frozen dungeon I'd created inside. What else did they hear about? Did they know about Cato? "Well, with all the other attacks from outsiders lately, we thought maybe you'd try to lay low. If they know you're here, that makes us a pretty easy target if they try to retaliate." Other attacks? The outsiders weren't attacking anyone, and they certainly weren't going to try to retaliate against me. But I couldn't explain any of that to these boys, or to anyone else here. I had to blend in, be one of them. Instead, I pulled my imaginary cape around me and leaned into the mysterious persona they'd subconsciously assigned to me. I was a new Claren here, and Claren the Peacemaker was strong. I shrugged. "Let them come. I'm not scared." Margot averted her wide eyes as I turned back to face the front of the room. A short, bald man had just stepped up and cleared his throat, signaling the start of our orientation. I gathered a pen and some paper from the top drawer of a small white desk against the wall of my new bedroom. The tip of the pen touched the paper several times before writing a single word, lifting off again and swirling through the air as I gathered my thoughts. I wasn't sure what to say. Rafe was clear about not wanting any obvious connections between us. Finally, I wrote, Hi, friend. I made it safely, but just barely. Thank you again for helping me get going. I think you were right. This training will be good for me. How are things back at home? Any updates on your lost dog? I've been worried about him. Please let me know if you find him soon. I read and reread the note 20 times before folding it up and placing it inside a blank envelope. I wasn't sure how to sign it discreetly, so I didn't sign it at all. I hoped Rafe would be smart enough to figure out who it was from, but just in case, I drew a small picture of a rat on the back flap. That should jog his memory, I thought with a snicker. I ran downstairs to grab a blueberry muffin, but I couldn't stay and chat. I had a mission to accomplish. With the envelope tucked under my arm, concealed by my sweater, I took my muffin and a cup of tea out onto the steps of the porch. There I waited and waited. My tea was long gone, but still I remained, muffin wrapper balled up inside of a napkin clenched in my fist. Across the street, the multi-purpose building sat dormant, like a sleeping beast made of sharp angles. Monday morning the lights would turn on again, and the beast would come to life as we trickled in for our first real day of training. But in that moment, all was quiet. When my fingers were red from the cool morning breeze, and my bottom was numb from sitting too long on the cold cement stairs, I heard the old familiar rumble. I stood to stretch and spotted my brother's old sanitation truck a block away. I tried to look busy, examining a bush under the windows, until it finally pulled up to the curb in front of our building. Bilton Gregg, one of my brother's buddies from Morton Borough, was hanging from the back of the truck. "Hey, Billy!" I waved and held out my hand to reveal the wad of trash left over from my breakfast. "Do you mind if I throw this into the can real quick before you take it?" Billy smiled. "Hey, Claren!" Then remembering Cato, he grew somber quickly. Feeling his reaction stopped me on the sidewalk, the weight of my reality forcing itself upon me again. But I couldn't cry. I couldn't break down, not here, and especially not now. Billy jogged toward me. "Yeah, of course. Here, I'll take it for you." Then in a hushed voice he added, "I'm so sorry about Cato." I nodded. "Thanks. Have you found him yet?" Billy shook his head. "Not yet, but Cato's tough. I'm sure he's doing okay, wherever he is." "I'm sure he is." I didn't know how much Billy knew, or if he was someone to be trusted, but I felt no harsh emotions from him at all. He seemed genuinely sorry to hear about Cato. I didn't have any other options anyway, so I decided to take a risk. "Can I ask you one more favor, please?" "Anything." The sincerity in his eyes told me he meant it. I pulled the letter from under my arm. "Will you please take this back to the headquarters for me?" I hesitated, again unsure of how much to reveal, but there was no way around it. "It's for Rafe." Billy nodded and tucked the letter inside his vest. "I'd be happy to." "And Billy, I won't be able to meet you here next week. If anything comes back for me, will you please leave it in a clip under the lid of the trash can? I'll have it attached and ready for you, just in case." He nodded again. "I will, but I've really got to get going. They're going to wonder—" "Of course," I said quickly. "Go on, and thank you again." I wrapped my arms tightly around my chest as I watched him hop back onto the truck and pull forward to their next stop. I hoped with everything I had that my plan wouldn't backfire. Chapter 13. We didn't venture out much over the weekend. Heavy rains fell all day Saturday, and we didn't have anywhere to go even if we did want to leave. Luckily for us, there was plenty to explore right there in our new home. I took my time scanning the book-filled shelves lining the walls. Reading had always been a passion of mine. I came to learn it was one of Margot's favorite pastimes as well. We sat cozied up in a couple of the overstuffed armchairs at the top of the second floor one afternoon, sipping tea and discussing our favorite stories. "You know, sometimes I almost feel like this is all make-believe, too." Margot stared thoughtfully into the bottom of her empty cup. "I know what you mean. I never thought I'd be selected as a peacemaker." "Me either," said Margot. "I really thought I'd be a worker. Nearly everyone in Cleveland Borough is. It's the same way in Morton." I pulled a throw pillow into my lap and set my cup on the table between us. So, where did you think you would be placed? Oh, I don't know. I would have loved to work in the theater. Really? Do you sing or dance? Margot laughed. Oh, no, nothing like that. But I've always loved the sets. I think it's amazing to dream about life in other worlds. Working on the sets or behind the scenes would have been my ultimate dream job. It would have gotten you closer to the center, too, I added. Not as close as we are now. We both laughed again, looking around at our surroundings. So what about you? What were you hoping for? I wanted to be a healer. Really? I could never handle the sight of blood. Margot shivered. My mom was a healer. Margot leaned in, listening intently. And I always admired her. She was so passionate about her work. To her, they were more than just wounds needing to be patched. They were people, and she got to know all kinds of people. I smiled, remembering the stories she'd tell us. My mom knew me better than anyone. I wished she was still around, able to help me figure out how to help Cato, able to help me talk some sense into him about the outside. She'd encouraged me to pursue my strengths and to truly use them for the greater good. Good was all she knew. Good is just who she was. What happened to her? Margot asked. The outsiders got her. Margot placed her hand on top of mine, sensing the grief that I couldn't hide behind my frozen facade. Well, maybe that's why you're here. It's your turn to get the people who got your mom. Maybe you're right, I said. But who were those people? They weren't the outsiders I knew. Monday morning brought a renewed sense of excitement into the house. Even Edgar, who'd spent the entire weekend hiding out in his room on the 3rd floor, was downstairs talking with the group over breakfast. And another fine breakfast it was. We'd accepted that feasts for every meal were just a part of our new lives, at least while we were all living in the group house. Cooking all day for the Peacemaker trainees was the chef's job. On the whole, our group was much more confident walking over to the training facility. Edgar still hesitated a bit before entering the building, but the rest of us were ready. We might have been outnumbered by students who grew up near the center, but that just meant we had more to lose and more motivation to prove ourselves. We were just as good as they were. Georgia wasn't buying it, though. She slid into the seat beside me with a mocking grin, obviously trying to intimidate me. But I wasn't going down easily. I see you're still here, she said, looking me up and down. Unfortunately, you are too. Pfft. She promptly turned her back to me and gossiped with Trudy on the other side of her until class began. The bald man from orientation, Mr. Saxon, stepped up to greet us. Good morning and welcome back. Before we begin your training, I am pleased to announce that we have a very special guest with us here today. A young, sharply dressed man in a muted blue suit walked in through the door to the side of Mr. Saxon, right on cue. The suit was tailored to hug his muscular build in all the right places, and I caught myself staring as he joined our short instructor at the front of the room. He stood a foot taller than Mr. Saxon, maybe 14 inches, if you included the perfect blonde swoosh of hair atop his head. There was a shift in the energy of the room, specifically the female energy, and I blushed at the vibes I was picking up from Georgia beside me. That girl had it bad. Felix Walsh, our newest senator in training, has come by to welcome you all to the program. Felix flashed his perfect white smile and lit up the room. He was definitely a leader. I knew it before his introduction. That's right, he said. His voice was deep and smooth, like caramel. Welcome to the program. As you may know, I'm beginning a training program of my own this year. My father, the current Senator Walsh, has taken me under his wing in preparation to fill his shoes. It was an honor to be selected as a leader at my own aptitude test a few weeks ago, and I'll be working alongside many of you in the future. As such, I wanted to say hello today and wish you all much success in your training. He made eye contact with as many of us as he could during his brief speech, like a true professional. When he looked in our direction, Georgia all but melted into the seat beside me. She was absolutely losing her mind over the guy. He was attractive for sure, but her reactions were a little over the top. "We wish you success as well, Mr. Walsh." Georgia was wearing her sweetest smile and blinking so hard I thought she must have had an eyelash in her eye. "Georgia Hines," she said, standing and extending her hand. "We met at the spring gala honoring my mother a few weeks ago, Chief Justice Martha Hines." Felix maintained his perfect grin, but there was no recognition in his eyes. "Nice to see you again, Georgia." She dropped her hand, hoping to save some face when he didn't walk over to greet her personally. He must not have realized that he was in a room full of empaths and that we all knew exactly what he was feeling. We also felt the embarrassment Georgia was attempting to hide. I might have felt bad for her if she hadn't been so rotten. I didn't mean to laugh at her, though. In fact, I didn't even realize I was smiling until she turned and glared at me. "It's nice to see you too, Mr. Walsh." She returned her gaze to Felix. "I always enjoy seeing familiar faces around the center." Felix gave a polite nod before turning back toward our teacher. Georgia shot me a sharp look from the corners of her eyes. Her last remark was more a reminder for me that I wasn't of the same caliber as her and the others from the inner borough than it was a kind thought for Felix. She sat down and pulled out a sheet of notebook paper, quickly scribbling out a message. On the page, in oversized capital letters, were the words, "You don't belong here." She slammed the page on the table in front of me, purposely drawing as much attention to it as she could. The few snickers I heard around us didn't bother me nearly as much as Georgia feeling like she had power over me, even in that small way. She sat a bit taller, a proud smirk sat on her smug little face. At the front of the room, Felix was still turned around, speaking privately to Mr. Saxon. They looked as though they were tending to some business, so I had a moment to show Georgia exactly what I thought of her opinion. Gripping the paper loosely between my fingers, letting it hang so that the other students could read the giant letters, I stood. My eyes narrowed as I locked them on Georgia's, and I slowly made my way around the table, taking the long way to the trash can, so as many of the other students could see me as possible. Georgia's exterior remaining tough and cold, seemingly unfazed, but on the inside, she was squirming. She didn't like being called out as the bad guy in this situation. What she couldn't see was that I was squirming on the inside as well. I hated having attention drawn to me, but apparently no one else in the training program had learned to block their emotions yet, which meant I had the unique ability to mask how I truly felt. I shoved my nerves down deep and channeled Peacemaker Claren, the stronger version of myself. Never once looking away from Georgia, I approached the trash can, slowly crumpled her attempt to cut me down, and dramatically dropped it into the bin below. It was working. I could feel the respect building for me, for us, the working-class students from the edge. Success. Several sets of eyes watched me from throughout the classroom. My confidence was building, and I suppressed a smile of my own as I turned back toward my seat. Unfortunately, the confidence may have gotten to my head because I didn't see the bag sitting on the floor in front of Edgar. My toes caught the edge of the bag, and I overcorrected my loss of balance, landing with a thud on the floor in front of the classroom. Boom. Frozen dungeon of emotions melted. My cheeks flushed as I scrambled to get to my feet. Way to go, Peacemaker Claren, you klutz. But I didn't scramble for long. A set of strong hands slid under my arms, lifting me from behind. I breathed in the scent of musk and leather, an unnatural combination for the polished man I knew stood behind me, and yet I wanted to breathe it in again. I turned to face Felix. "Thank you," I said bashfully. "Of course," he smiled. "I'm here to serve." I begged my heart to slow down, to stop revealing my weakness to the class, but his crystal blue eyes and golden skin were working against me. I stood awkwardly for a moment longer than I should have, just taking in the sight before me. Felix didn't look away either. But as the energy from the rest of the class crept into the periphery of my mind, I knew I had to return to my seat. My feet felt too big for my body, unwilling to work properly, but eventually I made it back to my spot beside Georgia. She wouldn't make eye contact with me, but I could practically feel the heat radiating from her. She was seething, and any good feelings I'd garnered from the other girls in the class were thrown out the window as well. Back to square one. "Thank you again for coming by." Mr. Saxon clapped Felix on the back as they walked back toward the door. "I imagine we'll be seeing you again from time to time." Felix turned his gaze back toward the class, settling on me. "I'll make sure of it." I watched him exit the classroom, finally able to breathe normally again. Mr. Saxon resumed his position at the front of the room. "Very well, then. Let's begin with a brief history of peacemakers and our role in the New American Society." I happily opened my folder to follow along with the lecture. Hopefully the other students would be able to peel their eyes away from me and pay attention as well. Chapter 14. By the end of Friday afternoon, I was so antsy to get out of class I could have burst. The other students were ready to leave too, though theirs was a more casual, bored anticipation for a free weekend. Mine was more intense. I needed to leave, needed to see if I had a response from Rafe. But I tried my best to keep my emotions contained. The last thing I needed was to draw attention to myself right before checking for the letter, especially if it revealed information about my brother. I stared hard at the boy in front of me, taking on his feelings of boredom as if they were my own. My mind drifted to thoughts of dinner. Come to think of it, I was a little hungry. "Focus, Miss Greenwood, we're almost finished." Mr. Saxon's monotone reminder from the front of the room drew me back into the lecture. At least my plan worked, and thankfully it was really easy to channel other students' apathy. I was surrounded by it. "So, to summarize, we have the 5 chief justices for each city and 3 justices in each borough. Rarely a justice will go out to the district level, and any case that goes beyond the district level, which is extremely rare, is handled by the Supreme Justice of New America. And as you know, we are not privy to what takes place among the supreme leaders of the country. But none of you have to worry about that. As peacemakers, you will never reach the levels of supreme leadership." Much of this was a review from my primary education, but it was somewhat interesting to hear it with the knowledge that I now fell among the ranks of the peacemakers. It was much more relevant than it had ever been before. "So now we've covered the roles of city and district liaisons and the justices. Most of you will likely fall into one of these 2 career channels. As we continue through the training, we will begin to see where you should be placed based on your aptitudes as an empath." I was anxious to begin the real training in empathy. We all knew we had the natural ability to feel others' emotions, but we weren't able to control our empathy or use it with purpose just yet. "But before we move forward with empathy training, we need to touch on some basics in self-defense." The room shifted a bit as everyone's attention was drawn back into what Mr. Saxon said. Self-defense? "As peacemakers, we are larger targets for those who have been impacted by the law. Outsiders and criminals have attempted to put an end to certain hearings and trials in the past, and some of those who have been exiled have attempted to seek retaliation against the justices who sentenced them." His eyes drifted to me for a nanosecond before he continued. Mr. Saxon was good at blocking his own effect, but that tiny error told me he knew about my past, or rather my father's past. "As such," he continued, "it is imperative that you learn how to defend yourselves in the event something like this should happen again. We'll begin on Monday with some introductory information. Then we'll move into the gym late next week to practice what you've learned." The room came to life again as students began to realize what he meant. We'd be getting stun guns. Many were buzzing with excitement at the thought. Some were a touch fearful. I didn't know what to think. Real guns were outlawed in New America. Only leaders were allowed to use them, and only in dire circumstances. But even a stun gun was a bit intimidating. So enjoy your weekend, and I will see you all again with fresh faces on Monday morning." Students around me bustled with life as we all gathered our things and headed toward the door. Finally, I'd be able to get back to the house and check to see if Rafe sent a response. The boy in front of me, Lenny, the same one who'd lent me his hunger and boredom a few minutes earlier, turned to his friend on their way to the exit. "I'm so glad they're going to get us started on the self-defense training already. My mom said the number of outsiders caught in Claren City this year is double what they saw last year." "How is that even possible?" his friend asked in a low voice. "There's no food or healers out there. I don't know how they're surviving." "That's just it. They shouldn't be. That's why they got exiled in the first place, to pay for their wrongdoings. If you don't want to work for the greater good won't work for you. Good luck." Lenny gave a sarcastic wave and kick with his foot, earning a chuckle from his friend. "But they are surviving," he continued, "and they're strong. Mom said all the peacemakers, even the ones nearing retirement, are required to go through new basic defense training this year. I guess it's getting bad." I thought of Frank in the church building a few weeks earlier. He was strong. Lenny was right about that. But Frank was about as far from violent as anyone I'd ever met. Even Dave with his gun didn't seem like he would ever want to hurt someone. But maybe Cato's friends were unique on the outside. Maybe they weren't all so kind, with intentions only of educating city dwellers on freedom. After all, it was outsiders who murdered Mom. "Well, I, for one, am ready." I didn't even notice Georgia approach the boys, but her nasally overconfidence couldn't be mistaken for anyone else. Her head was held high, and there was some extra swagger in her step as she continued. "You know my mom is the Chief Justice of Claren City," she said loudly, proudly reminding us all of her background. "And let's just say, she may have taught me a thing or two back home. She always knew I'd be a peacemaker." Georgia scooted a little closer to Lenny, cocking her head to the side. "I was a strong empath from a very young age." Her voice lowered to a breathless whisper. "I've always been good at reading people." Lenny's caramel skin flushed, his blood pulsing hard through his veins. "Poor guy, she's totally messing with you." "I'm just glad I didn't grow up on the edge." Her voice returned to its normal loud volume. "I almost feel sorry for them. They have no idea what it's like to live as a peacemaker, and I'm afraid they just won't have the natural abilities it takes to defend themselves. They weren't bred for this." Georgia stopped abruptly to fix the hem of her sweater, causing me to run right into the back of her. "Oh, Claren, I'm so sorry." Her tone was extra syrupy. "I didn't know you were behind me. I hope I didn't offend you with anything I said." "Not at all." She was obviously trying to get under my skin, but I didn't have time to mess with Georgia. I needed to get to the garbage bin across the street. "Oh, good," she said, with an insincere shrug. "With your fall last week and crushing into me now, I'm sure you know it's the truth. I just hope you can find enough balance for the self-defense training coming up. I'd sure hate to see you fail and go back to— where are you from, again?" My hands balled into fists at my side. "Morton Borough." Georgia's nose wrinkled in disgust. "That's right, Morton." "Thanks, Georgia. It's always a pleasure." I slapped a sarcastic grin on my face and waved her off with my hand before trotting past the group to the glass door up ahead. Pushing through, I jogged across the street. Students were still trickling out of the building, taking their time to return home for the weekend. I couldn't check the trash bin until they were all cleared out, but I was too excited to go up to my room. Using my left foot, I stepped on the end of the shoelace of my right boot, pulling it untied. Doing so tripped me up a bit, eliciting a snicker from Georgia as she crossed over to Unit 502 beside my house. But at least I had a reason to linger outside for a few more minutes. I grabbed a spot on the cement stairs leading up to my unit and sat to tie my laces, taking as much time as I could. I silently begged the others to hurry back inside. Looking up again, I was startled to find Edgar's deep-set eyes staring at me over his round, pink cheeks. He stood awkwardly before me, his bag hanging loosely from his hands in front of his body. "Hi, Edgar. I'm so sorry if I'm blocking your way." I scooted over, giving him more than enough room to pass by into our unit. Everyone else was already inside. But to my dismay, he turned and sat in the open spot instead. "You're not in my way," he said, avoiding eye contact. "Oh, well, is there anything I can help you with? Hopefully quickly, so I can be alone?" "No, actually, I just—" Edgar's heart was racing like a mouse caught in a trap. "I just wanted to say thank you." "Thank you? For what?" "For being strong." He looked at me briefly before turning back down toward his shoes. I could feel his anxiety, his shyness, but I willed my muscles to relax as I took in the sight of him. It was difficult for him to sit and talk to me, but he was doing it anyway. He was the one being strong here, not me. "I was so scared when I got the letter. I knew I wouldn't fit in here. I don't even fit in back at home." Thoughts of Edgar eating muffins alone during lunch danced through my mind. "But the way you talk to Georgia and the rest of them helps me feel like maybe I can do it too. Being from Morton Borough isn't stopping you, so maybe I can find a place here too." "Of course you have a place here." This was the longest conversation I'd ever had with Edgar. He'd been around for years, and I was ashamed I'd never taken the chance to get to know him better. I made a mental note to reach out to him more in the future. I know it's hard taking on everyone else's feelings, and it was especially hard back home, where some people really had it rough. Edgar nodded, staring into the distance. "But now we know why we felt everything so much stronger. You have a gift, Edgar, and you are just as equipped to use it as anyone else." I said the words to Edgar, but I didn't realize how badly I needed to hear them myself. I reached over and gave his hand a quick squeeze. Edgar flushed even redder and quickly stood. "Well, thanks again," he said, before scurrying inside. I allowed the evening air to fill my lungs before releasing it again slowly through my mouth. Of course Edgar deserved to be here. So did I, and everyone else in Unit 501. I wouldn't let Georgia and the others who were raised near the center go on trying to intimidate us. I was still circling over Edgar's words when the sidewalk in front of our row of houses finally cleared. I was alone. My right hand reached into the bag laying at my feet and pulled out a scrap piece of paper I'd wadded up in class earlier. I nonchalantly made my way down to the trash bin, concentrating on keeping a frozen wall around my emotions, just in case anyone was near enough to sense my belly doing somersaults. I lifted the lid to drop my paper inside and let out an audible squeal when I saw the envelope tucked under the clasp I'd put under there earlier that week. I slid the letter into my bag and scampered inside and up the stairs to my room without saying a word to anyone. The envelope was unmarked. Using a letter opener from the desk in my room, I carefully opened the envelope and pulled out a small piece of folded parchment. "Hey you. Glad to hear you're safe. I hope you're using what I taught you. Everything is great here. I found my dog, and he's happy to be home, as ornery as ever. I'll keep him out of trouble now. Work is going well, too. There will be a lot more education in the near future. Exciting things are happening. I can't wait to fill you in on everything." There was no signature, but I giggled like a little girl when I saw the simple image of a cat's head drawn at the bottom of the page. I was so happy I could have burst into song, but it wasn't the cat head. Cato was safe. I sprawled out across my fluffy green duvet, and for the first time since Officer Patton came knocking, I relaxed. Chapter 15. Monday morning found us back inside our classroom. The overall feeling of the room was one of excitement. Students were perched carefully on the edges of their seats, ready for action. Edgar, sitting on the far left side of the front row, turned his head just enough to make eye contact. His face was a little more pale than usual, his eyes washed with uncertainty. I gave him a reassuring smile and a firm nod, which he returned before facing forward again. Mr. Saxon entered the room, his short legs carrying him as quickly as they would move. Emmeline was behind him, her graceful stride a sharp contrast to the man waddling in front of her. "Good morning, class. I hope you all had a great weekend with lots of rest." Mr. Saxon turned to face Emmeline. Today, she was wearing a slim purple skirt with a flowing pale blue blouse tucked in. Pearls lined her neck, and I felt a pang of jealousy. I'd never owned any jewelry. Some families would save up enough to afford a necklace for their daughters to wear to their marriage send-off ceremonies, but jewelry was mostly seen as an unnecessary luxury we couldn't afford. Still, it was beautiful on Emmeline's delicate collarbones. "Director Fraser is going to be joining us for the self-defense training this week." Emmeline took a small step forward. "That's right. I'm concerned about some of the rumors I've heard circulating, so I wanted to set some things straight before you begin. First of all, please understand that you are all very safe here." Lenny shifted in his seat in front of me. "Some of you may know that there has been an increase in outside attacks in recent weeks. We believe we have identified a single rebel leader coordinating the attacks, and I assure you the protection squad is hard at work to eliminate his threats." Eliminate his threats? They're going to kill Frank. I searched the faces of my classmates, trying to gauge their understanding. Would they even care if they knew? New America strove for a life free from violence, but perhaps they wouldn't mind killing off an outsider. They weren't always viewed as human from those near the center, those who didn't personally know anyone out there. My heart was pounding so hard, I feared my ribs might bruise. Calm down. Breathe in, breathe out. If Emmeline noticed my sudden anxiety, she didn't let on. Instead, she continued in her calm, soothing tone. "We have increased security here in Nobleborough, so you have nothing to fear. Nonetheless, we will begin the self-defense training a little earlier than planned. Our goal is for you to feel safe, so that you may in turn help the citizens of Claren City feel safe. That is your ultimate goal as peacemakers, after all." Emmeline smiled, her pretty pink lips parting to display sparkling white teeth. She glanced around the room. "Does anyone have any questions?" Her eyes settled on mine for a brief moment, and I prayed that I was blocking my feelings sufficiently. Emmeline would not be happy to know that I opposed her going after Frank. "Very well, then. I'll let you get back to it. Thank you, Mr. Saxon." She gave a quick wave and turned on her heels, which clicked with every step she took on the hard tile floor as she exited the classroom. Margot stopped me on the way up to our rooms later that night. "You all right, Claren? You seem a little off today." I needed to practice blocking my affect more. "Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I guess I'm just a little uneasy about all the outsider attacks. I didn't realize things had gotten so serious." Several of the other students were fearful as well, even those from peacemaker families. I thought this would be a good excuse for my mood, and in a way it was true. I was nervous about the increase in attacks, especially since I knew Frank's only goal was to educate the citizens of Claren City. He had no plans to hurt anyone. Something must have gone wrong. Margot nodded, her mouth set in a tense line. "I guess they're not used to it this close to the center. Of course, we got the attacks every so often back in Cleveland Borough." "Right, it happened in Morton, too." I shook the image of my mother's blood from my mind. But even apart from that, I'd heard of outsiders breaking into homes, stealing food and supplies. Sela even had a neighbor who said he was caught in a fist fight with an outsider one night on the way home from work. He swore the man was trying to hurt him, and Sam had a knife at the aptitude test. Maybe Frank wasn't quite as innocent as I thought. Maybe the outsiders did have nefarious plans. I thought of Cato and Rafe. Surely they wouldn't get caught up in something dangerous. I'd have known. I could read my brother like a book. Was Frank lying to them? "I think I'm going to settle in early." I stopped at the door to my bedroom. "Are you sure? Nita found some cards in the library downstairs. We were going to play a game and try to get our minds off of everything after we changed clothes. I'd love for you to join us." Margot bit her lip, hopeful that I would change my mind. "I'm sure. I just need some rest." "Well, okay then. I guess I'll see you in the morning." Margot continued past me to her room. I ducked inside my door, closing it quickly behind me. Scurrying over to my bed, I lifted the corner of the mattress where I had hidden the letter from Rafe. I read through it again, looking for any signs that things may be getting more serious. There will be a lot more education in the near future. Exciting things are happening. What did he mean by exciting things? I'd assumed he meant good things, change, freedom, the things they'd hoped for. But perhaps he found danger exciting? I rubbed my eyes hard with the heels of my hands. If only I could see Cato. I could warn him. I could tell him to keep his distance from Frank. Please be smart, Cato. After a day and a half of classroom study on weapons, we finally moved into the main hall of the multipurpose building where our training facilities were located. We'd learned a brief history of lethal weapons, how guns of the past led to the Great War, where citizens attacked the government, turned on each other, and destroyed life in the old United States. As a result of those actions, officials had banned firearms, making them illegal for use in New America by everyone except a select few leaders. Stun guns were also outlawed for the general public, but as peacemakers, we would have the clearance to use them when necessary. I picked up my gun from its case, gently turning it over in my hands as I examined its curves. It was heavier than I expected. The hard plastic grip was rough in my palm, and I resisted the urge to place my index finger on the trigger. It was calling me, like a forbidden temptress, one that I both feared and revered. "Stun guns have come a long way over the last 50 years, Mr. Saxon droned on. "There is enough charge in each of these weapons for 12 shots. The most effective range of distance is within 10 yards. In this range, a single shot will incapacitate your target, leaving an adult in severe pain and temporarily paralyzed. Your target will regain movement after approximately 15 minutes, and full brain function will be restored within an hour. So you must be quick with your handcuffs, containing the target before he or she regains full movement and awareness." Georgia scoffed. "This is so basic compared to what my mom has. I guess they save the best models for the most important peacemakers. I can't wait until I get an upgrade, too." Mr. Saxon eyed her warily. "The MX 1640 is best for training. You will be taught with these. It is sufficient for learning to aim and fire." Margot nudged me with her elbow. "Ignore her," she whispered. I turned my gaze away from Georgia, taking in the sight of the weapon in my hands once again. It was beautiful in a way, this small machine that held so much power. Not everyone shared my sentiments, though. Goosebumps dotted my arms, a reaction I couldn't contain. They were a result of the other student's fear. Edgar was practically trembling a few feet away from me. Even Margot seemed a bit rattled. Too bad Georgia wasn't more intimidated. "Now, everyone spread out along the wall behind us. Keep a few feet between yourselves and turn to face the targets we've set out on the opposite wall." Georgia remained by Mr. Saxon's side, radiating eagerness to get started. She was already confident in her abilities, per usual. But Margot was right. I needed to stop letting her get to me. We walked the full length of the wall to the opposite end of the room. Edgar followed closely behind. "Remember what we discussed in the classroom. We are going to practice aiming. Do not fire your weapons. We are only aiming right now." Mr. Saxon strode along the wall behind us as we all lifted the guns toward our targets, silhouette cutouts across the room. "Good. Align your sights. Focus." He'd make adjustments as he went, helping students straighten their aims or lift their weapons. He spent a few minutes with Edgar, whose rapid breathing was preventing him from remaining steady on his target. "Ugh!" Georgia was loudly conveying her frustration from the other side of the hall. "Can we hurry up and shoot already? Those outsiders aren't waiting around. I want to be sure I'm ready for them." She squinted one eye and aimed at the target before her, pretending to fire a shot. Grinning obnoxiously, she turned and looked at me over her shoulder. Can she try to not be annoying for 1 minute? I looked at Margot, who was trying really hard to focus on her stance. "I don't think she's capable," Margot said, never removing her eyes from her target. "It's not in her genetic makeup to be likable." I snorted and tried to practice my aim again. Mr. Saxon walked back to his starting point, satisfied that everyone had their aim right. "All right, now I want everyone to take a single shot. Remember to concentrate and keep one eye on your target at all times. Hold your breath as you pull the trigger. You can do this." One by one, shots of light flew from our line toward the cutouts. The shots were quieter than I thought they would be, just a whiz and a flash before us. My finger pulled against the smooth metal trigger, bringing it closer to my body with a satisfying click. Squinting, I could see the mark it left near the center of my target. Not bad. I kind of liked that. Georgia's target was also marked near the center, which was unfortunate. I had hoped she'd be a bad shot. She needed something to bring her arrogance down a notch. "That's for the outsider who stole our ham last month," she said at full volume with a sneer. The rest of the class turned toward her, admiring her shot. Her sneer turned into a full grin. She loved being the center of everyone's attention. Taking full advantage of her spotlight, she fired off another shot, not waiting for instructions from Mr. Saxon. The attention of our classmates only seemed to fuel her. "And that's for the man who tried to jump the center walls from my backyard." She turned and looked at me again after the second shot hit the center of her target. Her eyes were narrowed, glimmering with anticipation. "Sure hope it wasn't anyone's daddy." I swallowed the hard lump that had instantly formed in my throat. That shot was for me. She knows about my dad. My grip tightened around the weapon I still held. I knew I should resist Georgia's dare. There was more power in ignoring her, but she was begging me to react. Margot, suddenly aware of the anger I was unable to freeze down inside, reached out and gently placed her hand on my arm. "Drop it," she whispered. "She's just trying to get under your skin." It was working. "Miss Hines, that's enough." Mr. Saxon was making his way back to Georgia, his short legs working quickly to carry his round frame over to where she stood. But he was too slow. "And this one," Georgia said, looking right at me before turning back to her target, "is for a thief who is too afraid to face the consequences of his actions. I hope he dies in the outside." My shot fired at the same time as Georgia's, our movements almost synchronized. Both hit their targets. A third mark appeared on Georgia's cutout across the room, and at the same time, her body hit the floor. So much for hiding my emotions. Chapter 16. The reflections of the lights on the glossy gray tiles took turns reaching me slowly as my feet moved across them in a blur. My pace matched Mr. Saxon's, who marched silently beside me. A storm of emotions raged inside, swirling with fear of the unknown and the sweet satisfaction of giving Georgia what she deserved. I tried to push everything down, everything except the tiniest ray of remorse, which I nurtured, hoping Mr. Saxon would hone in on it and grant me some leeway. I'd messed up. There was no doubt about that. But I couldn't figure out how Georgia even found out about my family. Edgar was the only other person in the program from Morton Borough, and I really didn't think he'd say anything. And even if he had, Edgar didn't know about Cato. Mr. Saxon stopped outside of a charcoal-colored metal door. A small window revealed nothing from my angle except pale gray walls and a clock. He delivered 3 rapid knocks before twisting the handle and letting himself in. I followed. Emmeline's sharp eyes shot up, quickly assessing the situation before her. She studied me for just a moment before finally speaking. "Hello, Mr. Saxon. This is unexpected. How can I help you?" "We've had an incident," he replied grimly. "Healers are on their way." "I see." Emmeline pursed her lips, thinking about how to proceed. I focused on nothing but my remorse. I didn't want them to know how I really felt about stunning Georgia. I also couldn't reveal my ability to block my affect, especially since I was about to get kicked out of the program. So I focused instead on how I thought I should feel. Pushing back from her desk, Emmeline stood and met us at the door. "Please, have a seat." She gestured toward a chair in front of the desk. "I need to speak privately with Mr. Saxon." They closed the door behind them, leaving me alone in Emmeline's sterile office. I slid into the wooden seat that sat before the matching oak desk. It had a blue-violet cushion attached to the seat, and my thumbnail scratched across the thick canvas material it was made of, providing a quiet zipping noise to match the tick of the clock. Otherwise, the room was uncomfortably silent. The good news was that Cato still hadn't been caught. Georgia definitely would have let me know if the protectors had him. But how did she know about him at all? A large glass window behind Emmeline's desk offered a view of the street below and our row of group homes just beyond. I hoped I'd be able to say goodbye to Margot before they took me back to Morton Borough. She'd tried to stop me. At the very least, I would leave her a note before I left, and maybe ask her to help Edgar, too. The door opened again behind me, and Emmeline strode in, a serious look on her face. I tried to get a sense of how she was feeling, searching for any clues as to what might happen, but she was completely blank. Either she had no emotions, or she was supremely good at blocking her affect. My bet was on the latter, and her control was both admirable and a little unsettling. I doubled down on my own efforts. "Claren, I'd like to hear your account of what happened." This was all too familiar. The sterile surroundings, the harsh lighting, Emmeline staring at me across the table, patiently awaiting my answer. The only difference was that no one had died this time. Georgia was probably already coming around again. I breathed in through my nose, choosing my words carefully. I would have to be strategic. Emmeline surely knew about my family, but if she sensed even a hint of association between me and the outsiders, I'd be more than kicked out of the Peacemaker training program. I'd potentially be exiled. "I'm sorry, Miss Fraser. I'm afraid I let my emotions get the best of me." She nodded, studying my every move. "Yes, I'm afraid you did. But what exactly did Georgia say that upset you so badly?" I remembered her smug little face rattling on about my dad. It was annoying for sure, but it wasn't until she mentioned Cato that I'd lost control. I glanced down at the desk, studying the grain in the wood as I pushed my anger back down. She mentioned my family. My voice was quiet, controlled. I looked back up to see understanding register in Emmeline's eyes. "And that made you angry?" She knew the answer. "Angry because she called your brother a thief?" It was a test. Emmeline was prodding me. She wanted me to defend Cato, to demonstrate a lack of allegiance to the law, giving her a reason to take me to the courts where I would surely be punished. I inhaled again, burying the anger deep in a bed of ice. Freeze her out. "No. If my brother committed a crime, he should be punished accordingly. She made me angry by drawing question to my character. Everyone in the room could feel her accusing stare. I don't appreciate her efforts to turn the others against me. Trust is the main currency for peacemakers, and I felt as though she was trying to rob me of it." "And can you be trusted?" "Absolutely." Emmeline sat back in her chair, considering my words. "Look, I'm going to cut right to the chase. I'm not sure we're getting the full story from you." My stomach flipped. This was it. I was going to be exiled. "But you have an amazing natural talent with the weapons. Sure, Georgia's good too, but she's been training for years with her mother. Don't let her innocence fool you." Ha! Georgia wasn't pulling the wool over Emmeline's eyes, at least. But my shooting skills was going to be irrelevant when I was assigned my new position as a worker in the borough. "And you say you lost your temper," Emmeline continued. "But I believe you actually have quite a bit of control over your emotions, more than most." Her eyes narrowed at me as mine widened. She was on to me. "The good news is that controlling your emotions is a skill we can use. Tell me, where is Cato now?" "I don't know." It was the truth. I didn't know where exactly my brother was hiding, and I'd never been so grateful for ignorance. Emmeline continued to study me before speaking again. "Unfortunately, we have reason to believe your brother may be involved with the outsiders." She paused, gauging my reaction. As much as I wanted to hide it, I felt my body tense. Emmeline saw it too. The corners of her mouth turned up just a fraction of an inch, and she leaned forward, placing her forearms on the desk between us. "Don't worry. I have no intention of holding your family's crimes against you. But if what you say is true, then you believe your brother is in the wrong. And since you say I can trust you, I know that you will do what it takes to help us locate him, correct?" The sudden uptick in my pulse made me lightheaded. I wanted to run or cry or curl into a ball under the desk. I should have practiced blocking more. What have I gotten myself into? If I changed my story and refused to help her find Cato, I could be taken to the courts for aiding and abetting a criminal. And I certainly wouldn't be of much help to him if I got exiled alongside him. I'd have to convince Emmeline that I would help her. Slowly, I nodded. Emmeline's grin widened. "Good. I was hoping we could count on you. I think you've got a great deal of natural ability, Claren, and with your help, I think Classen City will be stronger, better. You're going to improve a lot of lives, and I'm really glad to have you on our side." I returned her smile and hoped it looked and felt authentic. "Thank you. I'm happy to help. Just let me know what I need to do. And please make it easy for me to fake." Emmeline was pleased. For the first time, she allowed me to sense what she was feeling, or at least what she wanted me to think she was feeling. I didn't trust her for a second, but seeing her smile warmed me inside. I thought of my mom and wondered if she'd be proud of me too. "We'll start in 2 weeks. You'll all be granted a week off from training. You'll return home during the break, and I want you to try to make contact with Cato. We need some information from him before we apprehend him, and I'm hoping you can help us. Can you do that for me?" "I don't know if I'll be able to find him," I lied. Of course Rafe would allow me to see him. "But if I do, what kind of information are you looking for?" "We want to know who he's been hanging around. I don't even need to know where he's been hiding. I just want to know who has been hiding him. And if he won't tell you, I'll need you to find out another way. It's important, Claren, for both the safety of our city and the security of your future." Her somber expression didn't leave room for me to speculate. I had to bring her some information, or I'd be toast. "Understood." I tried to keep a brave face, but inside my walls were crumbling. There was no way I was going to tell her anything about Rafe. "Good," she said, a tentative smile returning to her pink lips. "I'll be back in Nobleborough when you return from your break. I expect a full report with precise details." She pulled a black case out from under her desk. "Take this back to your room and put it somewhere safe. You may need it when you return to Morton." I accepted the heavy black case. It was more elegant than the case I'd held an hour earlier. I suspected the stun gun inside was more modern than those we'd been training with downstairs. "Thank you," I said, scooting my chair back and standing. "Of course, and Claren, please don't shoot your classmates again." There was a playfulness to her smile, but she wasn't joking. "Yes, Miss Fraser." I gave a small bow before turning to exit. George's smart mouth wouldn't be an issue anymore. I suddenly had a much bigger problem on my hands. Our training ended early that night, and I was surprised to find all 5 of my roommates waiting for me in the main living area when I got home. They were scattered across a giant couch that wrapped around the room, and Margot stood to greet me as soon as I stepped inside. "I'm so glad you're all right!" She dashed over and wrapped her arms around my neck. I was taken aback by her sudden burst of affection, but looking around the room, I knew she wasn't the only one who was happy to see me. It was odd, walking into such a welcoming homecoming. "Thanks," I said. "Of course I'm all right. Why wouldn't I be?" Edgar's eyes were alive with worry. "Georgia said we wouldn't be seeing you again." "When she finally came around, of course." Nita didn't try to hide her giggle. "Well, here I am," I sighed. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I would be coming back either, but thankfully Emmeline decided to give me a second chance. "Emmeline Fraser? The director?" Nita gaped in my direction. I nodded and hoped the questioning would stop there. Emmeline hadn't specifically told me to keep our arrangement a secret, but it seemed safer not to say anything. "Be careful. If she's giving you a second chance, it's only because she expects something from you in return. That's how the rattlesnake works." "The rattlesnake?" I asked. Nita wasn't wrong about Emmeline expecting something from me, but I had no idea what she was talking about with the rattlesnake thing. "Yep, that's what they used to call her back home. Mama went to school with Emmeline." Nita raised her eyebrows and cocked her head to the side, as though she'd just revealed a juicy little tidbit for us. It still didn't make any sense to me. The others mirrored my look of confusion, so Nita leaned in to explain things a little more clearly. "Her parents are workers, like most of ours. She got selected as a peacemaker at her aptitude test and moved to Nobleborough." "But Emmeline Fraser is a leader," Margot interrupted. "Exactly." Nita's eyes widened in frustration when we still didn't understand the point she was trying to make. "Emmeline moved from the outer edge to the very center, and it wasn't by luck. That woman is ruthless. She blends in well enough to her surroundings, minding her own business, until, bam, she strikes you when you least expect it." Edgar jumped at Nita's shout and looked nervously in my direction. I admired his innocence. In fact, I might have even been a little envious of it. Margot laughed. "Ooh, I get it now, like a rattlesnake." "Yes," Nita said, turning toward me with her best attempt at a menacing glare. The whole group erupted in laughter. "I'm not sure how she made the leap from peacemaker to leader," Nita continued, "but I bet a lot of people got bit in the process." "Don't get bitten," Margot said. There was a smile on her face, but her eyes shone with genuine concern. "I won't," I promised. After dinner, I was finally able to sneak up to my room for a moment of quiet reflection. I'd heard several different recounts of the events following my exit from the Great Hall. The general consensus was that everyone thought Georgia had it coming. They didn't know my history, and I don't think they associated her words with my family, but they all felt her condescension. No one appreciated her efforts to make everyone else look smaller than her. Edgar knew, of course, but rather than filling our housemates in on my father's dirty past, he simply gave me an understanding smile. I'd never expected to feel as accepted as I was in this house. Closing the door to my bedroom silently behind me, I lifted the mattress and read Rafe's letter for the 100th time before sitting down to scribble out my reply. I wanted to tell him everything, but I had to choose my words more carefully now than ever before. Emmeline knew I wasn't telling her the whole story. What if the rattlesnake was watching me now? I glanced nervously around the room before finally bringing my pen to the paper on my desk. "Hey, I'm so glad to hear your dog is safe. I'll actually be back in the borough in about a week for a short break in my training. I would love to see him while I'm there. I'm looking forward to hearing about your education. I've got quite a bit to fill you in on as well. See you soon." I signed it with another cute little rat drawing and tucked it under my mattress until Thursday night. I couldn't wait to see Cato. Surprisingly, I was almost as excited to see Rafe again, too. I just wish the opportunity didn't come with strings attached. Chapter 17. The 23rd Street station was the bus's last stop, delivering us all back home for the break. The sun hung low in the sky, and familiar structures glowed in the golden light it cast. Morton Borough wasn't as majestic as most of the others we drove through that afternoon, but it was home. I followed Edgar down the stairs, readjusting my backpack. The weight of the stun gun inside dug into my shoulders, reminding me that this was more than a simple visit. Edgar was greeted on the sidewalk by his mother, who had white handprints smeared across her simple black pants, and a younger girl. The girl was about 12 years old and shared Edgar's deep-set eyes, but hers sparkled with curiosity. "You're Claren Greenwood," she said, raising her small finger to point in my direction. Her mother quickly pushed her hand down and turned toward me. "Welcome home, dear," she said with a kind smile. She did a good job physically hiding her concern behind her sparkling blue eyes. If I hadn't been an empath, I would have had no idea what kind of worry laid behind her warm exterior. She reached out to hand me a small white sack as Edgar stood mortified beside her, staring at his feet. "I had some leftover blueberry muffins at the shop today, and I thought you might enjoy a couple to take home with you." "Thank you." Without Cato's wage, I had nothing but a few grocery tickets Emmeline gave to me before we left. Thankfully, the city hadn't reassigned my home yet. I wouldn't begin receiving my own wage until my training was complete. She stood silently, facing me, radiating compassion, until Edgar had finally had enough. He pulled her away, leaving her final thoughts unspoken. "Come on, Mom, we better get home before it gets dark. Dad'll be wondering about us." "You're right," she agreed. She turned and patted her daughter on the back, urging her to follow. "Enjoy your break, Claren, and please come by if you need anything at all." Releasing my breath, I began my long walk back to the empty house I used to call home. I'd never met anyone from Edgar's family before, but word about Cato had obviously spread throughout our community. My walk was leisurely. I was in no hurry to get home, and the sun's final rays disappeared behind the horizon before I stepped up to my front door. Inside, I found my home exactly as I'd left it, only dustier. After locking the door, I checked to make sure all the curtains were drawn shut before examining the coat closet. I could just barely make out the lines in the floor where the secret door lay hidden, and I was disappointed to find no signs that Cato had been back while I was gone. It was probably smart for him to stay away. For all I knew, Officer Patton might have still been hiding in Mr. Revis's front window across the street. The thought of someone watching me enter my house sent a shudder down my spine. This is going to be a long week. Walking back to the sanitation headquarters 2 days later stirred up more emotions than I could name. It was a familiar walk, but everything felt different. Cato wasn't going to be there to greet me with his goofy grin. There would be no racing back home, or pizza, or stories shared about our days. My heart ached for a past I would never know again. I approached the main office right as the workers were finishing their day. I saw a tall, black-haired woman exit first, but Rafe wasn't far behind her. His full lips revealed the slightest hint of a grin when he spotted me, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. "Hey there," he said. The woman turned, startled to see me standing near the door. "Lena, this is Claren Greenwood, Cato's sister." The woman's eyebrows turned up, filling me with the same concern Edgar's mom had felt the evening before. "Hi, Claren, I'm Lena." She reached out to shake my hand. "I was sorry to hear about your brother. Cato was a good man." "Yes, he was." It was painful to speak of him in the past tense, and feeling Lena's sadness almost threatened to pull me down, too. But Rafe remained positive beside her, confirming for me that Cato was still okay. Once again, I felt as if there was more she wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come out. Instead, she gave a simple smile and squeezed my hand that was still held between hers. "Well, you just let us know if there is anything you need, anything at all. I'm sure everybody here would be happy to help you out if we can. Ain't that right, Rafe?" "That's right." Rafe's eyes glimmered in the evening light, sending butterflies into flight in my belly. "Well, I need to get home and feed the kiddos. You know they're not going to feed themselves." Lena dropped my hand and stepped back. "Take care of yourself, Claren." She waved and turned toward the corner, hurrying to get home for the evening. "I'll try," I said under my breath. Rafe cocked his head to the side. "What are you doing here?" "I'm on a break from training. Didn't you get my—" "Shh." Rafe grabbed my hand and led me across the street. He was walking toward the pond, and if I hadn't been so tense, I would have been thrilled to share my favorite spot with someone like Rafe. Even as he anxiously led me down the street, the strength of his hand around mine put me at ease. I didn't realize how much I'd missed him after our week of daily lessons before I left. He didn't speak again until we reached a clearing in the grass overlooking the rippling water. "Sorry if I scared you." "You didn't scare me." He released my hand, and I was tempted to reach out and hold his again. "I just know they've got protectors watching the sanitation headquarters, waiting to see if Cato comes back. I don't think they could have hurt us, but better safe than sorry, right?" "Right." He lowered himself to the grass, now lush and green from the summer sunshine. I joined him, happy to be gazing out over the water together. We sat for a few minutes, just enjoying the sound of the birds chirping in the trees overhead and the warm breeze that occasionally ruffled our hair. "So you did get my letter?" It was more of a question than a statement. "I did." "Do you think it will be possible for me to see him this week?" Rafe turned and met my eyes. His look was serene, and I wished I could bottle up the feeling of peace I had in that moment. Rafe felt like home, and I didn't know if it was because he was my only connection to Cato, or if it was just him. "I think so, but it won't be until Thursday. He's out right now." "Out where?" "He's just taking care of some things for Frank. Don't worry, he's in good company." I nodded, though I wasn't sure exactly what that might look like. Thoughts of Cato running through the outside with people like Dave and his gun definitely didn't ease my worry at all. "Has he been staying with Frank, then?" It was an honest question. I was concerned about my brother, but I also had Emmeline's voice in the back of my mind on repeat, imploring me to find out who Cato was working with. Rafe's jaw tensed slightly. "He's safe. That's all that matters." "You're right." I turned back to the water, watching a turtle poke its head through the reflective surface, sending concentric mirror-like waves out in all directions. As the tension drifted away from us, I gathered up enough courage to ask Rafe the other question that had been bouncing through my mind. "So, will I be able to see you again before Thursday? Maybe we can pick up my lessons again after work." My teeth toyed with the inside of my lower lip, nervous and hopeful he would say yes. He turned and studied me. His dark eyes were inviting me in, and I wanted to get lost in them, learn more about who he was, and burrow deep into the sense of security he brought me. I was safe with Rafe. It was the one thing I was certain of. But his brows furrowed, and he looked away again. "I've been matched." "Oh." It was a simple statement, just 3 words, but it answered my question and said so much more. I'd forgotten that Rafe was a couple of years older than me. It made sense that he'd be matched that fall. Everyone in New America received a match the year they turned 20. Matches were based on aptitudes and career evaluations, along with basic personality traits. He'd have 1 year to court his match, and if they agreed that it was not a good fit, they would each receive a new match the following fall. The city would provide up to 3 potential spouses, but if you were still unable to enter into marriage by your 3rd year of courting, at the age of 23, you would be forced to live alone for the remainder of your life. The policy was designed with breeding in mind, more than individual happiness. Love wasn't necessary. Marriages were to be partnerships, designed to help each other through life and bear children for the next generation. In theory, each generation of children would be stronger and more skilled than the one before it. We were bred to maximize our strongest aptitudes. It was for the greater good of New America. I considered myself lucky for growing up in a home where my mother and father actually loved each other. I hoped I'd find a relationship like that as well. Rafe stared out over the water, not offering any other details. I probably shouldn't have prodded any further, but I couldn't keep my curiosity at bay. Is she an empath, too? He looked around nervously before shooting me a stern look. No, and don't say that aloud again. No one knows about my skill except you. What? It was impossible to hide the shock on my face. No one? Empathy runs in my family, but we've been able to keep it a secret from the government. My dad taught me to block when I was very young, so they never picked up on it during my aptitude test. Why would you try to hide it? I was genuinely curious. If they knew Rafe was an empath, they would likely move him into better housing closer to the center. He would be safe. It's just better this way. My father had plans, a use for his skills that didn't involve the government, and I always assumed I could pick up where he left off. I flashed back to the first time I saw Rafe in the church. He was working for the outsiders. His dad must have done the same. The thought of working for them instead of Emmeline danced its way into my brain like a wisp of smoke before it dissipated. It was too late to go down that road now. Where is he now? I asked. Rafe's pain was palpable and too familiar. It was the same sharpness that cuts through me when I thought of my mom. He'd suffered loss, too. He's gone. They both are. I reached out and placed my hand on top of his, allowing the leaves of grass to push up between our fingers. There were no more questions to be asked. I knew enough, and as we sat there, swaying in the warm breeze with the plants that surrounded us, I was struck by how alike we were. Two people from the same cloth, ripped apart by tragedy and thrown into different worlds. Chapter 18. Knock, knock, knock. A ladybug landed on the metal door just as I pulled my hand down. I watched it crawl slowly toward the roof, covering the small stoop on Sela's front porch, red and black wings, still ready to take flight at a moment's notice. You're probably going to be a more welcome guest than I am. I leaned in, listening for any signs of life inside the house. Finally, just as I'd resigned to leave, the door swung open to reveal my best friend's open mouth. "Well, I certainly didn't expect to see you," she said, turning and walking back into her living room. She left the door open, so I took that as an invitation to follow her inside. Sela would have had no problem telling me to leave if that's what she really wanted, and truthfully, she wouldn't have been out of line to do so. I left a month before without so much as a goodbye. Last she knew, I was selected as a worker in Morton Borough. Of course she would be upset with me lying and leaving so abruptly. Inside, she kept her back to me. A mix of emotions filled the room: relief, anger, sadness, dejection. And then there was my massive heap of guilt piled on top of all the rest. Sela didn't do anything lightly. If she was going to invest herself into something or someone, she was going all in, and I'd let her down. "I'm so sorry," it was all I could say. Sela's shoulders rose and fell with a deep breath. "I didn't know where you were." Her voice was sharp, walking a fine line between crying and shouting. "I know. It happened so fast I didn't have time to say goodbye to anyone. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner." She turned to face me again, arms wrapped tightly around her chest. "I heard they were looking for Cato. I went to your house to check on you, to see if you were okay, and you were just gone. I was worried sick." I hung my head. It was hard to see her so upset, and worse knowing that I caused it. "And then, when word finally got around that you weren't dead, I find out that you've run off to become a peacemaker? Why did you lie to me?" I looked up just in time to see a tear escape the corner of Sela's eye. I wanted to wipe it away and give her a hug, but my acts of friendship wouldn't have been well received. Not yet, anyway. I didn't mean to lie. I just didn't want you to be disappointed in me. Tears stung at the back of my eyes, fighting for me to release them. I felt her pain, yes, but it was only compounded with my own. It was all too much. I'd missed her. I'd missed home. Disappointed? Why would I have been disappointed in you, Claren? Being selected as a peacemaker is huge. I would have been so proud of you. You deserve it more than anyone. Her hands rose into the air to emphasize her point, then fell back to her sides. She shook her head, trying to understand. I wasn't planning on taking it. I wanted to stay here. Cato needed me. But when they came for him, and he left... My shaky voice gave way to a sob, and the floodgates were opened. I don't know where he is, and I'm so scared for him. The truth of it all finally hit me. Rafe said he was safe, but he didn't really know. No one knew for sure. If Cato was out running errands for Frank, he'd be surrounded by all the other outsiders, criminals and murderers included. Anything could happen to him. Sela rushed forward and wrapped her long arms around me. I didn't know, she whispered into my hair as I sobbed against her shoulder. The warm drops of her tears fell into my hair, rolling down and dropping into the puddle mine were making on the tile below. I shook my head. It's okay. I was just glad to have my friend back. Once we'd regained our composure, Sela pulled me over to the couch. She wanted to hear every detail about the Peacemaker training program. I told her about Edgar and the chefs in our giant house. I told her how most of the other students were born from Peacemaker families and raised near the center, but a handful of us came from outer boroughs. I told her about Georgia, but I left out the stun gun incident. That wasn't a detail I was proud to share. And when I'd finished, I felt like I could breathe again. I didn't realize how badly I'd needed someone to confide in. I can't believe I've been talking about myself this entire time. Tell me about you. Have you started working yet? I have. Started last week. Sela's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's so wonderful. I get to go way into the city, past the business district, where all the old buildings are from before the war. It's like another world in there. I wonder if it's anything like Noble Borough. Maybe, I said. We do have some pretty old buildings. Most of them have been renovated, though. Oh, the medical center has, too. It's incredible. They've got devices for the healers that I didn't even know existed. It's kind of crazy the technology they've come up with. I wish they'd let us use stuff like that outside of work. I don't see that happening anytime soon. There was a big technology boom before the war, but citizens used it against the government. So when New America reestablished itself, it was set up with extremely strict laws on private tech use. Technology was used by some government-run entities where necessary, but most people would never have access to anything more advanced than televisions used to watch our local programming. I had heard of some of the machines in the medical center before, however. Mom and Dad used to discuss the equipment she used as a healer. My dad was fascinated by stuff like that. I always thought he was a bit of an old soul, born into the wrong generation. Yeah, you're probably right, and I've got everything I need for now. But I gotta say, I can't wait until I get to move closer to the center. Are you going to be moving soon? No, not for a couple of years. Sela grinned widely and leaned forward. I'm holding out for a good match. Since I'm working in the medical center, I'm hoping I might get a healer. She was downright giddy at the thought. Seeing my friend in her living room, chatting on about the benefits of her new job and living for the day she gets matched, I felt a pang of jealousy. It was an honor to be selected as a peacemaker, I knew that, but this wasn't how my life was supposed to play out. I was supposed to have a simple happiness like Sela, a home with a mom and a dad and my brother laughing by my side, a simple job and a normal life. Instead, I got some weird ability that made me feel too much. It wore me down, carrying the burdens of everyone around me. I had enough burdens of my own, and now what semblance of my past life still remained was going to be ruined because I'd made a deal with the rattlesnake. "Hey." Rafe stood on my doorstep with his hands in his pockets, looking particularly charming in a boy-next-door kind of way. "Hey," I said, with as steady a voice as I could muster. "I'm surprised to see you here." "Too surprised to let me in?" "Oh, sorry." I stepped back to give him some room. He looked left and right before hopping over the threshold, the scent of lemongrass and mint washing over me as he passed. "The protectors change shifts between 5 and 6 o'clock, so I'll need to be quick before the evening officer arrives." He walked around the perimeter of my house, checking locks and closing gaps in the curtains. "We're meeting tonight." "We who? I thought Cato wouldn't be back until tomorrow." "He won't, probably." "Probably?" Rafe put his hand on my shoulder, and its warmth spread across me like a warm blanket on a blustery day. "Relax. Cato's fine, I promise." I couldn't argue with the sincerity in his eyes. "What's the meeting about, then?" "Can't tell you. It's top secret." He gave my shoulder a quick squeeze before letting his arm drop. Mischief glinted from his eyes, and he playfully raised his brows, emphasizing the secret. I suppressed a smile. "Well, why come over here to tell me about it, then?" Rafe shrugged and tucked his hands back into his pockets. "I don't know. Maybe I just wanted to see you." My cheeks warmed as the smile I'd been hiding found its way to my lips, betraying the cool and collected vibe I was trying to give. Rafe returned it with a crooked grin of his own. "Or maybe I just came back to grab the pen I left here a few weeks ago." He glanced around the room, pretending to look for a non-existent pen. I rolled my eyes with a chuckle. "Oh, good grief." "Seriously, though, we always meet Wednesday nights. If there's been any kind of delay, I'll find out later and get word to you after work tomorrow. Otherwise, just plan on meeting at the church tomorrow night at 7. Cato will be thrilled to see you." There was no use trying to hide my happiness with that, and it must have been contagious because Rafe's smile reached all the way to his eyes. He was even better looking when he was happy, if that was even possible. I decided I'd try to get him to smile more often. "Well, I'm pretty excited to see him, too. Thank you, Rafe. I can't imagine going through all of this without your help." "I'm happy to offer my assistance, but I gotta run before they switch over across the street. See you tomorrow." "See you then." And with that, he was gone. I tried to keep myself busy the following day. My bag was packed with the stun gun, removed from its case and wrapped carefully in an old t-shirt to keep it hidden. I didn't suspect I'd need it, but decided it wouldn't hurt to bring it along, just in case. On top, I placed 3 peanut butter sandwiches in little bags and some fruit I'd picked up at the market with the grocery tickets given to me by Emmeline. I finished it off with a couple of jars of water. But waiting for 7 o'clock was a challenge. After a few hours sitting by the pond, scrubbing the floors, washing my hair, and rearranging the kitchen cabinets, I finally resigned myself to just sit and watch the seconds tick by. By 6 o'clock, I'd had enough and set out early for the church. The sun still hovered above the treetops, illuminating my way clearly through the streets. I looked over my shoulder every so often to see if I was being followed, but no one else was around. I imagined everyone was inside their homes, gathering around the table, eating supper, and sharing stories from their days. We wouldn't have a kitchen table, but I hoped Cato and I would be sharing sandwiches and stories soon, too. Nearing the business district, I thought back to the night I'd followed him to his meeting with the outsiders. I wished I could go back in time and stop him right then. I'd tell him to go back home, to stay out of trouble and mind his own business. Not that it would have mattered. Cato couldn't have been Cato if he didn't live on the edge. With another sweeping scan of my surroundings, I rounded the corner off the main street toward the old abandoned church building and picked up my pace. I needed to scamper inside before I was seen, just in case Emmeline sent some minions to follow me. The line of old houses looked just as empty as the last time I'd been there, but I couldn't risk getting caught, or worse, getting Cato caught. Thankfully, the oversized wood doors were unlocked, and I turned toward the auditorium as they swung shut behind me. It was breathtaking. Light from the setting sun filtered in through the remaining stained glass windows, creating a mosaic of colors stretching across the dirty wooden floor. Particles of dust danced in the rays of light that shone down, and I was tempted to join them, swirling in the colors myself. But I stopped when I saw Rafe sitting in the center of the room, displaying the same full smile I'd enjoyed at my house the day before. He was truly something, with blue and green light from the windows highlighting his scruffy cheeks. "I knew you'd be early." "I didn't have anywhere else to be," I said with a shrug. From the middle of the auditorium, I spun around again, taking in the colors from across the room. But other than Rafe and the dust, it was empty. "He's not here yet." "I noticed," I sighed. "But he's coming, right?" "Oh yeah, he wouldn't miss a chance to see you for the world." Rafe kept his eyes on me as I stepped in and out of the light, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was talking about Cato or himself. I set my bag on the floor beside him and began to pull out the food I'd packed. "Have you eaten?" "No, but I'm fine." I held a sandwich out for him to take. "Really, I'll just grab something when I get home." "I made plenty. Eat," I insisted. "Don't eat them all," a voice called out from behind me. Cato stepped into the light from the back corner of the room. He was a little skinnier than the last time I saw him, and he needed a haircut, but otherwise he looked healthy and happy to be there. "Cato!" I sped across the floor and threw my arms around his neck, nearly knocking us both over in the process. "Hey, sis." He returned my embrace with a tight squeeze. "Did you lock the closet behind you?" Rafe asked. Cato held up a key, then shoved it deep into the front pocket of his jeans. "So, what are we having?" "Peanut butter sandwiches, of course." I held the sandwich in one hand and an apple in the other. "You look like you could use a meal." "You look like you haven't missed any." Cato grinned, and I socked him in the arm. "Nah, I'm kidding. You look good. They treating you all right in the center?" "Well, I'm not quite in the center, but yeah, they're treating me well. How about you? Where have you been staying?" Cato and Rafe exchanged a quick look before he responded. "Oh, you know, here and there, wherever I can find a pillow." I nodded. They were shutting me out, keeping the details of his whereabouts a secret. It was a smart move, but it still hurt. "Well, I wish the protectors would drop this investigation and manhunt so you can get back to your own bed." Cato swallowed a bite of his sandwich and paused, giving me a long, hard look. "I'm not going back home, Claren. You know that, right?" "There's still a chance. If you can prove your innocence and separate yourself from any other suspicious activity, they might be lenient." "But I'm not innocent. I took stuff that didn't belong to me." "It was trash." "It wasn't my trash to take. I know too much now anyway. They're never going to let me back in. And honestly, I wouldn't come back even if they begged me to." I looked away, biting down on my lip to prevent myself from crying. I just wanted everything to go back to how it was. Was that really too much to ask? "So, what are you going to do?" "Plenty. There's a whole different world beyond the city limits. I actually think you'd like it out there." I shook my head. That life wasn't for me. Emmeline needed my help in the city, keeping our citizens safe. I couldn't keep anyone safe outside. Even my mom wasn't safe around those people. I just hoped it wasn't too late for Cato. "Well, think about it, please," I asked. "It would sure be nice to see you more often, and once I finish training, I'll probably get a pretty nice setup near the center. I bet I could get you closer, too." I spoke longer than I should have. Cato had made up his mind before I even began. I wasn't getting him to change anything. "You think about it too, Claren. We could use your help out there." We finished our food and shared vague stories from the last month, but Cato never truly let me in. He was holding something back, and with it, he held back a part of himself. I was losing my brother, just like I'd lost my mom and my dad. Maybe I couldn't bring him back to life in Classen City, but I could do something to keep him out of trouble. Emmeline said she was more interested in who Cato was working with than she was in Cato himself. If I could separate my brother from the outsiders, I may be able to keep him safe after all. Chapter 19. Claren, are you up? A knock from the other side of my bathroom door roused me from a deep sleep. It took no time at all to get settled back into my new home in Nobleborough. The down duvet snuggled my body perfectly on my pillow-top mattress, and I didn't realize how much better my sleep was in it until I returned from my old bedroom in Morton. It was like laying on a cloud. Sort of, I called out to Margot on the other side of the door. She entered my room and hopped on the bed beside me. Sort of is good enough for me, she said with a grin. Now get out of bed. I went a whole week without bacon, and I'm ready for a hot breakfast again. But it's so cozy in here, I said, stretching my toes as far as they could reach under the covers. Margot responded with a laugh and hit me with a pillow. Come on, I'll give you 5 minutes before I go downstairs without you. Her stomach let out an audible growl, sending us both into a giggling fit. See? I told you, I'm hungry! We were all happy to be back in Noble after the break, even Edgar. It's not that we didn't enjoy our trips back home. It's just that life near the center was a little more enjoyable. The beds were bigger and softer, the food was deliciously prepared by professional chefs, and even our closets were stocked with new clothes upon our return. It made us feel special in a way that living on the edge of the city never could. Even the Peacemakers' kids seemed a little more chipper in class. The energy of our classroom was vibrant, despite a whole morning of review from the previous weeks. I was in such a good mood that I didn't even notice Emmeline walk in during our lunch break. Hello, Miss Greenwood. May I have a moment? Margot shot me a curious look, which I returned with a subtle shrug. Emmeline was probably anxious to hear what I learned about Cato, but I certainly wasn't going to tell Margot any of that. Sure, I replied. Emmeline gestured to the side of the cafeteria. I've already spoken with Mr. Saxon, and he has agreed to release you from your studies this afternoon. What? Why? I willed myself not to panic. She didn't seem upset. In fact, she was almost excited. I'll explain more after lunch, she said. Do you remember where my office is located? I nodded. Good. Finish your food and meet me there in about 10 minutes. Georgia's glare was piercing as I returned to my seat. She was at our table within seconds. What did Miss Fraser want? Her hands were on her hips. She stared at me accusingly, as though I'd done something to personally wrong her. Nothing, I replied. I took a bite of my pasta, running the forkful of noodles casually through the sauce along the edges of the bowl before bringing it to my mouth. She wanted something, otherwise she wouldn't have come down here. I continued to focus on my food, as if Georgia wasn't in the room. It wouldn't hurt her to learn some patience. She huffed, moving into the seat beside me. Well? I took another bite, chewing slowly and following it with a long sip of my water, before finally turning to meet her angry scowl. It's a personal matter. Ugh, you are literally the worst. I can't believe they even let you come back here. She stormed off, leaving Margot chuckling in her wake. Margot leaned a little closer. So what did she want? I don't know, I replied honestly, but I'm about to find out. Emmeline looked up with a smile as I entered her office. Hello, hello. Please, come in and take a seat. She gestured to the open chair in front of her desk, where I'd awaited what I was sure to be an expulsion a couple of weeks earlier. Somehow, seeing her cheerful grin was almost more unnerving. I sat straight-backed in the chair, patiently awaiting further instructions. I feared if I began talking, I wouldn't be able to stop, and rambling would be of no use to me. I couldn't say too much. I couldn't tell her about Rafe, and I didn't have much else to offer. "How was your time in Morton Burrow?" she asked. It was a simple question, but her eyes were prodding for information. "It was nice, thank you." "Were you able to catch up with old friends?" "Yes." I considered telling her about my visit with Selah in an effort to delay the inevitable, but the fewer details I gave her, the better. Plus, Selah was so happy. I didn't want to put her on Emmeline's radar. "And your brother?" Emmeline's crystal blue eyes were staring straight into my soul. I remembered my mom once telling me about machines they used at the medical center that would display the inside of your body on large screens. They used the machines to look for broken bones or other injuries. I imagine those patients felt a little like I did on the other side of Emmeline's gaze, exposed. But she wasn't looking at my bones. No, she was searching my mind, seeking out information to locate the only person left that I loved in this world. I shuddered. Of course Emmeline couldn't read my mind. She would know if I lied, though. "Yes, I saw my brother." Emmeline's smile widened, sending another shiver down my spine. Cato was a thief, not a serial killer. Why was she so interested in locating him? He was harmless. "I know he didn't come to your house. We've had protectors keeping watch since you left for training. But I'm sure you sensed them, of course. So where did you meet him, Claren?" I swallowed, trying to think of a way to get out of this. "I thought you said you weren't interested in his location right now." Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her smile never faltered. "That's right. But if he didn't come to you, it means you went to him. And as we discussed, I'd like to know who is keeping him." I shook my head. "I still don't know where he's staying. We met somewhere separate, in an abandoned building." "How were you able to arrange the meeting?" It was a valid question, and I should have had an answer prepared. But as it stood, all I could do was hope that Emmeline wouldn't probe deeper. "We share a mutual acquaintance. A tall, dark, handsome, smart, sensitive, funny acquaintance. Please don't make me give Rafe away." "I see. And you're certain this acquaintance isn't giving your brother orders?" "I'm positive. I don't know the person well, but I can guarantee Cato is not taking any orders from him. Or her. From the person, I mean." I looked down to find my knee bouncing up and down so hard I thought I might break a hole through the floor. I continued to stare until it finally came to a rest, still tingling with adrenaline. I was doing a terrible job of blocking my affect. "Is there any chance this acquaintance may know who is hiding Cato? Who he is taking his orders from?" I swallowed reflexively, but my mouth was arid. The dry lump traveled slowly down my throat, burning as it went. "I suppose it's possible." Emmeline's eyes twinkled across the desk from me as the corners of her mouth quirked up again. "That's excellent news, and I trust that you will continue to offer your assistance in helping us locate the individual who has been hiding your brother. We believe there's a man in charge of a large group of outsiders, and he has some dangerous plans. I'd hate for your brother to get into further trouble by following orders from this rogue leader. You wouldn't want Cato to get into any more trouble either, would you, Claren?" My palms stung from the sharpness of my nails digging in as I attempted to control my anger. She'd worked me into a corner again. I could almost hear the snake's menacing rattle. If manipulation was a sport, she'd be the grand champion, a slithering, conniving, beautifully lethal champion. But she had a point. I had no allegiance to Frank. He may have protected Cato from being exiled, but at what cost? My brother only seemed to be getting further involved in Frank's plans, and from what I'd seen of his last attempt to educate with Sam recruiting at my exam, Frank's plans didn't always end so well. I wouldn't let Cato become another ghost in my life. "So what will it be? Will you help us find the man in charge?" "Yes," I said. My voice was raw, working hard to cover the sobs that were fighting to expose my fear for my brother. "I'll be happy to help. Just let me know what to do." "Well, first things first, we're going to have to work on some additional skills. Are you familiar with the term projecting?" She reached across the desk, palms up. I knew where this was going, but I had to feign innocence. I slowly placed my hands on top of hers and allowed her calm to wash over me. "Feel better now?" She smiled. "I do." "That is projecting. I'd like to teach you how to do it as well. It could come in quite handy as you carry out the task ahead of you. But first, I need your absolute word that you will not use this skill to manipulate others outside of government-ordered work." "You have my word." Emmeline's eyes sparkled again, and I wanted to trust her. I wanted to learn as much as I could from her, but I also feared what I might become if I did. "Very well, then. Let's get right to it." Chapter 20. 2 days later, I stood alone on the cracked asphalt in front of the 23rd Street bus station, watching the red taillights of Emmeline's car round the corner back toward Nobleborough. I'd only managed to finish a couple of bites of my grilled chicken at dinner, hoping it would be enough to settle my stomach. It wasn't, and it rolled as I stared down the street toward my destination. Somehow, I'd convinced Emmeline to give me a little more time to gather intel on my own. Rafe would know immediately if there were other people in the room, so there was no use bringing help along. I had to go alone, and even alone, I felt like a traitor walking into a room full of victims. I was sick with myself. I set off toward the church, placing one shaky foot in front of the other as I made my way down the dark streets. But as I thought about it, I noted that the outsiders weren't exactly innocent. They'd gotten Sam killed several weeks earlier. They got Cato wanted for theft, and now they were continuing to put him in danger. If I didn't gather information about Frank for Emmeline, Cato was only going to get in deeper. It had to stop. Finally, the church came into view. I stuck close to the shadows on the edge of the street and picked up my pace as I closed the gap between the street corner and the now familiar dilapidated building ahead. The door inched open, and I approached, and Dave's pale face peeked out, almost glowing in the moonlight. His eyes were the size of saucers, and I felt his panic surge through my veins. As the electricity of it circulated through my already shaky legs, I had to fight the urge to turn on my heels and run in the opposite direction. "Everything okay over there?" Rafe's muffled voice echoed from behind the door. He felt it too. I took a deep breath, stuffing my anxiety deep inside as I forced a smile to my lips. "Hi, Dave. Mind if I join you guys tonight?" Dave's gaze bounced from me to the street corners, from the trees to the line of old houses beside us. He was searching to see if I was alone. Once again, I was thankful that I was. I'm not sure." Dave's stutter was interrupted by Rafe's sudden appearance in the doorway. He pushed the church door open a little more as he grabbed my arm and pulled me inside. "Claren, what in the world?" The heavy wooden door closed with a thud behind us, and as my eyes adjusted to the low light of the church auditorium, I could just make out several sets of eyes, all on me. "I remembered you guys met here, and I was worried about Cato. I know he was working on something, and I just felt an unshakable urge to check on him, to see that he's okay. Is he okay?" Everything I said was true, of course. There was no need to hide my concern from Rafe. I scanned the room again, recognizing several faces from the last meeting I interrupted here. But there were 3 new faces as well. Fear emanated from a middle-aged man sitting next to Frank, and he glanced nervously at 2 younger men sitting on the other side of him. They were probably a few years older than me, and they shared the same sandy blonde hair and broad shoulders as the man, who I assumed was their father. Cato was nowhere to be found. I used the back of my hand to wipe cold sweat from my forehead and tried to steady my rapid, shallow breathing before turning to Rafe. Where is he?" Rafe pulled me into his chest, wrapping a strong arm behind my back. "It's all right," he whispered into my hair. "He's fine, but he won't be here tonight. You shouldn't be here either." Dave shifted uncomfortably beside us, but I didn't want to pull away. Rafe's slow, steady breaths caused his chest to rise and fall against my cheek, and I closed my eyes, allowing the simple rhythm of his breathing to calm my desperate nerves. What was I doing here? Cato didn't want to be saved, and I feared I was only adding unnecessary risk to Rafe's life. This was all wrong. "You're right. This was a mistake." My voice was barely audible, the words getting lost in the fabric of his shirt. I might have stayed there all night, pressed against Rafe with his arms around me, but Frank joined us, and reality came crashing back into view. "Claren, I'm surprised to see you here again. I thought you'd gone to Noble for peacemaker training." I peeled myself from Rafe's safety and turned to face Frank. "That's right, but during a visit back home last week, I learned of Cato's involvement in some secret mission. I couldn't quit thinking and worrying about him, so I snuck out tonight to see if he was okay." Frank chortled, which caught me off guard. He wasn't angry or concerned at all. "Of course Cato's okay. He's doing better than we are." "How do you mean?" I didn't understand what was so funny, and Frank was certainly mistaken if he thought Cato was doing better than the rest of us. The outside wasn't known for its mini mansions and professional chefs, but he definitely piqued my curiosity. "Cato's living large in the center right now." Rafe cleared his throat and crossed his arms in front of his chest. My jaw nearly hit the floor, and Frank just chuckled and extended his hand toward me. "Follow me. I've got much to fill you in on." Frank looped my hand through the crook of his elbow and led me to the circle of people gathered in the center of the church auditorium. Rafe followed closely behind and sat to my left on the floor. Frank was on my right. I tried to get a reading for how Rafe was feeling, but his every emotion was perfectly blocked. It was like sitting next to an icy wall, and it sent a shiver through me just the same. I considered projecting a little bit of ease into him by placing my hand on his knee, but it wasn't time to reveal that little trick up my sleeve. It wasn't a trick I was excited about using on Rafe anyway. "This isn't a good idea, Frank. You can't trust her." Dax was scowling across from me. I didn't know what he had against me. I hadn't done anything to him, ever, but he definitely wasn't relenting. "Of course we can," Frank smiled. "This is Cato's sister. If he trusts her, I trust her. Besides, Claren is in a really unique position. She may be able to help our cause as well, from a different angle. If she's interested, of course." I turned to the kind old man, guilt pressing hard on my lungs. Here he was defending me, trusting me with information others were reluctant to share, and all the while I was supposed to be turning him over to Emmeline. His eyes sparkled in the moonlight, glinting in from the broken stained glass windows. He looked like a character from a book, wise and mysterious in the low green-tinted light. But if Frank was the good guy, then that must make me. I shook the thought from my head. "Does anyone else object to our visitor sitting in tonight?" If any of the others did object, they kept their mouth shut. Dax remained scowling across from me, watching me like a wolf studying its prey. Satisfied with their silence, Frank turned back to me and continued. "Last time you were here, we told you we were working to spread truth inside the city. Unfortunately, you are all taught that the outside is a place for criminals, crawling with violence and low rates of survival. But the truth is, there are many good people outside of the city limits, and as a community, we have learned not only how to live without the government, but how to thrive. We are growing our own food, building our own infrastructure, and developing our own medicine. And we're doing it all without anyone over our shoulders telling us how to work or who to love." Expressions softened around me, and the room was pulsing with something. Excitement? Longing, maybe? No, it was better than that. It was hope. Almost like a foreign notion, it warmed me from the inside out. It felt like my mother's hugs and my dad's stories. It was like warm chicken noodle soup when I was sick as a little girl, and blowing out birthday candles on the only cake I got every year. It felt good, it felt right, and I wanted more. Now that we have developed some systems, we believe we're ready to grow, and growth will be a lot easier if we can bring in additional experts from different career fields. We believe many citizens of Claren City would be very interested to hear how we live. So, we are working on educating and recruiting anyone who is unhappy with their current circumstances, anyone who craves more, anyone who wants to taste freedom. It was probably my mind playing tricks on me, but Frank's glow almost seemed to intensify with his words, moving from the mysterious green of the stained glass to a warm gold. He was passionate, and his words were moving. Frank exemplified true leadership without even trying. It was convincing. So, Cato was right. I finally spoke. You are like a secret society. What was it he called you? The Embers? Frank laughed again. We are a society, yes, but we have no name, and we don't intend to stay a secret. It's the government who is working so hard to keep our existence silent. We are just people like the rest of you. But when we were pushed outside, we built ourselves back up from the dust, and now we're ready to grow. We're ready to offer an alternative for people who want to take charge of their own lives. I nodded. It was a very noble cause, and whether it was everyone else's hope and excitement or my own, I was unsure, but I felt it. How can I help, Frank? He grinned. Well, right now Cato is staying with an influential family in the center, the Gadsons. He's working to educate them, but they are natural leaders. They have many questions about our systems and are looking for assurance that they will be able to survive and stay strong outside of the city. Their biggest challenge, however, is helping to counter the narrative the government is providing regarding the so-called attacks that keep occurring. As a peacemaker, you will hold influence over this narrative. You can help the people see that we are not attacking but educating, and hopefully you can help to keep us safe as well. But I'm just in training, I countered. I don't have any influence at all. Not yet, but you will. This is a long game, Claren. Big changes don't happen overnight. We're looking to change the world we live in, not put a bandage on it. I mean, I wouldn't mind speeding the game up a little. Dax snorted from the opposite side of our circle. A few others smiled as well, giving the tiniest of nods. But it was clear they trusted Frank. They would have to learn some patience. So, what can I do? I wanted to trust Frank, too. If what he said was true, we'd all be a lot better off outside, and Cato could live freely, without hiding from the protectors at every turn. For now, we can use any information you're able to pick up. They may not tell you much, but that's okay. I can see some real potential in you, and if you do your best, you will rise to the top of your class. The better you do in your training, the higher your final placement will be. And until we can get the truth more widespread, we need to situate ourselves in the highest levels of the government possible. One day, everyone will know, and they will be able to make the decision to stay or leave for themselves. So hurry up and wait, in other words. What Frank didn't understand, though, is that doing my best in the training would actually work against his cause here. But if I went against Emmeline, I would be removed from the program, and Cato would be completely removed from my life. Frank spent the remainder of the evening updating everyone on certain details and small wins from their overall goal. The middle-aged man and his sons were working to spread the truth in some of the other southern boroughs. They were new to the cause themselves, thanks to Tim, the man with the limp I saw the first time I'd crashed their meeting. They wrapped up sometime after midnight, and I felt like I was a part of something stronger than I ever imagined by the time we all said our goodbyes. We exited through the back door, through the shadows one at a time, or in pairs to prevent suspicion, and it wasn't until Rafe and I were around the corner that he finally spoke. Frank is not an empath. It was a strange thing for him to say after all that had just conspired. Okay, I'm not sure how that's relevant. It's relevant because he doesn't really understand how empathy works. He doesn't know that you are surrounded by sharks in every waking moment of your training, and they're all waiting for any scent of blood. This information he just gave you is like a death wish. They'll be circling you in no time. They're not mind readers, Rafe. No, they're not. But you're not exactly an expert when it comes to blocking your affect, and hope is the most difficult emotion to hide. You practically have a hope spotlight shining down on you right now. I smiled. I did feel pretty good, but in my defense, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Relax, I won't reveal anything. I have a better reason to hide it now than ever. I'm actually a part of it now. Rafe's lips tightened into a line. He didn't think I could do it, but he didn't press me on the matter. Do you want me to walk you back to Nobleborough? He asked. Actually, I might try to get some rest before I go. I'll catch the 5 a.m. bus and arrive before anyone else wakes up. Walk me home? Rafe reached over and took my hand in his. His skin was warm and slightly rough where calluses kissed the palms of his hard-working hands. When his fingers wrapped around my own, I felt invincible, like he was a shield around me. I'd be happy to. We took the back alleys to avoid any protectors who may have been watching from Mr. Revis's house across the street. The glowing crescent moon was directly overhead as we reached my back patio. Do you want to come inside? I asked. He turned to face me, taking both of my hands in his. I want to, yes, but I can't. I understand. I dropped my arms back to my sides. Well, thank you for walking me home, and for allowing me to sit in on the meeting. It's nice to be on the inside. Technically, Frank let you stay, but I think it's nice to have you on the inside, too. Rafe opened his mouth, as though there was more he wanted to say, but he closed it again instead. Something was buzzing between us, warm and inviting. It was the feeling of safety he gave me, yes, but there was more to it as well, and like a magnet, I couldn't pull away. Rafe didn't seem to be able to pull away either. Do you think we can really do it? Really change things? I whispered. Rafe tilted his head and took a half step closer to me. I hope so. I'd like to believe I can make a bigger impact on this world than coordinating sanitation trucks. I laughed. Of course he could. He could do so much more. We could do anything, I sighed, allowing my mind to wander. Just think of everything we could see out there. I never dreamed I'd ever be able to leave the boundaries of Classen City. We could go anywhere. We? Rafe raised one eyebrow, and a grin played at the corners of his mouth. All of us, I mean, not just you and me. My cheeks flushed, and I turned to look at my shoes, praying my heartbeat wouldn't betray what I was really feeling. You know, spouse matches would be a thing of the past, too, he said, which means we could choose who to love. We could enter relationships based on chemistry instead of aptitudes. I allowed myself to meet his gaze again and was surprised to find his eyes smoldering down at me. A breath caught in my throat as that natural magnetism between us began working at full force. With just the look in his eyes, he drew me in even closer. I wouldn't even know where to begin, I said breathlessly. Wouldn't you? Rafe raised one hand gently to the side of my face, pulling me toward him as he closed the gap between us. His lips pressed against mine, warm and tender. He kissed me cautiously at first, but as I leaned in, his lips parted slightly and our kiss deepened. He pulled me closer with his arm around the small of my back and his other hand at the nape of my neck, sending chills all the way down my spine. I don't know how long we stayed there, melting into one another, but I know it wasn't long enough. Rafe pulled away from my lips, but kept his face close, bringing his forehead down to rest on mine. Please be safe, Claren. I need you to come back to me safely." I nodded. "I will." He pressed his mouth against mine once more, quickly, before releasing me and turning to leave. I wanted to call him back, to ask him to stay, or maybe even take off together into the outside. But instead I waved goodbye. Rafe hopped over the fence with the strength and movement of a cat, landing softly on the other side. As he jogged away, I realized I was standing at a crossroads. I couldn't pretend to be working for Emmeline and Frank at the same time anymore. I would have to make a decision in order to move forward, and the obvious choice was also the most dangerous. Chapter 21. I couldn't sleep at all after Rafe left. Yes, the kiss was pretty great, amazing even, but it was the excitement of possibility that kept me up. I'd never given much consideration to what freedom really was. The United States was free once before, and it ended in devastation. That's what we were taught in school. But Frank's ideas of freedom didn't sound harmful at all. His freedom sounded like the only real way to live, and New America was getting it wrong. I was only half asleep when my alarm buzzed at 4 o'clock the next morning. Somehow, my feet carried me to the bus stop, and I was able to get showered and changed back at the house in Noble before my roommates knew I was ever missing. I went through the motions of the school day the best I could, but my heart really wasn't in it. At least Emmeline wasn't at the training center. When she dropped me off at the bus station near Morton, she mentioned that she would be going into the center for a while, so there was one thing to be thankful for. With every step I took and every interaction I had with another empath over the next several days, I focused 100% of my energy on controlling my emotions. Hope was bubbling over inside me like an unwatched pot of water on the stove. But I worked to keep the lid on, to keep my hope hidden. I wouldn't let Rafe down. I wouldn't allow my new friends and extracurricular activities to be exposed. And I got away with it around everyone. Everyone except Margot. "Is everything all right? You seem a little off lately." Margot sat across from me in her usual armchair on the second-story landing in our house. We had a habit of retreating up there for some girl time after dinner each night. "Yeah, I'm fine. I just haven't been sleeping well." "Me either." Margot drew her knees up to her chest and sighed with a smile. "I can't stop thinking about the harvest dinner." I smiled at my friend, who appeared to be dancing through the clouds in her mind. "That's right. I forgot about the harvest dinner. When is it again?" "When is it? Are you kidding me? It's next Friday. Please tell me you already have something picked out to wear. If not, I can help." I raised an eyebrow at her. "Don't worry. My mom taught me how to mend clothes when I was young, and I've been dreaming of designing costumes ever since. I can totally help you whip something together. In fact, let's go look at your closet now." She grabbed my hand and pulled me to my feet before I could even consider objecting. I didn't mind it, though. My thoughts had been consumed with very heavy topics for far too long. It would do me some good to let go and have a little mindless fun picking out clothes and talking about fancy events. "Have you ever been to a dinner event like this before?" I asked, as Margot swiped through the rack of clothes that had been supplied for me in my closet. "Only in my dreams," she laughed. "Seriously, though, this is combining everything I love most into a single evening. There will be tons of new people to meet, dresses and suits to rival the greatest theater costumes I've ever seen, and obviously the food will be amazing." She sighed loudly and fell dramatically backward onto my bed. "I can't wait." "Your version sounds a lot nicer than what I remember them describing. I thought this was just a networking event, so we can get to know some of the leaders we'll be working with after our training." "Well, sure, there's that too," Margot giggled. I wasn't nearly as excited about the dinner as she was. It felt like more of a trap than a magical evening. I would be surrounded by leaders who were attending with the goal to get to know us better, and getting to know me better is exactly what I did not want to happen. I had to find a way to appear charming and useful to the government without revealing anything about Frank's plans. "Are you sure you're okay?" Concern crinkled the corners of Margot's eyes as she sat up and placed her hand on my back. I'd gotten distracted by my thoughts again. I'm sure, really. It's just that this all seems like so much to take in sometimes. I know what you mean. It hardly seems fair for us to get all these incredible experiences while our families are still just barely making ends meet back home. She was right, and it seemed so obvious after talking to Frank that the system was flawed. New America boasted about equal rights, equal pay, equal housing, equal opportunity, but it wasn't equal at all. Being this close to the center gave me a whole different look at how things were really run, and I was sure it was just the tip of the iceberg. If we had all these perks outside of the center walls, what was happening on the inside? Cato knew. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Frank said he wanted to get as many people throughout the city's ranks on his side as possible. If I could be helping as a peacemaker, more would be better, right? And here was Margot, a girl with the same background as me, recognizing the same inequalities as me. What if there was a different way? I bit the inside of my lip, waiting to see what Margot's reaction would be. I couldn't reveal too much until I knew she was open to alternative ideas. Her brows furrowed. What do you mean? A different way for what? For life. I gestured around the room with my hand. For all of it. What if life was less about staying in the lane that was chosen for us, and more about creating a path of our own? Sounds like trouble, Margot said. I chuckled, because behind the skeptical look on her face, I felt it. Hope. You're probably right. I looked down at the white threads crisscrossing along the top of my bedding. But we can dream. We can dream. Margot nodded beside me. After a few moments, she spoke again, quietly. Do you think your brother found it? A different way of life? The question caught me off guard, but when I turned to meet her gaze, her eyes were sincere. I allowed my shoulders to relax enough to shrug. I think he might be trying. Is that what's been on your mind? Because I totally understand if so. If my sister went missing, I wouldn't be able to think of anything else. I do think about Cato a lot. I studied Margot's face and saw nothing but compassion. She was genuinely concerned for me. I turned to face her and lowered my voice. But I know he's safe. Margot's expression visibly lightened, and I felt it again. She was hopeful. It was a quiet hope, bubbling just under the surface of her hesitation, but it was growing. It would be so nice to have a confidant inside the peacemaker ranks. How do you know? I heard from him during my visit home last week. Margot threw her arms around me, and the weight of my secret physically lifted from me. I relaxed in her embrace, blinking away the tears that blurred the edges of my vision. Oh, Claren, that is fantastic news. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I wasn't sure if I could. It's not exactly information I want to be broadcasted. Of course not. Margot released me from her hug with an enormous smile on her face. I hadn't realized how difficult it was to keep everything hidden. Having Margot on my side would make facing the leaders and getting through the training program infinitely easier. I'm just so thrilled for you. Where is he staying? Excitement flowed from her like a water hose. We huddled together like a couple of schoolgirls sharing secrets on the playground. He's actually staying with a family in the center, the Gadsons, I think. The Gadsons? As in Phil Gadson, the city treasurer? Yeah, I think that's right. I'm just happy to know he's safe and sound. And Phil Gadson seems like such a wonderful man, Margot added. I'm sure they're keeping him really comfortable. Hopefully they'll be able to help him find a way out of this mess. I sure hope so. I wanted to tell her that the Gadsons may actually be stepping into a much bigger mess, but I'd said enough for now. Margot would be an excellent asset for the outsiders. She was charming and outgoing and well-spoken. She'd make the perfect recruiter. But I'd have to take baby steps with her. Too much information would scare her away. With the news of Cato's safety out in the open, I was able to finally relax. Margot helped me identify an emerald green dress made of satin for the dinner. She took a couple of scarves and some jewelry with her when she left and promised me the most beautiful dress I'd ever seen. Of course, it was already the most beautiful dress I'd ever owned, but I was certain she'd make it 1,000,000 times better. I slept peacefully that night for the first time since my visit back home, and it's a good thing I did, because I was greeted first thing the next morning by Emmeline Fraser herself. She stood in the lobby of the training center and intercepted me before I was able to make it into my classroom. "Good morning, Miss Greenwood. Please follow me to my office. We'll be doing your lessons up there this morning." Margot shifted nervously beside me as I nodded and waved goodbye to her. I couldn't blame her, really. Emmeline made me nervous, too. We didn't speak again until we were sitting alone in Emmeline's office. She closed the door behind her and straightened a few papers on her desk, straight-faced and stiff. "Thank you for your patience. I didn't intend for it to take me so long to get back to you after your trip to Morton. Unfortunately, there are some things happening in the center that required my immediate attention." "That's okay. Were you able to get them resolved?" I asked. The longer I could keep the topic of conversation off of me, the better. I focused on holding the lid down tight on my inner pot of hope. I couldn't reveal too much, especially not to Emmeline. She narrowed her eyes just a fraction of an inch. "We're still working on things. Now tell me, were you able to gather any information regarding your brother's whereabouts?" "I wasn't able to make contact with my brother." Emmeline pursed her lips. She was always intimidating, but she seemed to be running on less patience than usual. It had me on edge. I'd have to adjust my typical strategy. "Why don't you tell me exactly what happened? Start from the moment you closed my car door, and don't stop until the moment you got back to your room in Noble Borough." Gulp. "Well, you remember I told you I met Cato at an abandoned building the last time I went home?" "Yes. I went there after you dropped me off." "And?" I wasn't prepared for this. Emmeline wasn't usually so curt and cold. This wasn't how we played the game. She was supposed to ask me direct questions to which I could respond with elusive answers. That's what I'd practiced. That's how it always went. Emmeline was a get-to-the-point kind of girl. I didn't know how to give her a play-by-play without revealing too much. "And he wasn't there." "Who was there, Claren?" Her body shifted as she crossed one leg over the other under the desk. She clasped her fingers together lightly in front of her and leaned forward ever so slightly. I tried to keep my breathing even, my pulse slow, but it was too late. Emmeline had me flustered, and she knew it. Victory flashed in her eyes. I had to give her something, or she'd know I was lying. "There were 3 men there who I'd never seen before. I think they meet there regularly with some of the others who are working with the outside." Images of the fearful sandy-haired man and his 2 sons flashed through my mind with a pang of guilt. I hadn't exposed their identities. Thankfully, I never caught their names. But even alluding to their existence left me feeling like a traitor. Emmeline's features relaxed, and she brought her hands down to the top of the desk in front of her. "Was one of the men the leader of these rebels?" "No, I don't think so." That must have been the wrong answer. Emmeline's jaw clenched, visibly frustrated with the lack of information I was providing her. "So you went all that way to meet some strange men, and then what? Just turn around and come back home? What aren't you telling me?" My heart was thumping so loud I could hear nothing else. I almost wished Mr. Saxon would walk down the hall and hear it beating from the other side of the door. Maybe he would take mercy on me and save me before the rattlesnake struck. "I'm sorry, Miss Fraser. I don't mean to upset you. It's just that I don't really understand all the inner workings of the group." "That's why I wanted to send some help along with you. You're just a girl. You can't do this on your own." "I can." I placed my hands on the desk, determined to make her understand. "They trust me. I'm Cato's sister, and they have no reason not to trust me." Frank said it himself. But if you send people with me, I will be uneasy. As you can see, it's pretty obvious when I'm uncomfortable in a situation. It wouldn't take an empath to recognize something is up." She didn't argue, which I took as a good sign, and also something I needed to improve. "I'm close, I know it," I continued. "If I can attend another meeting or two, I'm certain I'll be able to find out more about their leader, and then you can send all the help you want when we get him." I gave my most earnest smile and a nod. I wanted her to trust me and believe that I was on her side. If I could delay a little longer, I'd give Frank enough of a heads-up to find a new meeting location before I led the protectors right to his door. Emmeline's brows furrowed, and she extended her hands. I looked from her palms to her face and back again. "I want to believe you, Claren." She pulled her fingers in and out twice, gesturing for me to place my hands in hers. Reluctantly, I obeyed. Immediately, a sense of calm washed over me. It was the same feeling she'd projected back at the security office when we'd first met. It was a soothing mix of love and trust, with a hefty dose of drowsiness and warmth in my inner core. I wanted to curl up in her lap while she patted my back and told me everything would be okay. I wanted to confide in her. But I knew it was coming this time, and though I was no expert at blocking my affect, I'd been practicing hard over the last week. I had an icy wall, albeit a small one, at the ready. So, when Emmeline asked me if there was anything else I wanted to add, I had enough control to say no. When she asked if I could give her an address for where to find my brother, I said no. I didn't know where the Gadsons lived, so that one was easy. I didn't even say their name. And when she asked me if she could trust me to go back and carry out the task to its completion, I smiled and assured her that I would be honored to do so. I just didn't tell her which task I was looking forward to completing. I told her everything she wanted to hear, and though she was still frustrated with my answers, she eventually let me go. But the craziest part of it all is that when she released me, my first instinct was to go back. I hated to admit it, but those false feelings of love she projected reminded me of something, of someone. She reminded me of my mom. Chapter 22. The main hall of the training center was completely transformed for the harvest dinner. Georgia had been pouting all week about the decision to host the dinner there in the multipurpose building. She said it was unrefined and below the leaders to attend an event at the training center, but I thought it looked spectacular. Long tables with white cloths lined the south wall. Chefs were spaced along the wall as well, offering incredible-smelling morsels from shiny silver serving dishes. There were appetizers and desserts, sweet and savory, sauces and bread and vegetables I'd never seen before. If I wasn't careful, I'd be able to eat enough to pop the seams on the gorgeous dress Margot had designed for me, and that would be a shame. The dress was truly a work of art. What started as a simple emerald green sheath dress had been cinched and slit and hemmed to reveal curves I didn't know I had, and according to Margot, the color brought out the green in my hazel eyes. With the addition of small fluttery sleeves and a low cut back with a sparkly brooch at the bottom of the V, Margot had created a real showstopper. Even Edgar had stopped to appreciate the dress as I entered the living room before dinner. After filling my plate with many of my favorite foods and a handful of new things to try, I dragged Margot away from the grill and set off to find a place to eat. There were no seats in the room. Instead, small round tables that stood about chest high were scattered around the edges. In the center of the room, a large wood dance floor commanded attention from every angle, though no one was on it yet. A small band played gentle instrumental melodies in the northeast corner of the room, creating the perfect background track for us to eat and meet some of the new faces who joined us for the evening. The large overhead fluorescent lights were off, and the ceiling was dotted with thousands of tiny twinkling lights that resembled a dense starry sky. Margot looked like she had died and gone to heaven, and if it was heaven, Margot was an angel, dressed in a shimmery silver blue dress that reached the floor. Her golden hair reflected the twinkling lights above, and her smile reflected the pure bliss she felt from being surrounded by so much glamour. "Isn't it magnificent?" she sighed. It was stunning. But I quickly remembered how out of place we were as I watched Margot bite an enormous piece of steak off of her fork. I let out a surprised laugh, and my eyes must have reflected my shock because Margot almost spit it back out with her giggle in response. "You are such a carnivore, I swear. I've never seen such a dainty girl put away so much meat in my life." She swallowed her mouthful and began cutting another bite. "Hey, when in Noble, eat steak, right?" "You ladies look like you're having a good time over here." I recognized the smooth baritone voice immediately and confirmed it with the quick change in Margot's demeanor. She looked over my shoulder at our approaching guest with wide eyes and quickly set down her fork in exchange for a linen to wipe her mouth. I turned just in time to see Felix Walsh, senator in training, approach our small table from behind me. "We are," I smiled. "Are you having fun?" "I am now." Felix locked his blue eyes on mine, freezing me in place momentarily. I couldn't look away. He was far too forward for my taste, but he wasn't bad to look at. Not bad at all. Margot cleared her throat. "We were just complimenting the chefs," she said. "Ah, yes. They have done a wonderful job this evening. The food is delicious. But have you tried the wine?" Felix held a finger in the air, and a waiter hurried over, carrying a silver tray topped with 4 clear glasses on tall stems. Felix took 3 glasses, handing one to both Margot and me. We exchanged quick, uneasy glances with one another, confirming that neither of us had ever had wine before. I thought back to Cato in the church building, rolling empty bottles from his black trash sack. This was all new to me, but for people in the center like Felix Walsh, drinking wine was just an everyday occurrence. He probably had drinks like this for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. "To the newest class of peacemakers," Felix said, raising his glass in the air. I watched for a moment, waiting to see what happened next. He chuckled and leaned in close to me to whisper, "Now you raise your glass and say the same thing." The feel of his warm breath on my ear sent a shiver down my neck, but I tried to shake it off as I nudged Margot and repeated Felix's words. She caught on quickly. He clinked his glass against ours and took a drink. I followed suit and forced myself to swallow the wine. For something that looked so beautiful swirling around in the glass, it sure tasted awful. I shuddered and tried to fake a smile. Felix grinned at that and set his glass down. "You know, I didn't think it was that great either. Maybe we should dance instead." He extended a large hand toward me with a hopeful smile. Margot's heart racing beside me wasn't helping to calm me down. I looked out at the empty dance floor and back to Felix. I'm not sure it's time to dance just yet. The band isn't exactly rocking over there." "Follow my lead," he said with a wink. "They'll know what to do." If looks could speak, Margot's would have been shouting at me to go. "What are you waiting for?" I placed my hand in his and felt every eye in the room on us as we made our way to the dance floor. Edgar's looked down at his feet, his cheeks flushed as we walked by. George's shot daggers at me, and Felix's simply twinkled as he looked over in my direction, pulling me a little closer as we walked to the center of the room. He was right. As soon as our shoes hit the dance floor, the band picked up the volume. It didn't take long for others to follow our example. It was mostly older couples at first, the leaders and their spouses joining us on the dance floor, but slowly other students trickled in as well. I spotted Margot dancing and laughing with Lenny at one point, their feet moving naturally with the beat. Nita was bouncing around with a red-haired boy from the inner boroughs, and even Trudy had found someone to dance with. I'd lost track of Georgia, though I wasn't trying hard to spot her. Felix had me too distracted to keep track of anyone for too long. I tried to break away a few times, offering to trade partners with Margot or sneak off for some water, but he always caught up with me again. It would have been a little unnerving if I hadn't been able to identify his every emotion, but he wasn't malicious. On the contrary, Felix seemed quite fond of me, and I wasn't one to complain about strong, handsome, soon-to-be very powerful men having a fondness for me. So though I wanted to try the different cakes and cookies spread out on the tables, I danced with Felix instead. When I spotted Emmeline frowning off to the side of the dance floor, I ignored it, allowing Felix to twirl me in circles. And when Margot asked me to join her for a touch-up in the ladies' room, I told her she'd have to wait until after this dance. It's what Frank would have wanted, I was sure of it. He would be thrilled to hear about my connections in the center. Dancing with Felix was for the real greater good. And he wasn't a bad dancer. But like all good things in my life, the fun I was having on the dance floor came to an end. And like everything else I enjoyed, it wasn't a peaceful ending. It was abrupt, harsh, and painful. The band stopped playing as soon as the doors swung open, and the tension that suddenly filled the room made the air thick and difficult to breathe. Something was seriously wrong. 4 protectors stomped menacingly through the doors, and Margot shot me a look of sheer terror. She looked like she was going to be sick. "Where's Phil Gadsden?" one of them shouted. A tall, slender man with closely cropped black hair stepped forward with his hands in the air. "I'm right here, officer. Is there a problem?" "Yes, Mr. Gadsden, there is a problem. You're under arrest." Margot began to cry, her shoulders shaking beside me. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as I watched her in wonder. Did Margot know the Gadsdens? Why was she so upset? The touch of Felix's hand on my bare back slowly brought me out of my haze, and the enormity of the situation playing out finally hit me. Mr. Gadsden, a leader, the treasurer of Claren City, was being arrested publicly, and I knew what his crime was. They found Cato. My feet was moving toward the protectors before I had time to stop and consider the repercussions, but I didn't make it far. Felix stopped me with one fell swoop of his muscular arm. "Stand down," he whispered. I turned to face him, frantically considering my options. "But you don't understand," I started. "Shh." Felix placed a finger to my lips and pulled me in for a hug. But I didn't want a hug. I wanted to run and find out what happened to Cato. I struggled for a moment in his arms, but he held me tight, patting my back and telling me it would be okay, like he had any idea. I wriggled my hands between us, bringing them up to his chest where I gave a hard shove, but he still held tight. His strength could overpower me 10-1, and it was clear I wasn't getting anywhere. Once I stopped squirming in defeat, he leaned in again and whispered into my hair. "I need you to relax. Do not draw attention. Do not reveal your despair." I pulled back to find a somber expression on his face. He was right, of course. I needed to keep up the front that I was on the city side. Criminals should be punished. And as far as anyone else knew, I had absolutely zero connections to Mr. Gadsden and his family. But how did Felix know anything about that? Was I being played? Did he know about Cato? Turning to the doors where the protectors were marching Mr. Gadsden to his fate with his arms behind his back, I stifled my cries and put on a brave face. We stood huddled on the dance floor, shoulder to shoulder, with other trainees and leaders, watching as Mr. Gadsden was escorted from the premises. Murmurs filled the room, with speculations of Mr. Gadsden's crimes flying wildly. It was astonishing how quickly his friends and colleagues were turning on him in his darkest hour. Beside me, Margot continued to sob, gasping for her breath with one hand on my wrist. I gave her a tiny shake of my head, willing her to stop and pull herself together, but it did no good. With Felix's hand on my waist and Margot's hand on my wrist, I was being pulled in 2 very different, very confusing directions, and all I really wanted to do was find my brother. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying that when I opened them, everything would return to normal. The band would be playing an upbeat tune, and waiters would dip in and out of the crowd with serving trays full of chocolates and wine. But what I really saw was Emmeline's cold stare from across the room. Felix saw it too, because his pulse quickened, and he pulled me away, using his fingers to guide my movement from the small of my back. "Come on," he said quietly. "Wait!" Margot looked at me with desperation in her eyes. "I have to tell you myself before you hear it from someone else." I put up my hand, telling Felix to hold off, as I watched Margot breathe in, attempting to collect her thoughts. And suddenly, it was as if no one else was in the room. I focused entirely on Margot and her feelings. Tears sprang to my eyes as I began to understand. Her guilt was rising inside me, bringing bile to my throat, and I shook my head. "Oh, Margot, please tell me you didn't." Tears flowed generously from her eyes, streaming down her cheeks and landing on her dress, creating the illusion of a pool where the shimmering blue fabric darkened with the moisture. "I'm so sorry." Her eyes cut over to where Emmeline stood, expressionless near the wall. "I had to." A loud sob escaped her lips, and she looked as though she would crumple into a heap of despair on the dance floor. "Let's go," said Felix, pulling me to the back doors of the main hall. And I didn't resist. I couldn't. My brain had officially stopped functioning, overloaded from too many details to process. Where was Cato? Why did Margot betray me and my secret? What did Felix know, and how could I move forward from this? How could I possibly pretend everything was okay? Chapter 23. The next 2 days passed by in a blur. Felix walked me home from the harvest dinner, but he offered me no explanation for his behavior. And honestly, I was too broken from the weight of everyone's emotions that night to press him on it. It didn't matter anyway. I wasn't under the gun. Mr. Gadsden was. And Cato. I received a note from Emmeline on Saturday inviting me to attend the trials with her. I was to meet her in front of the training center on Monday morning instead of attending class. As much as it would sting to see my brother tried and exiled for simply trying to find the truth, I had to see him one last time. Once he was removed from the city, there was little chance I'd ever see him again. But the trial was 2 days away, which meant I had the remainder of the weekend to avoid my traitor friend, Margot. "Claren, I know you're in there. Can we please talk? Just for a minute." I laid across my bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling. When was Margot going to figure out that I didn't want to speak to her? Trusting her before was a mistake that I didn't intend to make again. My bedroom door bumped gently as she leaned her weight against it, and her back made a soft whooshing sound as she slid to the floor. "Look, everyone else is downstairs getting a game started, so I'm just gonna talk." I remained motionless and silent. There wasn't anything she could say to redeem herself. She'd be wasting her breath, but that was her prerogative, I supposed. "Miss Fraser stopped me after class one day after our break. She said she was concerned about you and asked me to keep an eye on you, to make sure you were okay." My teeth toyed with the inside of my lip, ready to bite down and suppress any tears that tried to work their way up. "I could see that something was off, too, especially in the last week or so." Margot's voice cracked. "And I care about you, Claren." I wanted to roll my eyes, cover my head with a pillow to block out her words. But I believed her, again. What was wrong with me? "When you told me about Cato, I was thrilled. That was genuine. Please understand. I had no idea Miss Fraser was going to get to me again." I rolled onto my side, facing the door. I wanted to speak and invite her in, but I wasn't ready to talk things out. "She stopped me again a few days ago. She pulled me into her office after class. I told her we talked and that you were fine. I told her you were just concentrating on our lessons and looking forward to the harvest dinner. But then—" She leaned her head back against the door with a small thud. "I don't know how to explain it. I'm not even sure what happened. She took my hands in hers and thanked me. Then she asked me a few more questions, and it's like I lost all control. I was blasting information like a fire hose. I don't know why or how she did it, Claren, but by the time I realized what I had done, it was too late." A sob echoed from the other side of the door, and I wanted to pull it open and give her a hug, tell her I forgave her. But I didn't move. Instead, I listened to her cry for a few moments, and after she was gone, I closed my eyes. Some time later, I'm not sure how long, another rap on the door woke me. "Claren?" It was Edgar. "I hate to wake you, but Margot told us you weren't feeling well. I hope you don't mind, but I asked Frederick in the kitchen to make you some soup. It's chicken noodle, like my mom always made us when we weren't feeling well. I know you need your rest, so I'm just going to leave it here outside your door." There was a pause, but he didn't leave. "I hope you get to feeling better soon." Thanks to Edgar's occasional food deliveries, I was able to stay in my room all weekend, and no one even questioned my not attending class Monday morning. They all assumed I was sick. After I watched the last of my classmates enter the training center from my window, I ran downstairs to meet Emmeline in her black coupe, parked around the corner from our house. "Good morning, Miss Greenwood," she said, as I slid into the seat beside her. I grunted in response, slamming the door shut and fixing my gaze on the road in front of us. So maybe I was throwing a little bit of a temper tantrum, but it was a better response than what I really wanted to do. I wanted to let Emmeline have it. She'd tried to trick me into giving her information about Cato, information she said she didn't care about, and when I didn't give it to her, she turned my best friend in the training program against me. Now I'd lost my entire family, Margot, and any chance of a future as a peacemaker. I wouldn't even be useful to Frank anymore. If I hadn't needed Emmeline to get into the center to see Cato one last time, I'd have socked her in the nose. "Nice to see you, too," she said, shifting the car into drive. I crossed my arms in front of my chest, staring blankly ahead, but it was easy to ignore her once the gates to the center came into view. They stood 10 feet tall, like the walls that surrounded the center of Claren City, but they were made of wrought iron instead of the smooth concrete of the walls. 2 guards stood at the gates. They looked like typical protectors, but their uniforms were navy blue instead of black. Inside, I could see several more standing and talking outside of what I assumed was a guard station. This was farther than I'd ever been, and I couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement at the unknown. I just wished I could have been there for any reason other than the truth, anything other than witnessing the courts exile my brother. Inside, the center looked much the same as Nobleborough. It was cleaner and a bit nicer than where I grew up, but the buildings and homes weren't special to look at. They were just better protected. I knew that, of course, because I'd seen them on television, but it still felt a bit surreal to see everything in person. Emmeline parked her car near an enormous white building with 4 wide columns standing tall to support the roof at the front entrance. Several stories above us stood a huge gold dome at the top of the building. It was the city hall, and inside among the administrative offices, I knew Cato was tucked away inside a holding cell, waiting to face his judgment. We walked up the concrete stairs and entered a set of ornate wooden doors that towered over us. Inside was a vast open space, intricate and opulent from an era before ours. It was breathtaking, but I wasn't there to admire the scenery. I followed Emmeline through walls scattered with sharply dressed men and women to another set of double doors. Inside was a small courtroom. Though the space wasn't large, it was packed full of people. Several of the faces held some familiarity. Most were leaders, some of whom I'd seen on television, and some of whom I'd met at the harvest dinner just a few nights before. I continued to follow Emmeline through the crowds toward the front of the room, where a bench sat with a reserved sign blocking the entrance. She moved the sign, and we slid into place, staring ahead at a wooden booth where the judge, an advanced peacemaker, would soon join us. I took a moment to survey the room from my spot at the front. Many, if not most, of the attendees were there for Mr. Gadsden, but I almost gasped when I spotted Dax sitting midway back with his father, a protector. Dax met my eyes with a scowl. Of course he thought I was responsible for all of this, and I suppose in a way I was. My head dropped in shame, where I held it until the doors near the front of the room clicked open. Cato walked in first, his arms secured behind his back. He was followed closely by 2 protectors. Mr. Gadsden followed in the same manner. I sat a little taller, hoping to catch Cato's attention. He looked around curiously. He didn't seem upset, just thoughtful, and when his eyes met mine, everything shifted. His face brightened, and I almost saw a hint of his signature smile. I returned it with a smile of my own. Tears would do nothing to help him. His fate was already decided. I just wanted him to know that I loved him, and hopefully help him feel encouraged and prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Mr. Gadsden, on the other hand, looked devastated. His wife sat on the bench opposite mine with their children, crying silently into a handkerchief. The Gadsden children were both in their early teens, maybe 13 or 14, and sat hopeful on the edge of their seats, watching their father take his place at a table in front of them. Everyone stood again as the judge's chamber doors opened. A middle-aged woman in a black robe strolled in. She was attractive, despite her harsh eyebrows and firm-set pout. She exuded confidence, too much confidence. Her particular flavor of arrogance was almost familiar. "All rise for Chief Justice Martha Hines," said a clerk near the front of the courtroom. Of course. Not only was Cato being tried by the highest-ranking peacemaker in Claren City, he was being tried by George's mom. Not that any kind of a real trial was going to happen. History proved that juries and trials of the past were expensive, lengthy, and often wrong. True justice in New America was served by a single peacemaker who would read the facts of a criminal situation and make a decision before she ever met the criminals in question. The trial was more of a formality and a chance for the public to view the decision. Justice Hines motioned for us all to take our seats, but she remained standing. "Good morning, everyone. Today we are examining accusations against Cato Greenwood and Phil Gadsden. Let's begin with Mr. Greenwood." She shuffled some papers on her desk until she found what she was looking for. "Cato Greenwood of Morton Borough, you have been charged with theft and evasion of the law. I find you guilty on both counts and hereby order your exile from Claren City. You shall be removed first thing tomorrow morning." Her swiftness startled me. I suppose there wasn't much need for small talk, but she didn't even read any of the facts that were presented. She never even looked at him. He was brushed off like a piece of lint on her robe. Instead, she shuffled through her papers again, pulling out a different sheet and resting her gaze on Mr. Gadsden. There was a sadness in her eyes, though she did an excellent job of otherwise masking any and all emotion. "Philip Gadsden, treasurer of Claren City, you have been charged with harboring a criminal. On this count, I find you innocent." Murmurs filled the courtroom. Mrs. Gadsden dropped her handkerchief in her lap, her hand frozen in place and her mouth gaping open. I felt as shocked as she looked. This wasn't fair. At the front of the room, Justice Hines grew angry about the increasing noise in the crowd. She slammed a gavel and looked sternly at us all. "Quiet, please. Can we get some decorum?" She paused until the room was silent again. "As I was saying, I find you innocent on the count of harboring a criminal, because Cato Greenwood is more than a criminal. He is an enemy of the state, thought to be working against Claren City and the greater good. I believe you were aware of his actions. Therefore, I am adding an additional charge. Phil Gadsden, I find you guilty of treason." There was a collective gasp in the room. Mrs. Gadsden crumpled into a heap on the bench, sobbing uncontrollably. Her son tried to calm her, but it was no use. I couldn't blame her. We all knew what happened next. There was no crime greater than a crime against the state. Treason was the definition of working against the greater good. Mr. Gadsden would pay for this with his life. "The execution shall take place this Friday at noon." She slammed her gavel again. "Thank you. Court is dismissed." "Wait!" Phil Gadsden's daughter, the younger of the 2 children, shouted at Justice Hines. "If Cato is an enemy of the state, then he should be executed too." There was venom in her voice, and her eyes looked as though they were on fire. Her mother was drowning in tears beside her, and this girl wanted revenge. Justice Hines faced her, her mouth set in a grim line. Paired with her naturally dark, sloping brows, the look was terrifying. She didn't have to answer, of course, but she did. Mr. Greenwood was not charged with treason. He was charged with theft and sentenced accordingly. The words were simple, but the tone was deadly. My heart nearly stopped in my chest. Cato sat frozen in his seat, unmoving under the justice's glare. She was making no effort to hide her feelings any longer. Justice Hines wanted my brother dead, and her malice chilled my blood. Others shifted uncomfortably in the room as well. We all felt it, even the non-empaths. So why did she exile Cato, yet order Phil Gadsden's death? Was she setting an example? I doubted any other leader would be so quick to aid the outsiders after this. But keeping Cato alive made no sense. There must have been something else at play. Chapter 24. The events from the courtroom played over and over in my mind on the way back to the house. I couldn't believe Phil Gadsden was going to die for protecting my brother. Emmeline spoke after a few minutes of driving. "You're more upset than I expected." I turned and looked at her as though she had two heads. "What did you expect? Am I supposed to be happy? You told me you weren't interested in Cato right now, but he's being sent away forever. You said you wanted to know who was giving the orders from the outside, yet you got one of your own leaders sentenced to death. Tell me, what is there to not be upset about? It's all horrible." There was no use trying to hide my emotions. Emmeline knew I was angry, she knew I was hurt, and she knew I lied. She was able to get information from Margot that I never offered to her. There would be no redeeming myself after this. "Your brother's life was spared. Isn't that something to be grateful for?" "He may be spared for now, but he'll never make it outside. You know that." Emmeline raised an eyebrow and returned her eyes to the road ahead. "Would you like to ride along in the cortege tomorrow morning?" I cocked my head to the side, studying her for a moment. It felt like a trap. But yes, I did want to see my brother off. "Is that possible?" "Of course." Emmeline delivered a small, polite smile and didn't mention it or anything else again until she pulled up in front of the house. "I'll have an officer pick you up here first thing in the morning, and as for the rest of the day, feel free to stay home and relax. I'll let Mr. Saxon know your absence is excused." I sat for a beat, trying to decide whether or not to question her. I decided against it. If she was willing to allow me to stay in the program, I wouldn't be the one to advise her differently. After seeing what happened to those who joined forces with the outside today, becoming a peacemaker was sounding better and better. "Actually, Miss Fraser, I think I might head back to the training center after lunch, if that's okay." Her smile widened. "Yes, that will be fine." My stomach lurched as I climbed out of the car. Why did I always feel like I was making a deal with the devil when Emmeline left our meetings with a smile? I sat with the rest of my roommates at breakfast the next morning, listening to their gossip from school and generally trying to blend into the background. My seat was nearest the front door, with Nita beside me, so I wouldn't feel the need to make small talk with Margot. I still wasn't sure where we stood, or rather, where I wanted us to stand. Finally, I heard the knock I'd been waiting for. Everyone knew by now that my brother was exiled. George's big mouth could hardly contain that juicy little secret. So there was no more sneaking around or pretending I was doing anything different than going to see him off. "That's my ride." I hopped up, a little too eager to get out of there. "Be strong," Margot called out as I walked to the door. It was a bold thing for her to say. The others were offering support too, but in more of a "we're so proud of you for doing what's right" kind of way. They believed Cato's punishment was for the greater good, and that's the appearance I tried to give as well. But Margot knew my pain. I could ice it over as much as possible, but she knew. "Hello, Claren. Long time no see." I opened the door to find myself standing in the shadow of a very large man. a large man who I would have been happy to never see again. "Hello, Officer Patton. Will you be driving me in the cortege today?" He scratched his unruly orange beard with a giant finger and looked around before coughing out a gruff laugh. "I don't see anyone else around here, do you?" Hopefully he didn't see my nose scrunch up in disgust. "Guess not," I said, trying to fake a smile. "Then let's be on our way." Patton drove a standard-issue protector's vehicle. It was larger and far less comfortable than the coupe I'd become accustomed to riding in with Emmeline. My seat was stained from multiple coffee spills. At least I hoped they were coffee spills. And a few crumpled napkins were shoved between it and the center console. We drove to the center gates but didn't enter. Instead, Officer Patton tried to make small talk until the boxy black van carrying my brother pulled out into the city. I strained to catch a glimpse of him in the back, but the windows were too tinted. Maybe he saw me at least. I hated to think of him feeling alone. There wasn't a long line of vehicles. It was just a protector in the front, Cato's van, Emmeline's coupe, and Officer Patton and me bringing up the rear. Small as the cortege was, it was usually just the van and two protectors when citizens were exiled. Emmeline's interest in my brother's situation was getting a bit ridiculous. We drove slowly through the city streets, allowing anyone who dared to pause from their work to see justice in action. Typically, the streets were empty except for a few friends and family members in the criminal's home borough. When my dad was exiled, it was just Cato and me, standing on the windy sidewalk as his van passed us by. I couldn't see his face, but his hand pressed against the window as the vehicles crawled past us. I still think of it on cold, windy days, the pale skin of his palm in contrast to the tinted window of that black van on the empty streets. So it surprised me to see people watching us weave through the different boroughs. There weren't many at first, just a man here, a couple there. But the closer we got to the edge, the more we saw. By the time we reached Morton Borough, they were lining the streets. I spotted Seela and a couple of other girls I attended school with. Edgar's mom and sister stood near the bakery in the business district, and Dax wasn't far from them. We drove on, slower as the crowds grew thicker. It was astonishing, really. I recognized many of the faces, but there were even more I didn't know. And as we passed, many of the people would raise a hand to their hearts. "Idiots," Officer Patton grumbled in the seat beside me. "They better get out of the way or they'll get run over, the whole lot of 'em. And don't say I won't do it." He cut his beady little eyes over to me like he was daring me to say something. But I couldn't say a word. I was enchanted by the crowd. Whether it was the gesture or their expressions, or just the overall emotion surrounding me, I don't know. But my eyes were wet, tears flowing freely at the show of support for my brother. Maybe the outsiders had it all wrong. These people were grieving over the loss of one of their own. Cato didn't deserve to be lost. He was a good person who had clearly made an impact on many more lives than I ever realized. Was life in New America really so bad that we needed to sacrifice the ones we loved? We were mostly happy and healthy and well cared for. We had food to eat and shelter and jobs that suited our unique skills. Who cared if they drink wine and carry expensive purses in the center? It wasn't worth losing lives over. The cars were barely rolling forward as we reached the very edge of the city, near the sanitation headquarters. I spotted Lena, who I'd met with Rafe a few weeks before, but I didn't see him. Not at first, anyway. My mind wasn't able to register the handsome man with a gorgeous brunette woman on his arm as my Rafe. His expression was serious as he watched Cato's van pass him by. The woman on his arm buried her face into his shoulder, seeking his comfort. What a selfish girl. She should be comforting him. He was watching his best friend leave forever. And who was she, this stranger who acted as though she cared about my brother? And who was I to even care? Rafe wasn't mine. He never was mine. He only helped me for Cato's sake. And now that Cato was leaving, Rafe would be gone too, playing house with some beautiful brunette. Our motorcade reached the edge of the city limits, and the leading protector veered off to the right as the van continued forward. I'd cried out my last tears, and now I sat empty, watching the red taillights carry away the last person I loved on this earth. The van would drive for a few more hours into some remote land hundreds of miles away from Claren City. If Cato was able to survive, there would be no way for him to find his way back, and even if he did, by some miracle, make it back home, he'd be sentenced to death if he was caught. Cato was now an enemy of the state, just like my dad. What happened? When did everything go so wrong? I tried to steady my shaking hands as I watched the van drive away. I had to think. I had to process everything. Maybe if I could just figure out where everything got off track, I could prevent this stuff from happening again, prevent the devastation of losing anyone else I loved, if I was ever able to love again. It certainly seemed as though my love was a mark of destruction. The outsiders killed my mom, which caused my dad to lose control. Dad became reckless, tried to jump the center walls, and got exiled. Cato also became reckless, got involved with the outsiders, and followed in Dad's footsteps. There was one common denominator in all of it: the outsiders. Frank seemed like a good guy, but he wasn't careful with the lives of those who were trying to help him. Sam died. Phil was sentenced to death. Cato was exiled. Who was next? Dax? Rafe? Me? Maybe Emmeline was right all along. Maybe it was time to put an end to Frank's lethal shenanigans. Chapter 25. Class was cancelled Friday morning. I think it was less of a show of respect for Mr. Gadsden and more of an excuse for our instructors to mourn the loss of a friend. They couldn't admit that they were upset about losing him. After all, he broke the law. To disagree with a peacemaker's decision for execution would be walking dangerously close to the line of speaking out against New America, but they could grieve in private. I found it difficult to get out of bed that morning, too. I didn't know Mr. Gadsden, but the weight of his death was crushing me. If I'd never said anything to Margot, he may have never been caught. Cato may still be bouncing around Claren City, exploring underground tunnels and bringing people over to the outsiders. I buried my face into my pillow, trying to muffle the thoughts shouting inside my head. It wasn't effective against the thoughts, but it did almost cause me to miss the rumble of the sanitation truck outside. I pulled the blinds open and spotted Billy looking up and down the street. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small envelope, slid his hand under the lid of the garbage bin, and hopped back on the truck. I could only imagine what the note might say. "Sorry, Claren. Now that your brother is gone and I've got an amazingly beautiful spouse match, I'm afraid we can't be friends. Better luck next time." Or maybe he was angry. Maybe it would say something like, "Thanks for ruining everything, you dunce. That makes 2 of our men killed due to your mistakes." I wanted to crawl back under the covers. If I slept long enough, maybe all of this would pass. Maybe I could wake up in a different time and place where I wasn't such a hazard to the people around me. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw possible messages in Rafe's messy scrawl. I had to retrieve the note. And the real message was more upsetting than anything else I had imagined. "Hey, this isn't the end. I know you, and I know you're beating yourself up right now, but this wasn't your fault. It was inevitable, and sacrifice is hard, but there is so much good coming. Just wait and see. My dog got out again, but he will be fine. He's in good hands, and we're all working hard to make sure no other dogs get lost or hurt. This is just the beginning. Stay strong, and know that I'm thinking of you every day." I crumpled the note and threw it against my bedroom wall, tears stinging at the back of my eyes. "No, Rafe, you've got it all wrong." This had to stop. Frank's way of life sounded wonderful in theory, but Margot was exactly right when she said those kinds of changes would be trouble. It was so much more trouble than it was worth. People were dying. And I saw Rafe with his match. He wasn't thinking of me. He was manipulating me. Everyone seemed to be manipulating me, and I was tired of it. The way I saw it, there were pros and cons to both sides. New America didn't have everything right, but neither did Frank, and going with the status quo would at least keep everyone alive. It was time for me to start making my own decisions. I would no longer be a pawn in anyone's game. I had to take action. I had to put an end to Frank's plans. I worked hard in class the next day. My days were spent with my nose in a book, learning the loopholes in New American law, or practicing blocking and projecting with my unknowing peers. I was getting better. I even brought tears to Nita's eyes during dinner one night. I told her there weren't any onions in the soup and touched her arm. I'd never seen anyone so upset about a lack of onions. Of course, it was easy for me to project sadness. I was also pretty great at bitterness, anger, and disgust. But the brighter feelings were nowhere to be found. I couldn't even remember what hope felt like. And my evenings were spent up in my room alone. I couldn't think clearly around the others, and I had to make sure every detail in my plan was perfect. Again, there were lives depending on me. I penned a response to Rafe and stuck it under the lid of the trash can the next Friday morning. It was short and vague. Too many details would likely raise a red flag for him. It said, "Hi, I got your letter, and we have to talk as soon as possible. I should be able to get away on Wednesday night. Please meet me on the back porch at 10 p.m. Emmeline was back in the building on Monday. I knocked on her office door after lunch. "Claren, what a pleasant surprise. I have to say, I wasn't sure you'd want to continue your training with me." I took my usual seat opposite her with as much confidence as I could muster. "I needed some time, but I think I'm ready to continue if you'll still have me." Her eyes softened. "Of course. I know the last few weeks must have been difficult for you, but I'm glad to have you back." I nodded. "It was difficult at first, but I know everything happened exactly as it should have. I just hope I can redeem my family's name." I'd repeated these words many times over the last few days. I needed my delivery to be perfect. Of course I didn't think everything happened the way it should have, but I needed Emmeline to believe that I did. I needed her back on my side. "We have no judgments based on a family name. Your individual merits are what matter," Emmeline smiled. "Thank you. I'm afraid I may have some catching up to do there as well." I returned her smile, grateful that I still had the opportunity to train as a peacemaker. Emmeline may have been a rattlesnake, but there was no arguing against her talents. The woman was the best empath I'd ever encountered. There was no one better to train me. "I've been practicing projecting like you taught me, but before we get back into that, there's something I need to tell you," I continued. Emmeline tilted her head toward me, ready to listen. "Go on." I thought back to the lines I'd practiced in my room. "Well, it's about the leadership, on the outside. I may have a way to help you get your man." Her eyes narrowed slightly as she leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms over her chest. "You see, I think the man who disrupted the aptitude test may have been recruiting, trying to get students to join the outsiders. And from what I gathered the last time I was in Morton Borough, the new recruits meet on Wednesday nights. I think the leader may attend those meetings as well, to indoctrinate them." Emmeline's lips pinched into a thin line. Guilt bubbled up from my belly, but I pushed it back down. I may be a hypocrite, but I couldn't let Emmeline know it. Frank wasn't indoctrinating any more than the new American government was, but I couldn't let anyone else get hurt. The only way to keep people safe was to put an end to Frank's plans. "So if we can just get back to Morton this Wednesday—" "Stop right there." Emmeline's jaw was set and her brows were furrowed. She placed both hands back on the desk. "If you think we're going to let you waltz back home again, you are sadly mistaken." "No, Miss Fraser, I know I can't do this alone." I swallowed the hard lump in my throat. "I just plan to show you where they meet. I imagine we'll need a protector or two to apprehend their leader." Emmeline paused for a moment, tapping her index finger on the top of the desk. "And how can you be so certain their leader will be there?" "Because I followed Cato to the first recruits meeting, the week of my test. I saw their leader then. His name is Frank." Something flashed in Emmeline's eyes, but she quickly buried it behind her stony facade. There was no turning back now. I snuck out to meet Emmeline in front of the house Wednesday night as my roommates were cleaning up after supper. I could do this. I had to do this. My focus was on keeping a steady pulse, inhaling and exhaling at a regular pace. It was important to remain calm and clear-headed. Emmeline's expression was grimmer than I expected as I slid into the seat beside her. I guessed she had no reason to be excited until the mission was complete. She gave me a rundown of the operation and let me know we'd meet up with the protectors once we reached Morton Burrow. I pictured Rafe as we drove. Hopefully he'd gotten my letter and done as I asked. If so, he would be making his way toward my house right then, far away from the abandoned church. I couldn't risk his life, even if he was going to spend it with someone else. As for the others, Dax, Dave, Tim, and the rest, I'd done my best to make Emmeline believe anyone else at the church would be new to Frank's movement. I played up the recruiting aspect of the meetings pretty hard. Hopefully they would play along, feigning innocence. They couldn't be exiled for simply attending an informational meeting. We reached the church at 10:03 p.m. I knew the meeting would have started at 10, and I hoped we'd finish before Rafe realized I wasn't coming to see him. The street was dark, and all the surrounding buildings looked abandoned, as usual. My heart skipped a beat, and I second-guessed myself as Emmeline and I exited the vehicle. What if the meeting was called off tonight? It looked awfully quiet. A protector's vehicle rolled up quietly behind us as we tiptoed to the doors. If Dave took a peek outside, we'd be totally exposed. I took another breath, hoping a deep drag of oxygen might help to calm my trembling legs. It didn't. I turned to survey my surroundings one last time as we reached the front entrance of the church. The protector had exited his vehicle and was nearing Emmeline and me. In the distant shadows at the end of the street, I saw another shadowy figure, and in between the row of houses beside the building, I saw two more. "Miss Fraser," I whispered, "I don't think we're alone." I gestured with a jerk of my head toward the figures at the end of the road. "Of course we're not alone. We'll need a lot of extra hands for the recruits." My eyes widened, and I almost choked on the sudden anger that threatened to burst forth. But I swallowed it back down. I couldn't let her know, and maybe there would still be a way to keep the others out of trouble. We just had to get through this. I inched the door open enough to peek inside, but as soon as there was enough room for her fingers, Emmeline yanked the doors open and pulled a gun from somewhere under her shirt. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. This wasn't how this was supposed to play out at all. "Nobody move," she shouted. I skulked off to the side, embarrassed and ashamed. I was supposed to be preventing further loss, not causing it. But as my eyes adjusted to the dimly lit space, I gasped. I expected to see 6 or 7 people huddled around the lantern in the center of the room, but it was standing room only. There must have been over 30 people in there, and instead of sitting in a circle with them on the floor, Frank stood behind the table on the small stage where I'd hidden the first night I met them. Terror filled the room, suffocating me, but it was the look on Frank's face that nearly did me in. It was a look of disappointment. I'd let him down. He raised his arms in the air, shooting a quick look at Dave, who dropped his weapon and did the same. Slowly, one by one, everyone in the room dropped peacefully to their knees with their arms in the air. "There's no need for weapons," Frank said. "We mean you no harm." A tear rolled down my cheek before I could wipe it away. What had I done? "Are you Frank?" Emmeline's voice was cold and terrifying. I shivered as I watched the kind old man nod. "I am, and I'm the only one you want here. These people have done nothing wrong." A woman on the far left side of the room sniffled. It was Elizabeth, who I'd met at prior meetings. Seeing her crying in that room sent a dagger through my heart. I hoped with everything I had that Emmeline would show some mercy to the rest of them. "How many of you have weapons?" Emmeline looked intently at the cowering faces before her. "Only me," said Frank. Emmeline pointed her gun at Dave. "That's a lie," she snarled. "It's mine. He was only holding it for me as I spoke. I'm telling you, these people are innocent. Take me. I'll go without a fight. Just please leave them." Emmeline kept the gun pointed at the crowd, her arms straight and strong as steel. I inched cautiously toward her and slowly raised my hand, resting it on her wrists and calmly urging her to drop her aim. As my skin met hers, I felt a flash of her emotion, raw and frightened. She hid it again quickly, but it was enough to give me an idea that I may later come to regret. I kept my hand on her arm as she slowly lowered the gun, and with every ounce of strength I had inside me, I tried to project a feeling of peace and trust. I wanted her to know that Frank meant no harm. I needed her to believe that everyone else was innocent. I used my own emotions and desires as a blanket over her, huffing out the last of her suspicions. And I threw in a touch of victory, because if we walked out with Frank and no one else, it would indeed be a victory for us both. To my great surprise, Emmeline relented. "Fine, come with us." She gestured for one of the protectors who had entered the room behind us to take Frank. "But the rest of you should know that this is over, finished, and my grace is used up. Any other incident caused by the outside, any other citizen of Claren City who is caught mingling with outsiders, any other thought you have about life outside of these city limits will cost you your lives." The people in the room were trembling. Emmeline meant business, and the gift of walking away today was not lost on them. She turned and followed Frank and the officer outside. I took one final look around the room before turning as well. Dax's eyes caught mine, and I felt as though I was going to be sick. The hatred he felt for me was nothing I'd ever experienced. Georgia and I were practically best friends compared to the way he felt about me in that moment. And honestly, I hated myself a little bit, too. Chapter 26. The ride back to Nobleborough was uncomfortable for me as I awaited Emmeline's rebuke. Frank rode in the back of a protector's vehicle. They continued straight, presumably to a holding cell somewhere in the center, while Emmeline and I turned down the main street in Nobleborough back toward the house. "I know what you did back there." Emmeline's voice was rough, barely above a whisper as she stared straight ahead at the road. Chill bumps covered my arms. This was it. It was time for me to face the music. "I believe him. I could feel that he was telling the truth. I don't think the others were guilty at all." I hoped the truth would set me free. Part of being an empath was having the ability to discern if what we were experiencing was real, based on other people's reactions. She couldn't be upset with me for seeing the truth, but I suspected it was more the projection and manipulation bit she was upset about. Emmeline nodded. "I know. I felt it too, but it wasn't about punishing the people. I wasn't getting them because I thought they were guilty. It was about sending a message to anyone else who may try to stand up and take Frank's position. We have to be aggressive." She sighed before continuing. "Claren, you are a talented empath, but sometimes I worry your heart may be too soft for this." I didn't respond. My forehead pressed against the cool glass of my window, and the lights of Nobleborough blurred as I allowed my misty eyes to relax. She was right. I wasn't cut out to be a peacemaker. I could never sentence someone to death the way George's mom had. But if I wasn't a peacemaker, who was I? Everyone was asleep when we got back to the house, but there was quite a ruckus the next morning as word about what happened got out to the public. I was surprised to see the television on downstairs, my roommates gathered around watching with wide eyes. "Claren, you're okay!" Margot jumped up and wrapped her arms around me as I entered the living room. "Of course I'm okay. What's going on?" Edgar looked at me as though he might cry. "We were just watching the news about last night. You were amazing." I cocked my head to the side, sure that I was misunderstanding. Maybe I was still groggy from my late bedtime. I turned my focus to the television screen to see what all the fuss was about. A protector was speaking into the camera. I didn't recognize him, but he was recounting the events of the night before as though he was there. There was a whole mob of outsiders. They were shouting and waving weapons. If it hadn't been for Emmeline Fraser and her trainee, we may have all been killed. His expression was grave, but excitement danced behind his eyes. The image on the screen switched to footage of Frank behind bars. His eyes were tired, but he sat peacefully in the corner of his cell, avoiding eye contact with the cameras. A woman's voice spoke over the footage, continuing with the story. The operation was a success, resulting in the capture of Frank Dalton, the rebel leader from the outside who is believed to be responsible for the recent barrage of attacks on Claren City. He is also believed to be connected to the late Phil Gadsden, who was executed for treason just last week. I'm just glad we got the son of a gun. The image on the screen flicked back to the officer. Now I can lay my baby girl in her bed each night and rest easy that it won't be her last. The outsiders are a dangerous bunch, but when their leader is executed next week, I'm sure we'll see things calm down a bit. My heart constricted in my chest. Executed? That couldn't be right. Frank wasn't a citizen of Claren City. He was born an outsider, never really a member of the new American jurisdiction. He could be exiled, banished from Claren City, but he couldn't be executed. I'd made sure of it in my planning. His citizenship, or lack thereof, was a loophole in the law. The screen now flashed to an image of the woman whose voice we heard earlier. She was fairly attractive, but all business. Every word was spoken as if it was life-shattering, and maybe to her it was. She obviously took her job very seriously. Emmeline Fraser, the Director of Career Development for Claren City, has been closely aligned with the case since she eliminated a threat in Morton Borough several weeks ago during Morton High's annual aptitude test. A student from the school identified an outsider and drew attention to him before he could attack her classmates. That student, Claren Greenwood, is reportedly the same student who led Miss Fraser and the officers to capture Frank Dalton last night. My body tensed as I felt the eyes of my roommates on me. I didn't know if they were all aware of the incident at my aptitude test before then, but I couldn't pull my eyes away from the screen, which was now showing the officer again. I don't know who that girl is, but we better hold on to her. She's quite the rising star here in Claren City, and I expect we'll be seeing much more of her in the future. I wished a hole would open up in the floor to swallow me whole. Who else was watching the television right now? Dax? Rafe? Oh, Rafe. He must feel so betrayed. I guessed it was probably official now. My time with the outsiders was over. But I had to do one last thing before I could fully commit to the new American way. I had to find a way to keep Frank alive. All eyes were on me again as I entered the classroom a little later that day. The air was alive with a mix of awe, respect, skepticism, and jealousy. Lenny gave me a slow clap as I walked past him to my seat, which caused Georgia to boil over. Her eyes were narrowed into slits as she glared at me, and I swear I almost saw smoke coming out of her ears. "Who do you think you are?" Her mouth barely moved as she spat her words through gritted teeth. I gave her a syrupy, sweet smile. "Claren Greenwood, rising star of Claren City, at your service." It was too easy to infuriate her. I knew I shouldn't enjoy it, but there was no use hiding from the attention. My adventure was clearly not a secret. The knuckles of her tightly clenched fists were white as she stood and moved toward me, but Mr. Saxon had perfect timing as he made his hurried entrance into the classroom. "Miss Hines, please take your seat so we can get started." I had to hide my smirk. "Good day, class. I can tell everyone is quite excited over the news coming out this morning. In case anyone missed it, our very own Claren Greenwood assisted in the capture of rebel leader Frank Dalton." He gave a small clap, joined by about half of my classmates. My cheeks flushed under the attention. Mr. Dalton's trial will take place first thing Monday morning, and we have all been invited to attend. It will be broadcast throughout the city. Trials of this magnitude don't come around often, so you are lucky to have the opportunity to witness it firsthand, and it's actually the perfect way to end your first semester in the program. Next semester, we'll be focusing heavily on trial procedure, so this is really a great introduction for you all. Monday. That meant I had 4 days to try and get Frank exiled before he was sentenced to death. Margot sat a few chairs away, taking notes as Mr. Saxon began the day's lesson. My heart pounded in my chest. I still wasn't sure if I could trust her, but I knew I wouldn't be able to save Frank on my own. I asked her if she wanted to join me on the second-floor landing that night after supper, the way we used to do. Her eyes flashed with light, and I felt a wisp of something that seemed so out of reach for me now. Hope. Hers was hope for forgiveness, for friendship, but it was enough to remind me that I once had hope as well. What a fool I was. She spoke first as we snuggled up into our favorite 2 armchairs. "Claren, I lifted my hand to stop her. "I know. I was listening the day you came to my room. It wasn't your fault." Emmeline was very persuasive when she wanted to be, and after I was able to stop her from taking everyone at the church meeting as her captives, I knew how powerful the art of projection could be. If I had the power to stop Emmeline, then she probably had the power to get anything she wanted. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. But it wasn't Margot's fault. If anything, it was mine. I should have never mentioned Cato to her. If I was smart, I would probably keep my mouth shut now, too, but I didn't see any other possible solution. Margot's lower lip trembled. "It was my fault, though. I told her everything." I reached out my hand to hers. Concentrating on the feeling of forgiveness I had resting deep in my core, I tried to radiate the feeling up and out through my arms, from my hand into Margot's. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Good. It was working. I pushed for her to feel accepted and trusted once again. I wanted her to feel loved. When she opened her eyes again, she was almost smiling. "How do you feel right now?" I asked. "I feel good. Really good." She raised an eyebrow at me as I removed my hand from hers. "Are you?" I nodded. "It's called projection. It's one of the things Emmeline and I have been working on together. It's what she used to get the information from you." Margot's head tilted back as she began to understand. That's some powerful stuff. But why would she bother coming to me for the information? Why not just use her little trick on you? Well, it was time to reveal my other secret, the one I'd hidden from everyone until now. It was time to share the gift that Rafe gave to me before I left. There's another trick. It's called blocking your affect, and I learned it from a friend back home. Emmeline doesn't realize it's something I know how to do, or if she does, she's never spoken of it. And what does it do? Margot leaned forward, her blue eyes dazzling with curiosity. Well, it's kind of like building a wall around your emotions. It prevents others from being able to read you, and I believe, to some degree, it helps defend against emotions being projected onto you as well. She shook her head. It was a lot to take in. It was even more to learn, and we didn't have much time. Would you like to learn how to do it? Margot nodded enthusiastically. Yes, of course. But why are you teaching me? Why now? Because that man they are going to execute, Frank Dalton, he's one of the good guys, and I need your help. My plan was to teach Margot as much as I could about blocking and projecting over the weekend. We would have to work fast at the trial on Monday, and Margot likely had a better shot at getting to Chief Justice Hines than I did. Georgia despised me, but she was so arrogant that if Margot feigned interest in meeting her mother, she was certain to oblige. She'd do anything to make herself look good in front of her peers. It would be especially true if Margot had Lenny by her side. As much as Georgia pretended not to care, I knew she was a little jealous over the friendship that had developed between Margot and Lenny since the harvest dinner. We practiced during every spare moment we had over the next few days. Margot was a fast learner, thankfully. By Monday morning, she was ready to go. So once I get to Justice Hines, I just focus on grace? That's right, I nodded. Shake her hand and pour every ounce of grace and mercy you have into it. Pour it out until your legs go weak. And she's just magically going to let him go? Not quite. I held out a folder I'd created. Inside were articles and past judgments establishing the law regarding citizenship. I'd highlighted the areas that suggested Frank should be exiled. An execution would be unprecedented. With the law right in front of her, plain as day, and the feelings Margot would project into her before the trial, I hoped we might just find a way to set Frank free, because to him, the outside was home. Chapter 27. 3 large black vans parked in front of our line of houses Monday morning. I recognized them immediately as the same vans that carried criminals outside to be exiled. My stomach revolted at the thought of climbing into them. What if this was all a big trick? What if I had somehow gotten everyone in trouble with my actions? Were we all being exiled? No, of course not. My nerves were playing tricks on my mind. Anticipation about what lay ahead was literally driving me mad. I paused on the sidewalk, taking a deep breath to clear my mind. It was all going to be fine. I pushed the file folder tucked under my shirt up closer to my body and tried to believe my little mental pep talk. Edgar stopped beside me and placed his hand on my shoulder. "You okay?" he asked. I gave a gentle nod and continued with him toward the van. Edgar had grown a lot over these last several weeks, and seeing his newfound strength gave my legs the push they needed to propel me forward. He reminded me that there were good people in this city who needed to be protected. Frank couldn't do it, and the current leaders certainly couldn't do it. It would be up to us, the new peacemakers and leaders, to really make some progress. My muscles physically relaxed as the vans turned toward the center gates. We rolled through in single file, driving on to the city hall. My roommates stared out the windows in awe. They'd never been to the center before. It had such a commanding atmosphere, bringing almost a sense of reverence throughout the van. I shifted in my seat. Reverence wasn't the right emotion for this place. The Claren City News crew greeted us as we stepped onto the sidewalk in front of the giant white columns of the building. Several cameras were set up around the entrance, some pointed at us, others at the news reporter. I spotted the same news anchor who reported my story the week before and ducked to avoid being seen. Margot and I exchanged looks, and she gave me a reassuring nod. As students climbed out of the other 2 vans, she made her way over to Lenny, who greeted her with a cheerful grin. His grin stretched in surprise from ear to ear when she took his hand and walked toward the entrance with him. Georgia stalked just a few feet behind them. Her skin may as well have been green with the jealousy radiating from her pores. Green wasn't a good color for her. I hovered near the back of the crowd, trying to blend in with the faces on either side of me. Once inside the doors, I'd need to find some way to separate myself from the others. The students wouldn't be a concern. They were all so distracted by the beautiful architecture and design of the building to even notice anyone was missing. It was the cameras I was worried about. Well, the cameras and Emmeline. She'd set her eyes on me the second we parked, and she was reluctant to look away, even when other leaders greeted her. The halls were crowded with a flurry of excitement. Mr. Saxon wasn't kidding when he said this trial was going to be huge. I'd never seen so many leaders in the same place at the same time before. As my classmates were shuffling forward toward the courtroom, I hung back enough to get behind Mr. Saxon and ducked quickly around the corner. A tall man with a brown leather briefcase and a woman with loud heels were walking the same direction. I tried to fall in step with them, attempting once again to simply blend in with my surroundings. But I didn't make it 4 steps before a hand wrapped itself around my upper arm. "Where do you think you're going?" Emmeline's skin was so taut across her scowl, I thought it might rip. "I was looking for the restroom. I forgot to go before we left. I guess I got caught up in all the excitement." I shrugged innocently. She looked me up and down, as if she might find some sign flashing to tell her that I was a liar. I sucked in my belly, hoping the edges of the file folder wouldn't give me away. The folder wasn't flashing, but it would surely be a sign that I was up to something if Emmeline saw it. Her grip lightened, and she gestured forward with her head. "It's at the end of the hall to the left. I'll walk you down there and wait for you to finish." So much for sneaking away. We walked in silence toward the end of the hall, and I hoped Margot was having better luck. She had to somehow find a way to touch Justice Hines. Even just a brief brush against her arm would be better than nothing. The ladies' room was clean and bright, with light flooding in from a window on the far side of the room. I leaned against the cold tile wall and pulled the file from under my shirt. I'd worked so hard to put everything together. It was a shame to let it go to waste. Maybe Emmeline would be able to take a look and get the message to Justice Hines. She wasn't a peacemaker herself, but surely she had some sway over this particular case. And the law was definitely on Frank's side if they looked closely. But could Emmeline be trusted? Probably not. The door swung open as I was flipping through the pages I'd put into the folder, and I heard a gasp. "No way! Claren Greenwood! Is it really you?" I looked up to see a woman in her 20s gawking at me from the other side of the bathroom. There was something familiar about her, though I didn't think we'd ever met. "It's really me," I said. "I can't believe it! You're famous around here. I'm Britt Palmer, by the way." She reached out to shake my hand, and a light clicked on in my head. This was too good to be true. "Hi, Britt. You look so familiar. Have I seen you around here before?" She grinned sheepishly. "I was the clerk in your brother's trial." "That's right. You work with Chief Justice Hines, right?" She nodded, her smile fading. "Well, I am so glad I ran into you. I found this folder here on the counter when I walked in, and I'm pretty sure it must belong to her. It has details about the case." I held the folder out for Britt to see. She paused, uncertain of whether or not she should accept. Not wanting to pressure her, I set the folder on the counter and shrugged. "Maybe not. I'll just leave it here. I'm sure she already has everything she needs. Hopefully whoever left this will remember and come back for it." I washed my hands and checked my reflection, pretending not to care whether she took the folder or not. It worked. After hesitating for just a moment, she joined me at the counter. "I don't know if it's hers or not, but I won't risk her missing it." Britt slid the folder under her arm. "I better run this up to her right now. Thanks, Claren. You really are a great addition to Classen City. Maybe I'll even get the chance to work for you one day." She smiled and exited without using the facilities. Maybe my luck was changing after all. I tossed my paper towel into the trash can near the window, but movement outside caught my attention. The glass was etched for privacy, obscuring a clear view, but I saw several distinct shapes bobbing along the edge of the wall below. If I had to guess, I'd say they looked like the tops of heads. I held my breath, listening as carefully as I could, and my pulse started to race with excitement. Was it mine, or was the excitement coming from whoever was outside? The walls were thick, so I couldn't hear anything, but I was sure there were people sneaking around outside, and they were heading toward the courtroom. Not wanting to miss a second of whatever was about to happen, I pushed open the door and dashed back into the hallway a little too enthusiastically. I ran right into Emmeline. She frowned, obviously feeling my excitement. There was no way she didn't notice. We were too close, and I was too worked up. I'd forgotten she would be waiting out there, and my icy wall was not prepared to block my affect. It was still a puddle of warm water splashing around my stomach and making me feel ill as I stared into Emmeline's flaming eyes. She shook her head and grabbed my arm. I immediately felt the effects of her projection coursing through my veins like a drug. I felt sleepy and calm and affectionate toward the kind woman that Emmeline was. She really was thoughtful, and it was so nice of her to take me under her wings. I owed her my life. "What's going on, Claren?" she asked sweetly. I wanted to tell her everything. I wanted to tell her about my plan, about the notebook and Margot. She'd probably want to know about the people I saw moving around outside, too. Maybe she could help them. Or maybe not. Strength built up from my core, and I began to resist her projections. Emmeline was powerful, but I knew her games. She wouldn't be able to overcome my resolve. Not today, Rattlesnake. I blinked, focusing on my own emotions rather than those she was pushing into me. Nothing is going on. Why do you ask? The corner of her mouth twitched. She was really angry, too angry to fully hide it from me. Or maybe I just knew her well enough now to see it. Her hand on my arm probably wasn't helping her block much either. I know something's going on, and I expect you to tell me right now. Her voice was firm again, her eyebrows drawn together tightly. Her grip tightened as well, pinching my skin uncomfortably through my sleeve. The clock on the wall ticked casually behind her. I nodded towards it. There's nothing going on, like I said, but if we don't get moving, we're going to miss the trial. I don't want to get locked out of the courtroom. She looked at the clock and sighed loudly. Come on. Still holding my arm, we marched quickly through the halls toward the courtroom. It was packed, but once again, a bench was reserved for Emmeline and me at the front of the room. My heart was racing, probably bruising the inside of my ribcage with its force as we slid into place. The side doors opened, and in walked Frank, surrounded by 4 angry-looking protectors. His head hung low, and he didn't bother to take in his surroundings at all. He may as well have been waving a white flag. There was no fight left in him at all as he took his seat. Not a minute later, Britt walked in, shooting darts at me with her eyes. Uh-oh. She'd obviously tried to give my folder to Justice Hines. Hopefully she didn't mention my name. Reaching her position at the front of the room, she turned back toward the crowd. All rise for Chief Justice Martha Hines. George's mom looked like the Grim Reaper as she glided into place behind the bench. Her eyes were burning like a wildfire, and just the sight of her brought a chill clear to my bones. As we stood, I turned my head to make eye contact with Margot a few rows back on the opposite side. She gave me a quick, small shake of her head. Her eyes were puffy like she'd been crying, but they weren't sad. They were full of terror. It was very different from George's prideful eyes and smug smile right beside her. I turned back toward the front of the room, sure that my eyes shared Margot's terror. Take your seats. Justice Hines waved her hand in front of her like she was swatting a gnat. Then she looked pointedly at one of the cameras stationed on the far right. We're going to make this quick. She pulled a folder from her desk, not the one I'd handed to Britt, and pulled out a sheet of paper. This case is fairly cut and dry. Frank Dalton, you have been accused of treason, and I find you... The side doors slammed open before she could finish her sentence, and in poured 8 or 10 strangers in dark clothes. They had bandanas pulled up across their faces, so that only their eyes were visible under their snug wool hats. Each set of outstretched arms held a gun, and whether they were stun guns or actual firearms, I couldn't tell. Stop them! Justice Hines yelled from the front of the room, but the protectors were too slow. 6 of the strangers circled Frank and his guards, whipping the protectors across the face with their pistols and slamming them with elbows. One threw a punch, knocking a protector to the floor before he could pull his own gun. The final guard was advancing on a lone man, and I held my breath as I prepared to watch one of the strangers go down. But a shot was fired from across the room, a stun, thankfully, and the guard hit the ground instead. Before I knew it, all 4 protectors were on the floor, and Frank was being pulled out by his arms. But Frank didn't resist. The strangers had to have been rebels from the outside, and evidently the outsiders had a violent side. The man who fired the stun was shorter than the others. His broad shoulders bounced slightly with a wild, victorious laugh. He approached the bench where Justice Hines was scrambling for something, and then he turned and looked right at me. I'd recognize those hazel eyes anywhere. They mirrored my own. They were crinkled in the corners, and I could imagine his grin under the bandana. But how did he get here? Justice Hines stood tall again behind him, drawing my attention to her imposing figure. Her arms were held perpendicular to her black gown, straight as an arrow, and the weight of 1,000 elephants crushed my chest as my lungs pushed my brother's name through my lips. Cato! Chapter 28. It was too late. The shot had been fired. I stared in horror as my brother's body hit the floor. Cato's head bounced off the tile in slow motion when his body landed with a sickening thud. My legs propelled me to him, but the force of my motion sent me down to the ground as well. Time seemed to freeze. I looked around as I fell and caught a glimpse of chaos as the others in the courtroom scrambled for the exits or ducked under benches of their own. Their mouths opened and closed in screams, but I heard nothing. My hand smacked the cold tile on the courtroom floor, bringing me back to my senses as I landed on my knees, and I realized it wasn't my own force that caused my fall. It was a pair of large, strong hands that had reached out and grabbed my ankles from under the bench. I was alone on my row now. Emmeline had disappeared in the commotion, so I had to handle this on my own. I reared back as quickly as I could, bringing my elbow into my attacker's nose with a crack. He yelped quietly, but didn't retaliate. Instead, he reached out to my shoulders and whispered frantically, "Claren, calm down. It's me." Rafe. Of all people, Rafe should understand why I needed to get out there to Cato. I had to see if he was stunned or injured, or both. There was still a chance I could save him. "Let me go!" I fought to free myself, but he held on. "Breathe. This is important, and I need you to listen." "No!" I yanked one arm free. "That's Cato! I saw him. He shot, and I need to get to his body before he wakes up. Now please just let me go." Rafe's eyes were cloudy as he reached up and pulled the bandana down enough to reveal his nose and mouth, safe under the bench away from the view of the others. "He's not going to wake up." There was a tremble in his voice, but he couldn't be upset yet. We didn't know for sure. Firearms were illegal for anyone other than leaders. Justice Hines was powerful, but she was not a leader. She was still just a peacemaker. It should have been a stun gun. I struggled to loosen his grip once more. "I just need to see. Please." But he held on even tighter. Turning my body and pulling me closer, he lowered me all the way to the ground beside him, both of us on our bellies, and he pointed straight ahead. In front of us, under the chair legs and tables at the front of the room, before the justice's bench, I had a clear shot of Cato. His body lay lifeless on the floor, and leaking from under the sides of his unmoving form was a dark pool of liquid spreading slowly across the tile. His blood was the same color as Mom's, but then I supposed everyone's blood was that color. It just seemed so much darker in death, like a mirror into my own heart, a sign of the days to come. Beads of sweat dotted my forehead as a wave of nausea came over me, but Rafe's presence was a calming force. I didn't know how he was able to do it, how he was able to keep his own emotions in check enough to not only find calmness within himself, but to find enough to project into me. It seemed impossible, but I was grateful for it, and it was necessary in order to hear the words he said next. "You have to support the judge." I shook my head, trying to protest, but his projection was like a sedative. "Not in your heart, but in her heart. She has to believe it. You have to keep going." He gestured to the right. "See those cameras? Give them a show. The public loves you already. Show them why Classen City needs you on the inside. Because, Claren, we need you on the inside." "Rafe, I can't." "You can. You're strong. This isn't easy for any of us. No one said it would be easy. But Cato put his life on the line for the cause. He knew this was a possibility. Don't let his sacrifice go to waste. Congratulate the judge on her excellent shot." Rafe winced as he uttered the last sentence. The words were harsh and cruel, and his timing was awful. I wanted to scream and cry and grieve, but there wasn't time for any of that. I had to make a decision now. Could I do it? Could I really be convincing enough to make the public believe I was on the side of Claren City and the new American law, even when that law called for the execution of my brother? There was only one way to find out. Rafe placed his hand on my shaking back and rubbed a gentle circle. "You've got this, but you need to go now." I turned to face his misty eyes and nodded once. I didn't know why he was helping me after I turned Frank in, but there wasn't time to find out. I just had to trust him. He pulled the bandana back up over his nose and rolled to the side, rising to a crouch and moving toward the back exit after the other outsiders. I rolled to the opposite side of the table once he'd gone. There were just a few others on their feet. Most of the crowd had already exited, and those who remained were cowering behind whatever protection they could find. Most had probably never seen a firearm or heard a gunshot before, even the adults and other leaders. At 18 years old, I'd already witnessed 2 fatal shots and enough spilled blood to last me a lifetime. The sight of Cato's body lying still on the now stained tile brought an involuntary dry heave from my belly. I forced myself to look away and mistakenly met the eyes of his murderer. Justice Hines stared at me with a triumphant grin. I wanted to take her down, remove her revolting smile from my sight, but I couldn't. Instead, I stuffed my bloodthirsty desire for revenge into my deepest depths and focused on the energy I was picking up from Justice Hines. Her glee was disgusting. She was so proud and righteous in that courtroom, her heart thumping with exhilaration, and the look on her face was intended for me. She still gripped the weapon in her hands and dared me to act against her. She was ready to take me down, too. I allowed myself to lean into her emotions and gathered the confidence I needed to step toward my brother's corpse. Numb to myself and feeling only the fiery adrenaline of a killer, I forced a meager smirk to my face and nudged Cato's arm with my foot. It barely moved through the sticky puddle of blood. My actions surprised the judge. No, she was outright shocked. I met her eyes again, maintaining my smirk, and gave an approving nod. My heart was pounding, and the room went black around the edges of my vision, but I had to move forward. The red light blinking on the camera across the room was now fixed on me and the horrible monster across from me. "Nice shot," I said. My voice was barely recognizable. She stared blankly for a moment, probably trying to read how I was really feeling. If I was on her side, I'd be relieved that Cato was down, but also frustrated about Frank getting away. I'd feel angry and vengeful toward the outsiders. Angry and vengeful I could do. "He had it coming," she finally said. She was still trying to antagonize me, but I had to refuse to allow it to affect me. I nodded in agreement, still maintaining my expression, which I hoped looked more like a grin than a grimace. "He did." "So you're not upset?" "I'm upset that my brother turned against our city and put innocent lives in danger." Not true. No one's life was endangered by his stun gun, but that's not what the public would be told. "He was a traitor. He should have been sentenced to execution at his trial." Justice Hines said the last part quietly, but full of malice. If she believed Cato should have been executed, why didn't she order it? I cut my gaze over to the flashing cameras on the side of the room and the trembling man operating the equipment. Did he catch her words? A cold hand on my wrist stole my attention and prevented me from dwelling on it too long. I turned to meet the icy blue gaze of Emmeline Fraser. Her expression was completely flat as she raised my wrist in the air. "Claren Greenwood, you did it again," she smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I had no idea what she was thinking as she continued, speaking loudly and turning slightly toward the cameraman. "Thank you for calling Justice Hines' attention to the intruder and identifying him as a known criminal. Your allegiance to Claren City is astounding, and this goes to show that you will do whatever it takes for our people." From the corner of my eye, I watched Justice Hines drop her arms and brush off her robe. She was agitated about something, but she didn't speak. She seemed to purposely avoid turning her attention toward us at all. "Now, we really must go and get you cleaned up." Emmeline pulled me toward the back exit of the courtroom, but I stopped to sneak one last glance at my brother. His bandana had fallen askew, and he looked peaceful as he lay, a sight that would remain ingrained in my mind forever. I wished his last moments had been a little more peaceful. It wasn't fair for him to go out like that, and it wasn't fair that I didn't get to say goodbye. My shoe left sticky crimson footprints as we walked away from my brother's body, and I think Emmeline may have been speaking, but I don't know what she said. I honestly don't even know how I made it out of the room. I was completely numb. The hallway was buzzing with protectors and leaders searching for the outsiders. They weren't searching the right places, though. The halls were lined with doors, some leading to other rooms or offices, some just closets. One of them, no doubt, held a secret passage to the underground tunnels, because they wouldn't be foolish enough to attempt an escape through the doors of City Hall. Rafe was too smart for that. Why wasn't he smart enough to keep Cato out of here? The thought rocked my numbness away, and suddenly overcome by emotion, all of the emotions tangled into one giant knot in my stomach, I stopped and retched on the hallway floor. The sight of Cato's blood on my shoe caught my eye as I hunched over, and I couldn't get my body to cooperate. I was so sick, sick with grief, sick of death, and sick of the games we had to play to bring the truth to light. Emmeline stood motionless, waiting for me to finish, before signaling someone over to take care of the mess. She handed me a bottle of water and a small white tablet from a tiny plastic bottle in her bag. "Take this. You'll feel better." I didn't even question it. I swallowed the pill in a hurry, desperate to find any source of relief for my pain. And after washing it down with a gulp of water, I looked up to find Felix Walsh leaning against the wall across from us, watching me with a somber stare. Emmeline guided me through a maze of hallways to an obscure exit at the back corner of the building. My feet were getting heavy as we walked through the halls, so I was grateful for her support. I spotted her black coupe outside, but the brightness of the sunlight reflecting from its surface forced my eyes closed. It felt good to close them. So good, in fact, that I didn't open them again. I didn't open them until I was safe and sound under my green duvet in Nobleborough. It was dawn on Tuesday. Chapter 29. A knock at the door finally awoke me from the deepest sleep I'd ever experienced. Emmeline didn't wait for me to answer before letting herself in. My limbs were still too heavy to get up and greet her properly. "Sleep well?" she asked. "I did." I rubbed the grogginess from my eyes and mustered the strength to sit up. "What brings you by so early?" "I came to retrieve you. It's time for you to leave the Peacemaker training program." Of course it was. Memories of Frank's trial came crashing back into mind. My failed plan to persuade Justice Hines to exile Frank, the outsiders bursting into the courtroom, seeing Cato, watching the judge murder him. I closed my eyes, my head spinning, as I tried to push through the steady throb of a headache developing. Emmeline came and sat on the edge of my bed. Her presence in my personal space made me uneasy. "I'll wait downstairs while you gather your things. Please try to hurry. I'd like to leave before your roommates wake up. I'm not in the mood to answer their questions." She stood and smoothed her navy blue slacks before making her way out of my room. She wasn't even going to let me say goodbye, but maybe that was a good thing. I must have looked like a fool to everyone after the stunt I pulled yesterday. I tried to tell Rafe I couldn't do it. I should have just run away with him and the others. To those who sided with the outsiders, I looked like a horrible traitor. I probably looked like a traitor to everyone else as well. People either saw me show no regard to my brother after he was shot, or, like Emmeline, they saw right through my charade of pretending to support Justice Hines. I was a liar either way. I didn't have much to gather before running downstairs, where Emmeline waited by the front door. We left quietly, jogging quickly through the cool morning fog to her car. I hesitated before climbing in, taking one last look at the house. I hoped Margot would find success. Edgar, too. They had both learned so much already. They would be excellent peacemakers. "I know yesterday was difficult," Emmeline said as we drove. I nodded, unable to respond. She had no idea how difficult yesterday was for me. "But you made quite an impression," she continued, "which is why you are being reassigned." I nodded again. Maybe if I was lucky, I could at least get an indoor position cleaning toilets or something. "We're going to swing by your old home in Morton Borough. I'd like to stay with you and accompany you to your new residence, but unfortunately, I am needed elsewhere today. You'll have 2 hours to clean out anything you wish to keep before your ride comes to escort you to your new living quarters. With you and your brother both gone, the house will be reassigned to a different family next week, so don't leave anything behind you don't want to get thrown away." I wondered where my new house would be. As a single woman too young to be matched, I supposed I'd end up in another group home. But group homes in Morton Borough were definitely not like the group homes in Noble. I'd probably share a bunk bed with someone in a one-bedroom apartment. The sun was fully visible over the horizon as we passed through the business district onto the familiar streets near my old neighborhood. There were quite a few people outside, likely walking to work for the day, but they stopped and looked at the car as we drove past. I didn't recognize many of their faces, but they seemed to recognize me. Some smiled and nodded toward the car, but what really struck me was the number of people who held their hands over their hearts, just like they had done when Cato rolled through after his trial. I turned to see what Emmeline's reaction was, but she seemed oblivious to it. She didn't take her eyes off the road until we pulled up in front of my house, and I swear they looked a little misty as she turned to tell me goodbye. "I wish you the best of luck, Claren. I'm sorry for the events that brought us here, but I'm happy to have gotten to know you, and this is goodbye for now, but I'm sure our paths will cross again." Unlikely. I didn't plan on getting into enough trouble to bring me back into her circle again, but I appreciated her kind words. Emmeline wasn't the kind of person you wanted to leave on bad terms. "Thank you for the ride." It was the best I could say. Getting involved with Emmeline had brought me nothing but trouble, but I was past that now. I may have been knocked down to the lowest rung of the workers, but at least I was free, alone, but free. I stepped onto my porch, breathing in the scent of smoked applewood. It smelled like cozy fires in the wintertime, cuddled up with the family I no longer had. Opening the door, I realized the scent was coming from within my unoccupied house. The fireplace glowed orange with embers, and I stood entranced, watching the glow dance in and out of the burned logs. It was beautiful, and it must have been from Cato. He must have started a fire before he left. I wished it would stay that way forever. I blew gently on the embers, testing to see if I could reignite the flames. I didn't want to let go. I couldn't. When I finally found the strength to pull myself away, I spotted a small white envelope placed in front of my old usual seat at the kitchen table. I approached the unmarked note cautiously, holding my breath as I slid my finger under the seal. "Claren, if you're reading this, it means I'm gone, and you need to know 2 very important things. First and most important, I love you. You've done everything right. You always do. Keep trusting your instincts. Which brings me to my next point. If I'm gone, it means there's a kink in the system. Trust no one. No one. Cato. A kink in the system. I'd spent the last few months of my life lying to nearly everyone I came into contact with in order to protect my brother, which was a disastrous failure. And now I find out that there's a kink in the system? Well, if I wasn't responsible for Cato's death, I was going to find out who was. I clutched the note tightly, reading it over and over through tear-blurred vision as my mind searched through the details of every encounter I'd had with the outsiders. I was determined to find out who let my brother down. It was the only thing I had left to fight for. 2 hours, which seemed more like mere minutes later, I heard a vehicle pull up in front of my house. Peeking through the blinds revealed nothing but a dark sedan with darkly tinted windows. No one got out. I gathered my things and turned one last time to face the house I used to call home. It was mine no more, and gone with it was everything I thought I knew about my life and myself. I opened the back door of the vehicle, nervous to see who was inside and where I'd be living next. But the face that greeted me was nothing like I'd expected. "Hi, Claren." Felix Walsh sat on the far side of the back seat with a sad smile. "Climb in. Let's go home." This has been From the Dust, a dystopian novel, Ember Society Book 1, written by AR Colbert, narrated by Jennifer Groberg. Copyright 2020 by AR Colbert. Production copyright by AR Colbert.